Chapter 001, The 11th Year After Death. Lin Mo, at the tender age of 18, met her untimely demise. The brakes of her car inexplicably failed on an overpass in a desperate attempt to avoid innocent bystanders. She swerved violently. Her vehicle crashed through the guardrail and plunged into the river below. As the water enveloped the entire car, on the brink of unconsciousness, she entered a dream. In this dream, she envisioned her world as a novel, where her three younger brothers were the antagonists. The second brother, a ruthless CEO adorned with prayer beads, harbored feelings for the female lead and opposed a male protagonist, ultimately facing a tragic downfall. The third brother, a controversial internet celebrity, often clashed with the male lead during variety shows, only to succumb to severe online harassment, leading to a tragic end. The fourth brother, a school bully who never bothered to study, frequently engaged in fights, injuring the male lead's scholarly sibling, and ultimately ended up imprisoned. As for her, she was the male lead's first love, who had perished in high school, her existence solely serving to create misunderstandings between the primary characters. Upon realizing these truths, Lin Mo was filled with righteous indignation. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing before a large shopping mall. A massive billboard proclaimed 2025, Year of the Snake. Good fortune, it dawned on her that she had been reborn, yet had traversed the 11th year posthumously during a climactic phase of the narrative. Hurriedly, she entered the mall and sought out the restroom, eager to glimpse her reflection. The girl in the mirror bore the same exquisite, beautiful face, clad in the black dress she had once prepared for a date. Lin Mo felt a whirlwind of emotions, transcending 11 years into the future, yet remaining 18. She was utterly penniless and devoid of a mobile phone. Indeed, it was the year of the snake upon her arrival. She felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if ensnared by a constrictor. Turning on the tap, the icy water cascaded over her fingers, and Lin Mo accepted her new reality. One of her notable strengths was her resilient mindset. When her parents had tragically passed, leaving her to care for her three younger brothers, the youngest being merely 2 years old, she had swiftly come to terms with her circumstances. Shutting off the faucet, she took a tissue from beneath the mirror to dry her hands. That moment, two girls clad in white shirts and black skirts entered, resembling sales associates. It was evident they were colleagues, entering the restroom arm in arm to indulge in a moment of respite. Have you heard? The mall is closing in half an hour. They're clearing out the customers now. Indeed. Apparently, the CEO is coming to reserve the entire place. This tidbit of information piqued Lin Mo's interest. Why would a perfectly functioning mall need to clear its patrons? Truly, just like in a novel, the CEO was always so mundane, yet lacking in intellect. It must be that Li Huanyu is coming to shop the CEO, doesn't want her to be disturbed by passers-by. I even saw on Douyin that the CEO invested in a film for her. How delightful. I bet Guingdi is regretting it now. They were such a hot couple back then. I can't wait for the reunion. The girls' subsequent discussion left Lin Mo feeling amused. Li Huanyu was none other than the female protagonist of this very novel. And if they were talking about Guingdi, that referred to the male lead, Gu Jingchuan. Thus, this seemingly simple-minded CEO was indeed her second brother. She had initially intended to seek out her second brother, and now the opportunity had presented itself effortlessly. However, her immediate desire was to secure a loan to purchase something. She glanced at the enthusiastic sales clerks still engrossed in their gossip and inquired, "Excuse me, you have a Seven Wolves specialty store in this mall?" Only then did the two sales clerks notice a young girl in the restroom, her age appearing rather youthful. Her petite face was exceptionally delicate and beautiful, surpassing the looks of many actresses on television. One of the sales clerks, who had an affinity for attractive women, was momentarily taken aback. The other, eager to assist, replied, "Yes, it's on the second floor. Are you planning to buy something for your father? Beautiful." Lin Mo chuckled. "No, I'm by to draw someone in." The two clerks were left speechless. Lin Mo had perused the mall previously. Its decor exuded sophistication and tea this time of day, with a bustling noon crowd. Driving customers away could result in substantial losses throughout the afternoon. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Such actions would tarnish the mall's image in the eyes of its patrons. If you were enjoying your lunch, only to be escorted out, you would hardly be inclined to return. No wonder her second brother's business was failing with such practices. How could he avoid bankruptcy? At 18, her second brother was only 15, still in junior high. He excelled academically and possessed a sharp business acumen. Back then, he had made tens of thousands by reselling gaming consoles, even purchasing her a small designer bag. Before their parents passed away, the family owned a real estate company, so it was no surprise that this mall belonged to him. What was perplexing, however, was how it seemed as though his brain had been devoured by zombies. As Lin Mo exited the restroom under the astonished gazes of the two clerks, she was met by an approaching security guard. "Apologies, miss, but the mall is closed for the afternoon. Please exit promptly." Lin Mo politely responded, "I need to speak with your manager. Could you contact him for me?" With the president present, the mall manager would surely be inclined to meet. The security guard was unaware of her intentions, but was accustomed to customers seeking the manager for various reasons daily. "All right, they'll reach out for you." The security guard took out his phone and dialed the manager's number. The manager answered quickly. "What's the matter?" The guard replied, "There's a girl on the first floor looking for you, but I'm not sure why." The manager responded, "I'm too busy today. Have her come back tomorrow." The guard looked at Lin Mo and said, "The manager said he's unavailable." Lin Mo smiled politely. "Could I have your phone? I'd like to speak with the manager myself." Manager Zhao was preoccupied, engaged in conversation with a stern-looking man sitting in the office chair, delicately turning prayer beads. Just as he was about to hang up, a melodious yet somewhat irate female voice emerged from the phone. "Hello, manager. Are you with Shinihan? Have him take the call." Manager Zhao felt a jolt of surprise. Who was this? She was quite courteous, yet boldly addressed Shun directly. Was she a suitor of Shun's? With his handsome looks, youth, wealth, and status as a renowned figure in Beijing, he attracted many admirers. However, when it came to the president, Manager Zhao dared not make any unilateral decisions. He pressed the mute button and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Shun, there's a girl on the first floor who wishes to speak with you. Should I connect the call?" He anticipated that the president would refuse, but to his astonishment, Shun's hand extended without hesitation. Manager Zhao cautiously unmuted his phone and handed it to the president. Shinihan received the call, succinctly stating, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Mo replied, "I am your sister." "Come." Shinihan's gaze instantly turned frigid as he interrupted, "Get lost." The temperature in the office seemed to drop by 5 degrees. Manager Zhao felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly texted the security. "Quickly remove this woman." The man seated in the executive chair was strikingly handsome, clad in a black suit, his aura chillingly intense. Despite his fear, Manager Zhao steeled himself and said, "President Shun, please calm down. I have already instructed security to handle it." He couldn't discern what was being said on the other end, but it was likely some woman persistently pursuing the president. Who didn't know that the president favored Li Huanyu, the illustrious star? These women should consider their own circumstances before trying to approach him. It was truly foolish. Shinihan was taken aback by someone impersonating his sister. He fiddled with his prayer beads, suppressing the anger within, and picked up his phone with his long, slender fingers. He opened the pinned conversation and sent a message. "We're clearing the area. Let me know when you arrive, and I'll come down to meet you." The previous message had gone unanswered. He had inquired if she had set off. However, she had been busy with film promotions recently, and now that she finally had a moment to rest, it was understandable that her replies were delayed. He couldn't help but notice a trace of tenderness in his otherwise aloof demeanor. Manager Zhao realized he was chatting with Li Huanyu. "President Shun, I watched MS. Li's latest film. It was absolutely marvelous. I've already taken my family to see it 3 or 4 times. Shin Ihan lifted his head, a barely perceptible smile gracing his cold features. "Is that so?" Manager Zhao nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I'm planning to rally all the staff at the mall to watch such an extraordinary film." Shin Ihan's expression softened considerably as he took a sip of tea. "All right, the company will cover the expenses." Manager Zhao beamed with delight, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, and refilled Shin Ihan's cup. Starshine Plaza is a shopping center owned by Starshine Group, with 8 locations in northern Beijing and over 100 nationwide. Finally having the opportunity to meet the president, he aimed to cultivate goodwill in hopes of being promoted to regional manager next quarter. However, the assistant standing nearby felt exasperated watching her president appear so uncharacteristically indulgent. A perfectly good meeting had been abruptly halted because Ms. Li expressed a desire to go shopping for clothes. Though it would have been prudent to wait until the mall was cleared, the president insisted on coming to wait. Her phone was inundated with messages regarding matters that needed to be discussed in the meeting. The problem was, with a sycophant present, she found it difficult to address work-related issues. The assistant felt that the atmosphere in her department was becoming increasingly unfriendly. Manager Zhao continued with a grin. President Shun, the brand endorsed by Ms. Li. Manager Zhao, please step outside and oversee the clearing, the assistant interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. Manager Zhao shot a displeased glance at the assistant. Assistant Jiang, you can trust me to handle this matter with utmost efficiency. Shin Yihan idly toyed with the Buddhist beads, casting a cold glance at his assistant before turning his attention back to Manager Zhao. Please continue. The assistant fell silent, choked for words. The mention of Miss Li seemed to be a trigger, instantly dulling the president's intellect. Manager Zhao inwardly scoffed, bewildered by the assistant's lack of perceptiveness, particularly given her gender. Yet, possessing a high emotional quotient, he concealed his thoughts and proceeded. The brand represented by Miss Li is featured in our mall. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp creak interrupted him. The office door swung open, revealing a young girl, seemingly 17 or 18, with a security guard hastily pursuing her. Manager Zhao's expression darkened. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Security, hurry and escort her away. The assistant remained silent, recognizing the girl's face as somewhat familiar. Shen Yihan also refrained from speaking, his mind blank, momentarily immobilized, until the girl strode over, indignantly grasping his ear. Shen Yihan, I see you're itching for trouble. The dazzling young lady versus the illusory, yet sinister male overlord. The term sinister male refers to a possessive and delicate character, often fixated on the female protagonist, yet never intending to harm her. That if this does not suit your taste, kindly refrain from criticism. Please add this to your bookshelf. Updates are consistent. Chapter 002. We each have our own discussion. The manager's office was spacious, yet the atmosphere felt unnaturally thin. Shen Yihan found it difficult to breathe, staring in shock at the girl grasping his ear. Her beauty was striking, with alluring peach blossom eyes that sparkled when she smiled, yet could ignite with fury, invoking a primal fear within him each time he met her gaze. Such was the case now. Yet, the fear was overshadowed by astonishment. He could hardly fathom the unfolding scene. Manager Zhao, too, struggled for breath, his eyes wide as saucers. What audacity this woman possessed, to dare grasp the president's ear. Who did she think she was? Release our president, Zhao shouted, reaching out to forcibly detach Lin Mo from Shun. However, his advance was halted by a steady hand, a voice emanating from above, icy and resolute. Get out. Zhao, incredulous, pointed to himself. Get out? Me? The assistant nearly laughed, tugging him away. Then who else? Let's move. She understood the necessity for the president to converse with the girl privately. If she recognized her correctly, this girl was the president's sister. Having interned at Xingshan during her junior year, she had progressed from a mere assistant to a competent aide over 4 years. Once, after the president had indulged in too much drink, she had escorted him home. He had pointed to a photo on the nightstand. His eyes reddened as he said, "This is my sister. Isn't she beautiful? But she passed away long ago." Thus, the current situation felt exceedingly peculiar, yet she refrained from inquiring further. The security guard, who had just rushed in, stood frozen, panting in astonishment. How was the manager expelled? The office door slammed shut, the pain in his ears unmistakable. Shen Yihan's eyes gradually brimmed with tears as he choked out, "Sister?" His sister, who had passed away 11 years prior, suddenly reappeared. Could this truly be real? The voice he had just heard seemed somewhat familiar, yet he did not ponder it deeply. Who would believe that someone presumed dead for 11 years could return to life? Lin Mo released Shen Yihan's ears and boldly plopped herself down in the boss's chair, the first words out of her mouth summoning her brother as if he were her servant. "Bulma glasof water." I'm parched from running. After Shen Yihan hung up, Lin Mo had no choice but to inquire with the security about the location of the manager's office. The security guard was reluctant to divulge, fearing she might cause a scene. So she began searching floor by floor, with the guard trailing behind her. Clearly, her stamina surpassed his, and she finally located the manager's office on the top floor. The formidable figure of Shen Yihan, who commanded respect and fear in the business world, instinctively approached Lin Mo upon hearing her words, pouring her a glass of water. Though they bore different surnames due to Lin Mo taking their mother's name, they were, in truth, full-blooded siblings. Noticing the sweat on her forehead, Shunihan instinctively grabbed a file from his desk to fan her, despite the air conditioning in the office. Lin Mo took a generous gulp of water, placing the glass down as she declared, "By the way, immediately halt the clearing out. Keep the doors open for business." Shunihan's cold, indifferent eyes shimmered with tears. "Sister, is it truly you?" Lin Mo slapped him lightly. "Quickly do as I say." Having received a wake-up call, Shunihan was certain of it. His sister had returned. His sister was alive. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of excitement, he had no time to contemplate anything else. He rose and opened the door, addressing Manager Zhao standing outside. "Halt the clearing out. Continue operations." Manager Zhao, still unable to discern Shunihan's face, found the door closing again. He blinked and turned to his assistant. "Assistant Jiang, I think I just saw President Shen's eyes were red." The assistant's expression turned serious. "You must be mistaken. Urgently notify to stop the clearing." Manager Zhao was momentarily puzzled about the girl's relationship to the president, but hurriedly sent a message in the group and used the intercom to alert all security personnel. "Sister, are you saying you have crossed over from 11 years ago?" Shun Yihan asked in astonishment, while continuing to fan Lin Mo. The black prayer beads adorning his slender wrist swung with each movement. Lin Mo felt this would be difficult to conceal. 11 years had passed, yet she looked exactly as she had on the day of her death, so she could only speak the truth. "Yes, did you not notice that the clothes I am wearing are the very ones I wore on that day?" Shunihan examined her closely, his eyes dimming. "Yes, that was the outfit you had chosen for your date with Gu Jingchuan." He would forever remember that day. On that day, she had tried on numerous dresses at home, asking him which one looked better. He could not accept the idea of his sister dating and had casually remarked, "None of them looked good." She had slapped him for that, and he had quickly changed his tune, declaring that the black dress was indeed beautiful. It was Gu Jingchuan who invited her out, leading to her tragic demise. Thus, for all these years, he has been the object of her disdain. The mere mention of the male lead, Gu Jingchuan, darkened Lin Mo's countenance. During her high school years at First High, she was the belle of the school, adored by many. Gu Jingchuan had pursued her since the first year of high school. Initially, she harbored little affection for the carefree scion of a wealthy family. However, as he persistently courted her for 3 years, certain events transpired that altered her perception, and she became willing to share meals and engage in conversation with him. After the college entrance examination, he organized a grand confession with many classmates present, and in that moment, she agreed to enter into a romantic relationship with him. The day of the car accident marked their first date. If one were to gauge her affection for Gu Jingchuan, it was not profound. She simply felt that as they were graduating, trying a relationship would not be amiss. The latter 2 years of high school had been a battlefield for her, with every day spent in intense concentration on her studies, fearful of losing her top rank. Upon learning from her dreams that Gu Jingchuan had entered the entertainment industry, rumors about him began to swirl incessantly. It was only when he met the female lead that he seemed to have reformed. They collaborated on a television series, and their on-screen chemistry ignited a fervent fanbase. In truth, they had genuinely fallen for one another. However, the female lead unwittingly discovered from the male lead's friend that a girl he had cherished in high school had passed away. She inquired, "Between me and that girl, whom did you love more?" The male lead hesitated for 2 seconds, igniting her anger, and she subsequently proposed a breakup. As a wealthy heir and now a celebrated actor with countless admirers, he considered her reaction unreasonable and initially refrained from appeasing her. To provoke him further, she deliberately grew close to Shunihan, a suitor, and even starred in a film he produced. Upon learning of these developments, the male lead went into a frenzy, desperately seeking reconciliation, while the female lead maintained her stance. Ultimately, her relationship with Shunihan was merely a facet of the male lead's romantic play. Let us not dwell on the past instead. Let us go for lunch. I am hungry, Lin Mo declared. Shunihan observed the troubled expression on Lin Mo's face, furrowing his brow. Was her distress a result of her understanding of Gu Jingchuan's true nature? Gu Jingchuan was currently quite popular. A simple inquiry would reveal his incessant rumors and a string of romantic entanglements. Surely, Lin Mo was heartbroken, as in her heart. Gu Jingchuan still remained her boyfriend. Feeling a twinge of unease, Shenihan chose not to further discuss Gu Jingchuan and stood up to ask, "What would you like to eat?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo responded, "Hot pot." Shenihan followed Lin Mo out of the office. The usually cold and indifferent So appeared almost like a devoted attendant behind a girl who seemed scarcely older than 17 or 18, that perhaps this was the influence of bloodline. The assistant stifled a laugh internally but maintained a serious demeanor as she approached, addressing Shenihan, "Mr. Shun." She then turned to Lin Mo, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Mr. Shin's assistant, Jiang Tang. You may call me Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang, clad in professional attire, was tall, strikingly beautiful, and exuded an air of elegance. Lin Mo, captivated by such a type of beauty, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. "Hello, Sister Jiang. I am Lin Mo." Shenihan was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at his 18-year-old sister and then at Jiang Tang, who was a year younger than him. Jiang Tang noticed the slight frown on Shun Yihan's face. Although he held great affection for Lin Mo, his younger sister, he maintained a professional demeanor and replied, "You may simply call me Assistant Jiang." Lin Mo was well aware that Jiang Tang had been by Shun Yihan's side for a considerable time, unwavering even through his financial downfall. Jiang Tang certainly knew some of her circumstances. She boldly asserted, "It's perfectly fine from now on. We shall each address one another in our own way. He calls me sister, and I shall call you sister." Jiang Tang remained silent, while Shun Yihan felt a hint of dissent but refrained from voicing it. With slender fingers, he toyed with the prayer beads on his wrist and suggested, "Let us first have our meal." Manager Zhao had already been discreetly excused by Jiang Tang. It was best that the president's personal matters remain private. "You two go ahead and eat. I shall wait here," Jiang Tang stated. Lin Mo grasped Jiang Tang's hand and exclaimed, "Let's all dine together. It will be much livelier with the three of us." Jiang Tang was momentarily stunned and cast a glance at Shun Yihan, who showed no objection. Jiang Tang was his most trusted assistant. There was no need for suspicion. Together, Shun Yihan affirmed. With a bustling crowd in the marketplace, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. After all, one should never cross paths unfavorably with money. Upon entering a traditional hot pot restaurant, the three of them had barely settled when Shun Yihan's phone chimed. He opened it to find a message from Li Huanyu. "Brother Yihan, I have arrived. However, there are so many people, has the place not cleared out yet?" Chapter 003. Just a little matter. Upon reading the message, Shenihan suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit to the mall today. The unexpected appearance of his sister. And his left fingertips instinctively fidgeted with the black Buddhist beads adorning his right wrist. Jiang Tang, well acquainted with Shenihan, recognized that his frowning expression, coupled with the manipulation of the beads, indicated deep contemplation. She too heard the notification sound. Shenihan had set a special alert for Li Huanyu. They were seated in the same row, and a slight turn of her head allowed her to glimpse Li Huanyu's message. Was the president pondering how to inform his sister that he had matters to attend to? There was no need to clear the area, as they could simply explore other parts of the mall. If memory served, this was the first time Li Huanyu had expressed a desire to shop with the president. A rare opportunity indeed. The ever-hungry Lin Mo was engrossed in ordering dishes, oblivious to the subtle exchange. After placing her order, she inquired, "Shun Yihan, what would you like to eat?" Shun Yihan lifted his gaze, but did not respond immediately. Jiang Tang interjected, "Allow me to order. The president seems preoccupied." "Preoccupied with what?" Lin Mo asked. Shun Yihan shook his head and typed on his phone. "Today there's no clearing. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you shopping. Perhaps next time." His sister had just returned. He would wait for another opportunity to discuss Li Huanyu with her. Huanyu was so endearing that his sister would undoubtedly like her as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Tang's eyes. This was the first instance where the president had not immediately departed due to Li Huanyu. Remarkable. He was indeed a devoted brother. There was hope. Meanwhile, Li Huanyu, seated in the van, was equally taken aback. Just moments ago, Shenihan had sent her several messages inquiring about her arrival. Yet now he suddenly conveyed such sentiments. She had already arranged for paparazzi to capture her shopping escapade. When Gu Jingchuan saw the reports claiming that Shun Yihan had reserved the venue for her, he would undoubtedly be furious. Although he was currently filled with regret and seeking reconciliation, she was not easily appeased. She intended to teach Gu Jingchuan a lasting lesson this time. After some contemplation, she replied to Shun Yihan, "Brother Yihan, are you upset? I dozed off in the car and missed your messages. I did not mean to ignore you." Cat's grievance. The special alert tone was relatively prolonged and rang twice in succession. Lin Mo finally took notice and directly asked, "Who messaged you?" The hot pot dishes arrived swiftly, and Shun Yihan, preoccupied with cooking Lin Mo's favorite beef tripe, hardly had time to check his messages. He casually responded, "Nothing important. Just focus on whether this tripe is tender." Jiang Tang nearly gasped in disbelief. She had never witnessed the president preparing food for anyone else, let alone neglecting Li Huanyu's messages. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Shun Yihan glanced at Jiang Tang. He had been consumed by work. Aside from attending banquets, his meals were often hasty affairs. The steam from the hot pot curled around the black Buddhist beads on Shun Yihan's wrist, adding an air of warmth and humanity to his demeanor. Jiang Tang witnessed the transformation of the Xingshan Group from a near-bankrupt real estate company into a multifaceted conglomerate within a mere span of 4 years. In those days, the real estate firm was still under the stewardship of his uncle, the president, who was known for his ruthless tactics. Jiang Tang decisively orchestrated his uncle's imprisonment without a shred of compassion, earning him the reputation of a merciless figure in the business world, often likened to a dark deity. He had always perceived himself in this light, as he carried an air of despondency. However, when it came to the woman he cherished, he exhibited an entirely contrasting fervor. It was only now that she glimpsed his tender side. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a response from Shun Yihan, Li Huanyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. The paparazzi had even called to urge her assistant for updates. Shun Yihan was merely a devoted admirer, yet he dared to act aloof. Her frustration mounted as she felt her chest rise and fall with agitation. She turned to her assistant. "Let us go. Tell the paparazzi to leave as well. I want to disturb you." This time, the reply came swiftly. "I'm not angry, just dealing with some matters." Transferring 100,000. E.M. Sore, Huanyu. "I'll accompany you next time." Upon reading these 3 messages, Li Huanyu scoffed and chose to ignore them. Was 100,000 meant to placate her? Absolutely not. As long as she refused to accept it, Shun Yihan would likely offer even more. This was his usual tactic. She would assess his sincerity before deciding whether to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, observing Shun Yihan as sudden transfer of 100,000, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Why not spend that sum on something worthwhile like gold? She took a deep breath, reminding herself not to be too harsh on her dear brother. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, Lin Mo smiled at Shun Yihan, leaving him puzzled. She aimed to maintain his dignity in front of her assistant and refrained from elaborating, striding ahead with confidence. She should have borrowed some money from the security guard to buy a 7 Wolves jacket. Shun Yihan looked at Jiang Tang, seeking clarity. What did she mean? The all-capable assistant Jiang Tang scratched his nose, uncertain, only knowing that Fei Yangyang fancied Mei Yangyang, while Mei Yangyang had a soft spot for Shi Yangyang. Shun Yihan's expression hardened. "So?" Jiang Tang smiled. "So she's likely calling you a sycophant." Having said that, he dared not meet Shun Yihan's gaze and hurried after Lin Mo. "Xiao Mo, wait for me." Shun Yihan thought to himself, this misunderstanding is quite significant. How could he possibly be a sycophant? Lin Mo, adhering to the belief that her brother's money would eventually be spent by the heroine, if not by her, purchased the latest and most expensive smartphone from them all. They browsed through the high-end stores until their arms were laden with shopping bags. And only then did Lin Mo's mood begin to lift. Unbeknownst to her, the paparazzo summoned by Li Huanyu was preparing to leave when he spotted Shun Yihan shopping with another girl, instantly captivated. The camera shutter clicked incessantly, capturing the scene. Shun Yihan had always garnered significant online attention, being both handsome and affluent, with a ruthless and unyielding disposition, adorned with Buddhist beads. He is dubbed the Buddha of the capital circle. Recently, he has stirred rumors with the rising star Li Huanyu, generating immense online traffic. Numerous netizens have taken to shipping him with Li Huanyu, initially summoned today to capture some sweet moments for the fans. Seasoned paparazzi are acutely aware that pure sweetness pales in comparison to the allure of sharp intrigue. The Buddha of the capital circle has cast aside his delicate flower for a new flame, and the lavish wealth has descended upon him like a deluge, as the paparazzo, masquerading as a mall janitor, revels in the chaos. However, due to Shun Yihan's proximity to the girl, accompanied by a special assistant, the paparazzi struggled to capture a clear face, only managing a side profile and a silhouette. Yet, even these images, shared online by 7 o'clock that evening, ignited a trending frenzy. Shun Yihan accompanies mysterious beauty on shopping spree, spending millions. Shun Yihan are now history, the Buddha of the capital circle's new flame, inside a moving custom gray Rolls Royce. Jin Yang glanced at his phone, curling his lip as he turned to his boss, Mr. Xia. That Shun Yihan is at it again with the rumors. He seems utterly entranced by women lately. Should we consider scaling back our investments in Xingshan Group? Their quarterly report indicates a downward trend in revenue. It remains a mystery what attracted their boss to Xingshan Group. Since Shun Yihan's ascension, he had consistently invested to expand his business empire. The man seated in the right side of the car, clad in a pristine white suit, boasted an exquisitely handsome face framed by silver-rimmed glasses, resembling an ethereal being untouched by worldly dust, exuding an air of unattainable elegance. Yet, a small brown mole adorned the tip of his nose, the streetlights outside casting flickering shadows across his face, adding an enticing allure. Appearing somewhat fatigued, he removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking languidly. Which starlet is it this time? Jin Yang shook his head, tapping his fingertip to enlarge the photograph. While the online sources lacked clarity, the side profile and silhouette undeniably belonged to a striking beauty. Xie Guanyin held his glasses in one hand, casually glancing at Jin Yang's phone screen, where 3 figures appeared. The tall Shun Yihan, his hand adorned with Buddhist beads, grasped 5 shopping bags, while his assistant, tall and poised, also carried several bags. Xie Guanyin's gaze instantaneously locked onto the girl between them, her side profile exquisitely beautiful, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Despite the absence of identifiable features, in that single glance, the world seemed to vanish. His breath caught, and he could only hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Jin Yang's phone was snatched from his hand. He was taken aback and turned to his boss, only to find his pupils quaking in shock. He had never witnessed the lofty and ethereal boss exhibit such an infatuated and fervent gaze. Chapter 004. How was the villa sold? After indulging in a delightful dinner, Lin Mo and her companions returned to Shun Yihan's residence. During the journey, Jiang Tang seized the opportunity to discuss various work-related matters with Shun Yihan. Lin Mo gazed curiously out the window at the transformed landscape of Jingbei. A decade had passed, and the changes were profound. Many places were unrecognizable to her. Being somewhat directionally challenged, she found herself puzzled as the car came to a halt in front of the villa. Furrowing her brows, Lin Mo inquired, "Have you completely renovated the family villa?" The previous villa, adorned with a garden and a grand fountain at the entrance, now stood solitary, resembling a silent giant. Shun Yihan retrieved items from the car, his tone somewhat somber as he replied, "No, this is my newly purchased villa." Lin Montak, reflecting on his status as a domineering CEO, questioned, "What about the previous villa? Is it now occupied by the third brother?" "No," he replied, his expression darkening. "That villa has already been sold." Shun Yihan's demeanor shifted as he suggested, "I will call the third brother later to inform him of your return." As the villa doors swung open, Lin Mo was greeted by a minimalist, cold aesthetic, void of furniture. It felt vast and solemn. "Is the third brother currently in Jingbei?" Lin Mo asked. Shun Yihan placed the items in the living room, responding, "No, he is abroad on a concert tour." Lin Mo blinked. "Then please refrain from mentioning my return to him. I would want him to abandon his concert and rush back. We can discuss it when he returns. After all, he is already a controversial figure." Such an incident would only expedite his fanbase's decline. Shen Yihan did not press further. In their childhood, the three brothers had always vied for their sister's attention, with the third brother being the most vivacious, consistently bringing joy to her heart. Now, with only him as her servant, he could truly shine. All right, I understand. How did the villa end up being sold? Lin Mo flopped onto the sofa, reverting to her original query. Her dream had provided only a vague overview. She remained oblivious to many details present in the novel. At that moment, Jiang Tang received a phone call, excusing himself with, "President Shun, I need to take this call." Shen Yihan nodded and settled into the sofa, his fingers absent-mindedly fiddling with a string of prayer beads. "After you left, our uncle seized control of the family business. When it teetered on the brink of bankruptcy due to poor management, he approached me, pleading for assistance in running the company. At that time, there was not a single penny in the company's account, and it was burdened with significant debts. I had no choice. Sister, I am sorry." Shen Yihan lifted his gaze to meet Lin Mo's, guilt etched in his eyes and a dull ache in his heart. "It is my failure to safeguard our home." Their parents had tragically passed away when Lin Mo was merely 14. At that time, their uncle, accompanied by a throng of individuals, attempted to evict them from the villa. Yet Lin Mo always devised a means to thwart them until they dared not return. The situation with the company mirrored this. The uncle sought to usurp power. A young girl, scarcely in her teenage years, was thrust into negotiations with a group of shareholders averaging in their 40s. No one knew what she said to them, yet they were convinced of her capabilities, ultimately electing her as CEO to manage the company. At that time, the company's performance, though not comparable to the flourishing days of their parents, still surpassed that of similar enterprises by a significant margin. However, everything changed after the tragic accident that claimed the life of his sister. He lost everything. Lin Mo, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, gently patted Shen Yihan's shoulder and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? You are doing remarkably well. Although we had a part with the family villa, it is still quite spacious." For her, the passage of 11 years felt like the blink of an eye. Yet, for her younger brother, those 11 years had been laden with countless experiences. Feeling the weight of the moment upon his shoulders and gazing into the familiar, shimmering smile in his sister's eyes, Shen Yihan lowered his head. He did not feel remarkable at all. In fact, he felt woefully inadequate. The warmth of tears welled in his eyes, and a single droplet fell onto the leather sofa, illuminated by the overhead light. Shen Yihan discreetly wiped away the tear with his finger and said, "Get some rest, sister. If you need anything, let Jiang Tang handle it. Tomorrow, he can take you to get your ID sorted. Here, take my card and feel free to use it." As he offered her a sleek black credit card, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wealth brings opportunities," she exclaimed. "This younger brother of mine is truly impressive. With money, everything becomes manageable." Lin Mo was unaware of the specific events that transpired over the years, but had learned from her dreams that their fourth brother had gone missing during his childhood. Now, he was in his final year of high school, neglecting his studies to engage in fights. He had even injured the male lead's academically gifted brother, resulting in hospitalization and ultimately incarceration. While she lacked details, Lin Mo believed that by focusing on the male lead's accomplished brother, she could eventually find their fourth brother. She noticed Shen Yihan's subtle gestures, understanding the guilt he carried. Standing up, she affectionately ruffled his hair, only to find it stiffened with hairspray. Shen Yihan looked up, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. He had styled his hair specifically to meet Li Huanyu today. Lin Mo feigned nonchalance, retracting her hand behind her back. "Don't be disheartened. On the way back, I stumbled upon details of the accident from years ago and saw news about our fourth brother's disappearance. This is not your fault. Your sister is back, and I will surely find him. Rest assured." Shen Yihan felt an inexplicable trust in her words as he gazed into Lin Mo's sparkling eyes. His sister would bring their fourth brother back, just as she had once reassured them. With her presence, no one could bully them. Lin Mo possessed an inner strength that radiated like the sun. The shadows in Shen Yihan's eyes gradually lifted. He obediently nodded. "All right, Lin Mo then took her 5,000 yuan set of pajamas and the undergarments Jiang Tang had purchased for her and headed to the bathroom for a long overdue shower. It had been nearly 11 years since she last bathed, and she was drenched in sweat. Jiang Tang, who had been monitoring the situation within the villa, entered the room. Though she had not recalled the name of the esteemed president's sister before, the mention of Lin Mo triggered memories from her past. Back in 2014, when she was only 14 and in the second year of junior high, she had set her sights on Beijing No. 1 high school for her entrance exams, making her quite invested in the school's affairs. In that year, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jingbei hailed from Jingbei No. 1 high school. Lin Mo had initially been granted a direct admission to Tsinghua, but graciously declined the offer, allowing another deserving candidate to take her place. This act of selflessness quickly became widely known. Even more prevalent was the tale of her fierce rivalry with the school's heartthrob, as they vied for the top rank in every examination. While students at other institutions might indulge in imagining the pair as a romantic couple, at Jingbei No. 1, the atmosphere was charged with bets on whether the school beauty or the school prince would emerge victorious in their academic duel. Their encounters were devoid of any romantic sentiment. Instead, they were filled with an intense desire to outdo one another. As the final examination of high school loomed, an event of monumental significance, many placed their bets, including members of the community, despite the school's explicit prohibitions. Rumor had it that even the teachers could not resist partaking in the clandestine wagers. Ultimately, Lin Mo triumphed by a narrow margin of 1 point over her rival, who secured a commendable second place in the city and also gained admission to Tsinghua University. People speculated that this fierce competition would persist in their university years. However, during the summer break, a shocking incident captured the attention of Jingbei. Lin Mo, the top scorer, was reported to have crashed her car through the guardrail of an overpass, plunging into the river below. The local police conducted an extensive month-long search, recovering only the vehicle. With no sign of her body, given the swift current of the river, the presumption of her demise seemed inevitable. A month later, the Jingbei police officially declared Lin Mo dead, prompting Tsinghua University to issue a statement of condolence. This news was a source of profound sorrow for many, who felt that fate had been unkind to such a promising talent. On the day of the announcement, the overpass was adorned with chrysanthemums as countless individuals came to pay their respects. Little did they know, Lin Mo was very much alive. Jiang Tang, intrigued by the unfolding events, pondered the situation. Lin Mo appeared unchanged, both in appearance and intellect, as if time had stood still for her. She arrived alone, with nothing to her name. Yet Jiang Tang understood that their relationship did not extend to discussing such matters. Her inquiries would tread into forbidden territory. Regardless of the circumstances, what mattered most was that she had returned. "Mr. Shun, I shall assist Lin Mo in making her bed," Jiang Tang declared. "The villa often employed a housekeeper. You should head back early. I can manage it myself." Jiang Tang was taken aback. "Mr. Shun, you can make a bed?" Shun Han shot her a sidelong glance. "I am quite adept at bed making. Thank you very much. I used to do it for my sister." A hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Jiang Tang chuckled softly. "That is quite impressive." The villa boasted numerous guest rooms, yet Shun Han chose to offer the master suite to Lin Mo, equipping it with a brand new set of linens, while he retreated to a guest room. Lin Mo made herself at home, showered, and lay in bed, using her phone to research the changes that had transpired in society over the past 11 years. In truth, not much had altered. The world had simply become more digital and interconnected, with the rise of short videos and live streaming. After perusing information for a while, she scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon trending topics featuring herself and Shun Han. Typically, executives like him seldom followed entertainment news. Such updates were relayed to him by his assistants and secretaries. Lin Mo narrowed her peach blossom eyes and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Tang. The WeChat account she logged into was a secondary account belonging to Shun Han, as she was unable to register her own due to lacking an identification card. As the clock struck 11, Lin Mo felt no inclination to sleep and continued to engage with her phone. This distraction persisted until the hour hand reached 1 in the morning, at which point she finally began to feel drowsy and closed her eyes. 30 minutes later, she reopened her eyes and shifted her position in bed. An hour passed before she turned again in her slumber. After 2 hours, she found herself sprawled on the floor. 3 hours later, her eyes were as wide as lanterns staring at the ceiling. Alas, her insomnia had returned. Unlike her previous residents, sleep eluded her entirely. This ailment had plagued her for quite some time, causing her to commute daily during high school, reliant on a driver to transport her home for rest. Unable to bear it any longer, at 4 in the morning, Lin Mo began scrolling through short videos. By some unknown recommendation mechanism, she stumbled upon numerous marketing accounts proclaiming Shen Yihan to be the Buddha of the capital circle. Feeling a bit parched, she stepped out to pour herself a glass of water when suddenly she heard Shen Yihan's phone ringing from the adjacent guest room. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could it be? Was the Buddha of the capital circle rising at 4 in the morning? However, it did not seem to be an alarm. She heard a hoarse voice uttering a greeting from within the room. Curiosity piqued. Lin Mo wondered who could be calling the Buddha of the capital circle at such an early hour. Chapter 005. Sleep Disorders on this night. Lin Mo was not the only one struggling to find slumber. Li Huanyu was also tossing and turning in her bed, unable to sleep. She had come across the trending news surrounding Shen Yihan. Initially, she presumed that Shen Yihan's mention of having matters to attend to pertain to significant corporate affairs. To her astonishment, it turned out that his matters involved accompanying another woman for a shopping excursion. No wonder she had not received that sum of 100,000 yuan. He had not transferred any additional funds either. It seemed he found a new love. But how could that be? He had always expressed such fondness for her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she sent a WeChat message to Shen Yihan. Brother Yihan, did you go out shopping with someone else today? Upon receiving her message, Shen Yihan did not respond, for he had succumbed to the embrace of sleep. His sleep quality had always been excellent, allowing him to drift into slumber effortlessly. However, the shrill ring of his phone at 4 o'clock in the morning abruptly roused him. Turning over in bed, he extended his long arm to retrieve his phone from the nightstand. The screen illuminated with an unfamiliar number. Shen Yihan had a habit of answering calls from unknown numbers, as he had initially provided his number in a missing person notice. However, due to the influx of harassing calls, he had since switched to Jiang Tang's number. Jiang Tang, too, had been inundated with such calls and had changed numbers several times over the past 2 years. If any useful information was acquired, it would be verified and reported back to Jiang Tang, who would then relay it to him. Nevertheless, his own number had remained unchanged. It was possible that someone had come across the long-ago notice and decided to call. Propped up in bed, Shen Yihan answered the call with a raspy voice, "Hello?" After a moment of silence, a deep, emotionless voice inquired, "I'm looking for Lin Mo. Is she there?" Shen Yihan furrowed his brow. "Who are you? What business do you have with Lin Mo? She just returned. Who seeks her out at this ungodly hour?" Beep, beep, beep. The caller hung up without further ado. Shen Yihan, perplexed, attempted to return the call, but there was no answer. In the darkness, his expression grew somber, and the remnants of sleep faded. He opened WeChat to check for messages and noticed the one from Li Huanyu, furrowing his brow once more. Had she seen him shopping with Lin Mo? That seemed unlikely. If she had witnessed such a sight, she would have inquired at that moment rather than at this late hour. A new suspicion arose within him as he opened the trending news and understood the situation. Apparently, paparazzi had captured them. He rarely scrolled through Weibo or watched short videos. Jiang Tang would summarize any pertinent news regarding him. Why hadn't she mentioned it today? Had she not seen it? It was far too late to ask Jiang Tang now. His thoughts drifted back to the earlier phone call. He toyed with the black Buddhist beads on his wrist. Was it an acquaintance of Lin Mo's from the past who recognized her from the trending news and called to inquire? But why at 4 in the morning? And why not answer when he attempted to call back? Could it possibly be Gu Jingxuan? After all, Gu Jingxuan had pursued Lin Mo for 3 years, and it was quite plausible he could recognize her from a side profile or silhouette. This individual is not only fickle in affection, but also exploits the charming words of others to cultivate popularity, revealing a character of questionable integrity. It seems that my sister harbors feelings for him. Hence, he must prevent Gu Jingxuan from further contact with her. Shen Yihan felt a flicker of irritation and promptly blocked the number that had just called. He intended to respond to Li Huanyu, but reconsidered, thinking she might have already fallen asleep. Sending a message at such a late hour could disturb her rest. Thus, Shen Yihan chose silence, setting his phone aside and drifting back into slumber. Lin Mo, despite her curiosity about who had called her younger brother in the dead of night, refrained from eavesdropping on his phone conversation. Instead, she ventured to the living room for a glass of water, opting not to return to her room. Sleep eluded her, and she made her way to the second-floor balcony, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the sky. At 4 in the morning, the tranquility of Jingbei resembled that of a slumbering dragon. The overcast sky rendered visibility low, preventing her from noticing a vehicle parked by the roadside outside the villa. Within the car, a pair of eyes fixated on her with an unsettling intensity. The air was cool, tinged faintly with the scent of blood, and a wave of pain coursed through his palms. Yet, the handsome man wore an expression of exhilaration. The veins at his temples throbbed, not in a grotesque manner, but with a captivating, otherworldly allure. Lin Mo had truly returned. This was no mere dream. Upon seeing her profile in a photograph, Xie Guanyin instructed his assistant to exit the vehicle and drove himself to Shen Yihan's residence. As Shen Yihan's investor, acquiring his address posed little challenge. The villa's gates stood resolutely closed, obscuring the interior from view, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of anxiety and impatience. Reason and emotion waged a relentless battle within him. Rationality insisted he was mistaken, that Lin Mo had perished 11 years past. Yet, his emotions and racing heart insisted that the woman in the photograph was indeed Lin Mo. Shen Yihan was Lin Mo's brother, making it entirely plausible for him to accompany her on outings. But how could that be? How could a person presumed dead for 11 years possibly reappear? This internal conflict tormented him, leaving him feeling as if he were on the brink of death. He yearned for confirmation, but found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He could not simply storm into Shen Yihan's villa, fearing he might frighten Lin Mo, or, worse, discover that he had been mistaken yet again, only to face another disappointment. Over the past 11 years, he had often misidentified others as Lin Mo. When he found Shen Yihan's number and made the call, the conversation confirmed his suspicions. Lin Mo was indeed present. Had she not been, he would have been met with Shen Yihan's disdain, perhaps even accusations of insanity, or told that Lin Mo had long since passed. Instead, upon hanging up, he gazed once more at the villa. On the second-floor balcony, a faint, indistinct silhouette emerged. His heart felt as if it were clenched by an unseen force, nearly bursting with exhilaration. The face he had seen countless times in his dreams was now within mere proximity, less than 50 meters away. A wave of immense excitement threatened to overwhelm him entirely, until he used a small knife from the car to cut into his palm. The sharp sting jolted him into sobriety and restraint, affirming that this was not a dream. It was real. The scholarly man, cloaked in darkness and adorned with silver-framed glasses, fixated his fervent and obsessive gaze upon the balcony of the villa's second floor, meticulously sketching the figure of a young girl in his mind. Even after her silhouette vanished from view, his eyes remained steadfastly locked on the villa. Perhaps she might emerge again, perhaps. Suddenly struck by a thought, the handsome man furrowed his brow. Was she suffering from sleep disorder? Poor Shan Shan. Another thought crossed his mind, and he adjusted his glasses with a single finger, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, remarkably handsome. Sister, what is the cause of those dark circles under your eyes? Early in the morning, Shen Yihan was nearly startled by Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat at the dining table, consuming the breakfast Jiang Tang had brought over. Her voice weary as she explained that she had been unable to sleep the previous night and had only managed to doze off briefly at 5 in the morning. At that moment, Shen Yihan recalled Lin Mo's sleep troubles and took a seat at the table. Why not purchase a bed like the one from years ago? Lin Mo shook her head. That one tea help. It's mainly about the environment. Do you know who bought our villa? Lin Mo affectionately leaned against Jiang Tang's shoulder, thanking her with a bright, "Thank you, Jiang Tang." Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed slightly. Initially, she had presumed that a school belle and academic achiever would exude a certain aloofness, But to her surprise, Lin Mo's vibrant and cheerful personality was utterly charming. She peeled an egg for Lin Mo before beginning to recount Shen Yihan's schedule for the day. Upon finishing, Shen Yihan inquired, "Are you aware of what transpired on Weibo yesterday?" Jiang Tang glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, her expression cool as she regarded Shen Yihan. "The matter on Weibo is something I instructed Jiang Tang to disregard." Chapter 006. No sleeping allowed. Upon observing Lin Mo's expression, Shen Yihan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His sister rarely adopted a serious demeanor, and when she did, it was quite intimidating. He toyed with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. "Sister, are you aware of my situation with Huan Yu?" Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically. "In today's digital age, is it really that difficult to know? I scroll through Douyin, and 7 out of 10 videos discuss you and Li Huan Yu, while the remaining 3 talk about her and Gu Jingchuan." Shen Yihan marveled at his sister's adaptability. She truly lived up to her reputation. He then clarified, "Gu Jingchuan has always been a notorious playboy, morally bankrupt." Lin Mo tilted her head. "Do you think there is any chance that Li Huan Yu has genuinely dated him?" Shen Yihan shook his head vehemently. "Absolutely not. Don't listen to what those marketing accounts say." He understood his younger brother's steadfast nature. Once he formed an opinion, it was nearly impossible to sway him with mere words. She smiled. "All right then, Wang Baochuan woke up this morning to find her ranking had dropped." Shen Yihan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Lin Mo took a sip of milk. "It's nothing. Regardless, you cannot afford to act out like you did yesterday. Have you considered the financial and reputational losses that could incur?" Shen Yihan absorbed her words as if they were water, a principle ingrained in him. "I understand. It won't happen again." Lin Mo tapped her fingers on the table. "Did Li Huan Yu message you last night?" Shen Yihan replied, "She did. She still cares about you," Lin Mo said, extending her hand. Without hesitation, Shen Yihan handed his phone to her, believing there was nothing private that his sister could not see. Scrolling through the chat history, the most frequent messages featured Yihan Gij, portraying Li Huan Yu as innocent and obedient, yet her demeanor was skillfully ambiguous, adept at maintaining boundaries. Last night, she had sent a message, "Yihan Gij, are you out shopping with someone else today?" Shen Yihan had replied that morning, "That's my sister. Don't read too much into it, Huan Yu." The other party did not respond. Lin Mo pondered how it was possible that a paparazzo happened to be at the mall yesterday. If the paparazzo had been following Li Huan Yu, why had she not entered the mall? How could they have captured photos of her and Shen Yihan together? It was quite plausible that Li Huan Yu had orchestrated the paparazzo's presence, waiting in the mall ahead of time, while she had not entered. The paparazzo had certainly seen Shen Yihan and her shopping together. Shen Yihan himself garnered attention, and not capturing that would have been a missed opportunity. Perhaps Li Huan Yu intended to use this revelation to provoke Gu Jingchuan. Lin Mo's long, curled eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her eyelids as her fingers gently tapped the table twice. Yesterday's attempt had been unsuccessful, yet perhaps fortune would favor her next time. She set down Shen Yihan's phone and inquired, "Do you hold a fondness for Li Huan Yu?" Shen Yihan pondered for a brief moment before replying, "Yes. I met her during a dinner gathering. She is a pure-hearted and self-reliant young woman." Curious, Lin Mo pressed further. "What leads you to conclude she possesses such admirable qualities?" Shen Yihan reflected and explained, "At that gathering, many sought to ingratiate themselves with me by raising toasts, yet she refrained, indicating her disinterest in taking shortcuts." Lin Mo understood. It seems last night's trending topic may have unsettled her. Why not reserve a restaurant for her this evening as a gesture of apology? Shen Yihan's dark eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Really? Sister, you do not oppose my budding relationship with Huan Yu?" Lin Mo shrugged. "As long as your pursuits do not hinder your financial endeavors, I have no objections. A man of your stature should indeed embrace romance." A radiant smile graced Shen Yihan's lips, enhancing his strikingly handsome visage. "Jiang Tang, you shall handle this matter." Thus, Lin Mo spent her morning securing her identification. Awaiting news from Jiang Tang in the afternoon, she marveled at Jiang Tang's capabilities. Not only was she managing Shen Yihan's professional affairs, but also attending to his personal matters. The second was to assist in uncovering which high school Gu Jingchuan's younger brother attended. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, Jiang Tang responded with the information. Gu Jingchuan's younger brother is named Gu Jingzhou, and he studies at Jingbei No. 1 High School. The restaurant reserved for tonight is called Mi Yu, and the appointment with Miss Li is set for 7:30. Xiao Mo, will you be joining us tonight? Lin Mo couldn't help but admire Jiang Tang's efficiency. The name Mi Yu suggested a meticulously chosen venue. She replied, "Thank you, Jiang Tang. I will not be attending this evening." Jiang Tang quickly followed up, "Understood. By the way, I discovered that the current resident of your family's villa is named Xie Guanyin." Upon seeing the name Xie Guanyin, Lin Mo's enchanting eyes narrowed momentarily. She had nearly forgotten about this long-standing rival from her past. How curious that the villa now belonged to him. One might say they shared an intriguing fate. She wondered how he was faring these days, presumably quite well. Exiting WeChat, Lin Mo opened her browser and typed in the name Xie Guanyin. The visage of a striking man soon appeared on her screen. He still sported silver-framed glasses, and the small tea-colored mole on his nose remained captivating. Time had transformed him from a youthful figure she once knew into an elegant and distinguished man. Delving deeper into his profile, she discovered that he was now the head of SS Capital, the largest investment firm in Asia. SS Capital evolved from a technology company. Possessing a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, nearly every profitable enterprise in the market bears its influence. Lin Mo was not particularly astonished. In their school days, Xie Guanyin occasionally usurped her position as the top student. With such intellect, success in any endeavor seemed inevitable. Overall, this year, Xie Guanyin, at the age of 29, boasts a fortune in the billions, while she, at merely 18, has yet to achieve anything of note. Lin Mo chuckled bitterly, pondering if melancholy were a form of talent. Nevertheless, after all these years, he ought to have grown less disdainful of her, right? A modest villa would surely be trivial for him. He would likely sell it to her. Lin Mo felt uncertain, but chose not to dwell on it. One step at a time. First, she needed to catch the paparazzi. Later, she would approach Xie Guanyin about the possibility of purchasing the villa. As evening approached, at 7:30, outside the Mi Yu restaurant, a paparazzo lurked in the greenery, exposing a toothy grin. Initially, he intended to capture images from his vehicle, but Li Huanyu insisted that photos taken inside the car were too blurry. She demanded high definition. Stunning shots. Thus, he found himself concealed amidst the foliage. Yesterday, Shun Han appeared to have found a new romantic interest, and today, he was seen sweetly dating Li Huanyu, rekindling old flames. This would undoubtedly trend on social media. The allure of fame was effortlessly grasped. Upon seeing a black Bentley come to a halt, Shun Han emerged, clad in a sleek black suit and adorned with prayer beads. Just as the paparazzo prepared to snap a photo, he felt a hand patting his shoulder. "Hey, you can't sleep here." Chapter 007. Has the ruthless path been altered? The paparazzo jolted in surprise, nearly dropping his camera. He turned to see a girl wearing a mask and a cap, also holding a camera. A fellow paparazzo? He queried, furrowing his brow. The girl flashed a grin. "Indeed. Brother, make some room for me to hide." It was rare for him to encounter a female paparazzo. He was more accustomed to female fans. However, this mattered little to him as he replied, "No way. You should find another place to hide." The girl frowned and scrutinized him. "You weren't summoned by Li Huanyu, were you?" The paparazzo was taken aback. "What? You were called by Li Huanyu? How could she summon two paparazzi?" The girl crouched down, her eyes sparkling. "You captured yesterday's mall event, didn't you?" "I regret leaving." The paparazzo was further astonished. "You were there yesterday, too? What on earth is Li Huanyu plotting? If both paparazzi captured the same event, it wouldn't be exclusive enough." The girl's eyes narrowed playfully. "As long as there's money to be made, it doesn't matter." "How much did Li Huanyu pay you today?" Irritated, the paparazzo replied bluntly, 30,000. This was merely a portion of the payment. The subsequent traffic would be more lucrative. The girl widened her eyes, then responded, "Oh." Noticing her expression, he squinted. "What does "oh" mean? How much did Li Huanyu give you?" She chuckled. "I assure you, I received more than you did. You're out of luck." It is intolerable for a man to hear he is inadequate. He stood up in anger. "Did Li Huanyu say I am inadequate?" The girl shrugged. "Well, I received 100,000. The paparazzo felt insulted, just as he spotted Li Huanyu descending from the van. He stormed over, fuming. Lin Mo, having achieved her objective, took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shunihan. Hurried to the entrance, their a surprise. They were at a popular upscale restaurant. After Li Huanyu stepped out of the car, she glanced around. Only a few vehicles were parked at the entrance. A satisfied smile crept on her lips. The feeling of having the venue to herself was delightful. As her high heels clicked against the ground, Li Huanyu walked gracefully forward. The evening breeze lifted her long hair, and she subtly raised her chin, knowing this angle would capture her most exquisite photo. The paparazzo must have already arrived. She had worried for nothing last night, discovering that the girl was Shun Yihan's sister. It was likely not a biological sister, as he had never mentioned her. Yet, she was certain of Shun Yihan's deep affection for her. Suddenly, a figure darted toward her, startling Li Huanyu. "Who are you?" The infuriated paparazzo raised his camera. "I'm one of the paparazzi you summoned today. Why did you pay me 30,000 while giving others 100,000? Li Huanyu furrowed her delicate brows. "What are you talking about? My assistant would not call two paparazzi." Fuming, the paparazzo retorted, "You can't deny it. I encountered the other female paparazzo right there." "Wait, where's she?" Looking back, he found no one in the greenery. However, at the restaurant entrance, a tall figure stood, exuding an imposing presence. Li Huanyu soon noticed him, her heart racing as she shot a glare at the paparazzo and hurriedly approached Shunihan. "Brother Yihan, why are you here?" Shunihan stood there, his expression dark and brooding. As Li Huanyu drew closer, she sensed a disconcerting aura emanating from him. In a soft whisper, she said, "Brother Yihan." He saw Li Huanyu conversing with a man in a cap wielding a camera. This particular attire was familiar to him, paparazzi, though not entrenched in the entertainment industry. He had recently experienced its trappings, frequently being pursued by photographers. He initially assumed the paparazzi were trailing Li Huanyu, only to realize she had summoned him herself. Shun Yihan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed intently on Li Huanyu, the black beads on his wrist accentuating the light at the entrance. Li Huanyu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, her scalp tingling. "Brother Yihan, She surmised that he had overheard her conversation with the paparazzo. What a coincidence. Her thoughts raced as she bit her lip, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Brother Yihan, I confess I did call the paparazzi. I just wanted some publicity. It would help me secure better roles. I've used you, Brother Yihan. I'm sorry." She was merely an ambitious girl. The coldness surrounding Shun Yihan began to dissipate. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from his sister. "She just wants to provoke Gu Jingchuan." His sister was still nearby? Shun Yihan glanced around but saw no one, until he tilted his head and caught sight of a fair, delicate face peeking from behind the crooked tree at the entrance. Shun Yihan's lips twitched slightly, and he lowered his head to reply, "Sister, that shouldn't be the case, right?" Lin Mo rolled her eyes dramatically from her perch in the tree. It must be said that Li Huanyu was indeed beautiful, dressed in a white dress. Her slender figure evoked a strong protective instinct. Shun Yihan sent another message. "Why are you nearby?" Lin Mo, unable to admit she had come specifically, replied, "Just out for a stroll. I'm leaving now, goodbye." The infatuation of love-struck minds is not easily corrected. Lin Mo was honest. Shun Yihan frowned. "Leaving? Let's eat together." Lin Mo responded. "Do I look like a third wheel? I have plans." Shun Yihan pressed. "What plans?" Lin Mo replied, "I'm going to check on that villa. I found out who the owner is, and I'm going to ask if he is selling it." Shun Yihan insisted. "I'll go with you." Meanwhile, Li Huanyu was on the verge of tears, yet she realized no one was paying attention to her plight. Shun Yihan was engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Who could possibly be on the other end? She leaned in to sneak a glance and saw a contact with the intriguing username, "Understanding Life Through 4 Marriages." Li Huanyu was at a loss, wiped her tears, and gently called out, "Brother Yihan." Shun Yihan lifted his head and gazed at Li Huanyu, stating, "I understand. Let's leave it at that for today. I have matters to attend to." Li Huanyu's eyes widened, her voice faltering. "What? You have something else to do?" Shun Yihan furrowed his brows slightly. Li Huanyu swallowed hard and reiterated, "What I mean is, Brother Yihan, are you not having dinner?" Skipping dinner is not good for your stomach. Shen Yihan comprehended Li Huanyu's concern, and a faint smile flickered across his cold visage. If you are hungry, then go ahead and eat. I am not. The matter regarding his sister's sleep must be resolved promptly. With that, Shen Yihan turned and departed, as if resolute about some decision. Li Huanyu remained rooted to the spot. While not far away, the paparazzo was similarly taken aback. Previously, he had observed Shen Yihan's evident care for Li Huanyu. Had the aloof Buddha of the capital circle truly altered his path? Chapter 008. How about this one? Xie Guanyin inquired of his assistant, Jin Yang. Jin Yang numbly cast a glance at the garment. It seemed acceptable. Good heavens, this was already the 25th white suit. As a straightforward man, he truly could not discern the distinctions among these 25 white suits. The eyewear was no different, either silver or gold. The styles appeared almost identical. Moreover, there was no significant occasion tonight. What on earth was his boss up to? He had already showered 5 times. Well, I understand now. You may head back. It's time to clock out. Xie Guanyin issued the dismissal. Upon hearing the words clock out, the workers felt invigorated. Jin Yang felt no attachment. Grabbing his bag and departing, "All right, Mr. Xie. See you tomorrow." The entire villa compound fell into tranquility. Xie Guanyin stood before the mirror, inspecting his visage. He had shaved, groomed his brows, washed his hair, and donned new glasses. Excellent. He appeared immaculate and pristine. He yearned to take another shower, having perspired slightly while changing. It would be unfortunate if Lin Mo caught a whiff of it. However, glancing at his wrist, he noted the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mo could arrive at any moment. He must remain perpetually prepared. His assistant had informed him earlier that Shen Yihan's aide was investigating who currently resided in this villa, just as he surmised at dawn. Her sleep disorder necessitated her presence in this house to find rest. Lin Mo might visit the villa today. Thus, Xie Guanyin had spent the entire day working from home. Awaiting Lin Montag. This villa community was nestled halfway up the mountain, and this was the first residence. Each time a vehicle traversed the mountain path, Xie Guanyin felt his heart race as he peered through the cloakroom window. At that moment, a vehicle's headlights pierced the darkness of the dimly lit mountain road, gradually approaching. Xie Guanyin's breathing quickened involuntarily. He loosened his tie, only to tighten it again the next second. Long legs paced restlessly within the house, his palms perspiring. Trickling down to the wound on his palm from the previous night, a myriad of painful sensations flooding in. Could this be Lin Mo arriving? Could it be? Ding dong. Lin Mo pressed the doorbell of the villa. Shen Yihan stood beside her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Is it really Xie Guanyin? She asked. I'm not certain. Lin Mo replied with a shrug. The information was provided by Sister Jiangtang. Shen Yihan rotated the Buddhist beads on his wrist. Noting that this villa had depreciated in value, with few inhabitants left, the affluent had relocated. A figure like Xie Guanyin ought not to reside in such an antiquated villa. He had often wished to invite Xie Guanyin to dinner, yet Xie Guanyin had never acquiesced, suggesting any issues be discussed with the project lead instead. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of successful investments he had made. If he accepted every dinner invitation, he would hardly have time to work. He recalled the last time he had seen Xie Guanyin was on the overpass the day his sister was declared deceased. Many had gathered that day, and he too was present. A slender, refined face betrayed no discernible expression. He merely stood there, his gaze slightly vacant. He had heard whispers of the long-standing rivalry between Xie Guanyin and his sister. Perhaps he felt a sense of camaraderie in their mutual understanding. Today marked a reunion of old adversaries. Surely, the other party would consider their long-awaited encounter and agree to sell the villa to them. He was prepared to offer a higher price. The doorbell rang for quite some time without a response. Lin Mo pressed it again. The villa's lights were on, indicating someone was home. Ding dong. This time, footsteps could be heard approaching swiftly from within. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man resembling a butler. Good day. Whom do you seek? Lin Mo replied politely. Hello, I am looking for Xie Guanyin. Is he at home? The butler inquired. You are seeking our master. May I ask who you are? Lin Mo pondered momentarily before stating. Just tell him I am an old classmate. I have an urgent matter to discuss. After a sleepless night, Lin Mo felt somewhat lightheaded. The butler scrutinized the two of them and said, "Very well, I shall inform him." The door was closed once more. Lin Mo couldn't help but critique. Xie Guanyin is quite the pretender now. Shen Yihan felt a twitch in his eyelids, but refrained from responding. There could be surveillance cameras at the entrance. What his sister said might not be without consequence. He dared not speak carelessly, lest their next quarter's investments be jeopardized. At their current stage, business resembled a snowball, perpetually requiring venture capital. Before long, the butler emerged again. "Please come in." Lin Mo and Shen Yihan followed the butler inside. The villa boasted a garden spanning an acre, its illumination dimmed by night, yet still revealing the meticulous care bestowed upon it by the owners. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma of flowers and greenery, refreshing to the senses. It must be said, Xie Guanyin had nurtured this garden remarkably well. During Lin Mo's previous residence, the garden had been filled solely with fruit trees, as she had a penchant for fruits. She had once purchased a cherry tree, which bore hawthorn fruit the following year. The next year, she bought another cherry tree, which again produced hawthorn fruit in its third year. Infuriated, she reported both vendors. The grand fountain at the entrance remained, its lights reflecting upon the flowing water, creating an enchanting beauty. Upon entering, Lin Mo felt an immediate sense of relaxation wash over her, akin to returning home. After all, in her timeline, just 2 days prior, she had still been residing in this villa. They navigated around the fountain and entered the living room. The butler announced, "Sir, your guests have arrived." From the upper staircase came a soft, melodious voice. Good. Lin Mo looked up to behold a handsome man clad in a white suit, his high-bridged, nose adorned with silver-framed glasses. He appeared as if descended from the celestial realm, exuding an aura of grace and unattainability. As he descended, his long legs strode with poise, and a small mole on his nose danced lightly with the shifting light, captivating in its charm. "Hello, old classmate. May I ask your name?" The man spoke with a languid ease, effortlessly emanating the air of a person in a position of authority. The youthful vitality of his student days had completely faded away. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon Shen Yihan. Feeling a moment of awkwardness, Shen Yihan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Mr. Xie, I am not your classmate. My sister is." It seemed that the man only then noticed the young girl beside him. He glanced over, adjusting his glasses with a single finger. "Sister?" In the dim morning light, the clarity of his vision faltered, and it was only now that he recognized how remarkably youthful Lin Mo appeared, unchanged since her 18-year-old self. Her hairstyle, hair length, eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth, all were identical. Shen Yihan chuckled softly, clarifying, "Well, she merely looks young. She is actually my sister." It was necessary to present it this way. He could hardly divulge that his sister had traversed time from 11 years ago. Lin Mo had not anticipated that her longtime rival had completely forgotten her. However, upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. After all, 11 years had passed, and this individual had led an extraordinarily vibrant life. Rising from nothing to become a billionaire, he could easily pen a novel of 1,000,000 words about his experiences. Before arriving, Lin Mo had managed her expectations, so she did not feel disappointed at this moment. Though her head spun uncomfortably, she stepped forward with a radiant smile. "Hello, I am Lin Mo. You may not remember me, but you must recall the college entrance examination of 2014. I was the top student, and you were second in the city." Xie Guanyin. Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "So it was you, my sister." With such a revelation, who could possibly forget? This was likely one of the rare occasions in Xie Guanyin's life that he had come in second place. Yet, would such a memory sway Xie Guanyin to agree to sell the villa? The usually stoic figure of the capital S elite had a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if grappling with the recollection. A glimmer of laughter sparkled in Xie Guanyin's eyes, dissipating the confusion within and masking the burgeoning intensity of his emotions. Just as he prepared to utter a response, the strikingly beautiful girl suddenly leaned forward, collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 009. Who believes whom is a fool, suddenly enveloped in warmth. Xie Guanyin found himself momentarily paralyzed. As if struck by a jolt of electricity, his mind a complete blank. He watched helplessly as the young woman, Shen's face grazed his chest, her body beginning to slide away. Just as he reached out, she was abruptly pulled from his embrace. Shen Yihan steadied Lin Mo, his brow furrowed in concern. "Sister, what is wrong?" As Lin Mo was straightened, her consciousness began to return. She shook her head groggily. "I'm fine. I just haven't slept for a day and a night. I'm simply exhausted." Shen Yihan exhaled, his worry easing, and turned to Xie Guanyin, apologizing. "Mr. Xie, I'm sorry. My sister suffered from severe sleep disturbances. She didn't sleep at all last night and accidentally bumped into you just now. One might think she was attempting to feign an accident." Yet, Xie Guanyin embodied the gentlemanly demeanor of legend, remaining utterly unaffected by the beauty that had fallen into his arms. Over the years, there had been no whispers of women gracing his side, and rumors in the Beijing business circles suggested he preferred the company of men. Shen Yihan, previously skeptical, now found himself inclined to believe it. Moreover, his sister had been adored throughout high school, so to have her as a rival, one must indeed possess no interest in women. Lin Mo took a moment to realize the extent of her embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Come on, body, hold it together." Lifting her head, she forced a sheepish smile. "Yes, I came here today regarding this matter." Still tinged with an electric sensation, Xie Guanyin turned to conceal his emotions and suggested they sit down to converse. The living room was adorned with a set of pure green leather sofas. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. "Xie Guanyin, you didn't throw this set away." As he settled onto the sofa, folding his long legs, he adjusted his clothing nonchalantly. "It remains usable," he replied lazily. "What's the matter?" Taking a seat on the familiar couch, Lin Mo ran her hand over it, noting its excellent maintenance. "I had this set custom-made in France at a great expense." She was surprised that despite his immense wealth, her rival still upheld the virtue of frugality. She recalled that during high school, his family seemed rather modest, with uniforms often faded from washing. The distance between them was now less than a meter. Xie Guanyin controlled his gaze and breath, his tone deliberately neutral. "Was this villa previously your family's?" Lin Mo nodded. "Yes. I came to see you because I wish to buy this villa back." She gestured to her dark circles. "As you can see, I look like a panda. You surely wouldn't want to witness an old classmate collapse, would you?" Her fingers pointed to her eyes, her expression a blend of clarity and fatigue. She didn't wish to resort to emotional manipulation, but desperation compelled her. During high school, in an effort to save time, she had attempted to board at school, going 3 days without sleep, ultimately collapsing in class and being rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Xie Guanyin had already noticed the faint shadows beneath her eyes, glancing at her once more before quickly averting his gaze to the glass coffee table. "I'm afraid I currently have no intention of selling this villa." The black Buddhist beads on his wrist hanging down. At this moment, he spoke. "Mr. Xie, the price is negotiable. If we had alternative methods, we would not trouble you at your doorstep. The villa's location is rather poor, and few reside here now, lacking any vibrancy of life. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shen Yihan, the president of the Xingshan Group. We are currently developing a high-end villa area, which you may have heard of. I can reserve the penthouse for you, larger than this villa, styled in the Suzhou garden fashion, covering 10 acres. What do you think?" Lin Mo glanced at her younger brother and silently gave him a thumbs up. At a crucial moment, he indeed proved to be remarkably effective. Whether it be money or property, there would surely be something to satisfy Xie Guanyin. The butler stood by, utterly astonished. This villa's market price is at most 200 million. The high-end villas newly developed by Xingshan are known to start at no less than 1 billion. Who would refuse such an offer? "I apologize, but I have no intention of selling," Xie Guanyin replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he declined. The butler was left speechless. "What is the reason?" Xie Guanyin's throat felt dry as he sipped from the teacup on the table, his Adam's apple moving sensually as he spoke with a faint smile. "What reason?" The handsome man possessed deep, glazed eyes, obscured by his glasses, making it impossible to discern the emotions lurking beneath. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then understood. His adversary was inquiring about the reason he deemed non-negotiable. Indeed, he was not in need of money. To him, wealth was merely a figure. no longer influencing the quality of his life. He remained unchanged from years past. Though appearing refined and gentle, he was, in essence, difficult to approach. He would avert his gaze upon making eye contact, as if he loathed her presence. It was understandable. Only one could hold the top position in their year. Noticing the girl's somewhat dazed expression, Xie Guanyan's gaze lingered on her a moment longer. Then he adjusted his glasses with one hand and lowered his eyes. I am accustomed to living here. I do not wish to relocate. Shun Yihan instinctively fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist with his left hand. His brow furrowed. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Problems that money could not resolve were genuinely difficult to tackle. He looked toward his sister. Lin Mo was equally perplexed. Xie Guanyin could have chosen not to provide a reason, yet he had graciously done so. This rationale was quite compelling. If he had grown accustomed to living there, he would be reluctant to sell. Inherently proud, Lin Mo felt no sense of inferiority when facing her accomplished adversary. Her proposition to buy back the house was made casually, considering she was willing to offer more money. However, she now realized it was not so simple. She was the one seeking assistance. Thus her demeanor needed to be more humble. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes subtly shifted as she moved a little closer to her sworn enemy, initiating a conversation. Xie Guanyan, I suspect you have completely forgotten who I am. I was in a car accident years ago, and now I have miraculously returned to life. Are you curious about how this came to be? After all, it has been 11 years since we last met, and it is only fitting that we engage in some casual banter before discussing matters of importance. Perhaps she was being overly eager. The intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the young girl filled Xie Guanyan's senses, accelerating his heartbeat and causing his ears to flush with warmth, his breath turning fervent. This was the closest they had been in this lifetime. He found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the girl's face, watching her delicate, rosy lips part and close, her pink tongue faintly visible. He could not hear her words. A singular thought consumed him. How he wished to kiss her. A shadowy impulse surfaced, prompting Xie Guanyin to clench his fist, his fingertips digging into the wound of his palm. The pain jolting him back to reality as he averted his gaze and merely replied, Engaging in conversation requires a reciprocal exchange. Lin Mo posed her question, but the man's response was remarkably tepid, a simple as if to convey indifference. Feeling awkward, Lin Mo rubbed her nose and continued. In light of our history as old classmates, I shall not deceive you. I have traversed here from 11 years ago. Do you believe me? Shun Yihan's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom that his sister would so nonchalantly reveal her time-traveling tale. He had not even mentioned it to Jiang Tang. The butler, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, thinking to himself how this girl had a penchant for fanciful tales. Believing her time-traveling story was akin to believing he was Qin Shi Huang. Who would be foolish enough to accept such a claim? I believe you, Xie Guanyin replied with a gentle smile. The butler. Chapter 010. The wonders of the world. Lin Mo believed that revealing some of her secrets could foster a sense of closeness with others. Moreover, such fantastical tales were unlikely to be taken seriously by the average person. She could provide proof, such as her unchanged appearance and vivid memories from high school. By helping Xie Guanyin reminisce about the past, perhaps he would soften. To her surprise, he did not adhere to the expected norms and simply stated, I believe you. This left her questioning whether her rival was intentionally opposing her. With a smile, Lin Mo continued, Thus I have a deep emotional connection to this villa, having resided here just the other day. Could you, considering our former camaraderie as classmates, sell it to me? The handsome man turned to face her, still exuding a gentle and refined demeanor, and resolutely replied, No. This young man was impervious to persuasion. Indeed, any notion of camaraderie between rivals was merely a fabrication. There was no sentiment to speak of. Desperate, Lin Mo resorted to her final tactic, clasping her hands together in a gesture of supplication. I beg you, Xie handsome. Xie, sir, Xie great one. Rivals are typically proud, and she had never envisioned herself bowing before Xie Guanyin. Yet, circumstances had rendered her vulnerable. The striking young woman, with her beseeching, doe-like eyes, exuded an endearing charm that would soften the heart of anyone who beheld her. Xie Guanyin felt a flutter in his heart, his hand casually resting on the sofa, sinking into the cushions. He struggled to suppress the urge to nod in agreement, ultimately shaking his head. If he consented to sell, he would lose any legitimate excuse to see her again. Lin Mo collapsed onto the sofa, her fists pounding the air in frustration. This is unbearable. Xie Guanyin. Shen Yihan. Shen Yihan found it amusing, but recognized the inappropriateness of the moment. He should not laugh, as the issue concerning his sister remained unresolved. He fiddled with the beads on his wrist and cleared his throat. Sister, this is not your home. We must maintain our decorum. Lin Mo straightened up from the sofa, adjusted her hair, and took a deep breath. So, Xie Guanyin, would you consider renting me a room? Specifically, the bedroom I previously occupied. This could be a temporary arrangement while I consult a doctor about my sleep disorder. After 11 years, medical advancements should have improved. The handsome man's brow arched slightly as he adjusted his glasses, concealing his excitement. Rent you a room? Shen Yihan's dark eyes glimmered, finding this proposal feasible. He felt uneasy at the thought of his sister sharing space with another man. However, considering that Xie Guanyin was predominantly attracted to men, this was reassuring. Truly, he had never witnessed his sister plead in such a manner before. If she were to implore him similarly, he would willingly give her anything. Yet, Xie Guanyin remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering. He was indeed a stubborn man. Mr. Xie, I will communicate with the occupants of the neighboring villa to purchase it. This way, my sister can spend her days at home. Until the acquisition is complete, I will personally escort her each day, ensuring her only stays here at night, so as not to disturb you. Seeing that Xie Guanyin did not immediately refuse, Lin Mo quickly echoed her second brother. Yes, yes, I won't disturb your normal life. You need not worry. If you wish to bring your girlfriend home, you may simply introduce me as your family's aunt. Disturbing his normal life? Quite the contrary, he would welcome it. Xie Guanyin lifted his gaze, concealing the darkness within, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Very well. The butler was genuinely taken aback. To refuse the sale of the house, yet consent to its rental? Wasn't he the gentleman known for his severe cleanliness? They did not even allow the servants to reside in this villa. All were required to find accommodations elsewhere. Upon hearing Xie Guanyin's agreement to the rental, Lin Mo joyfully leapt up, revealing a slender, fair waist. All right, then it's settled. You may discuss the rent with my brother. I shall retire to my room upstairs. At that moment, Lin Mo's head felt muddled, and she sensed that if she did not rest soon, she might collapse. Without waiting for Xie Guanyin and Shen Yihan to respond, the girl sprinted up the stairs, her long hair trailing gracefully behind her, perfuming the air with a delightful fragrance. Xie Guanyin took a discreet, deep breath. The butler quickly inquired, Mr. Xie, should I escort her to the guest room? Xie Guanyin waved his hand. You may attend to your duties. She is more familiar with the place than you. She had lived in this villa for 18 years, in an expansive living room. Only Shen Yihan and Xie Guanyin remained. Shen Yihan swallowed hard, took a sip of the water the butler had prepared, and finally spoke, Mr. Xie, thank you for your willingness to rent us the house. The monthly rent is 100,000. Does that seem reasonable to you? Xie Guanyin's expression softened as he adjusted his glasses with a single finger and smiled. Shen Yihan, is it? There is no need for such an amount. A token sum will suffice. It would be far more beneficial for you to manage your company well than to pay me 100,000. Shen Yihan was momentarily stunned, then touched his nose with his hand adorned with black prayer beads. Mr. Xie, your insight is indeed correct. When conversing among wise individuals, a mere hint suffices. This statement struck him like a bell. It seemed that his recent tabloid exploit had indeed made quite the stir, even reaching Mr. Xie's ears. Investors are invariably attentive to the movements of the companies they support. Otherwise, how would they discern whether to increase or decrease their investments in the coming quarter? Shen Yihan felt an acute embarrassment akin to being caught daydreaming in class, his head nearly bowing in shame. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Xie Guanyin softly spoke. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may depart. Shen Yihan raised his head, mustering the courage to meet Xie Guanyin's gaze. Mr. Xie, I entrust my sister to your care. You may have spoken in jest, but she truly has traveled through time. Such an extraordinary claim was difficult for Shan Yihan to articulate, especially when faced with Xie Guanyan's gentle yet unattainable visage. His sister possessed an extraordinary heart. Xie Guanyan, with fingers as delicate as jade, picked up his teacup, his eyes flickering slightly. He indeed believed her. For aside from the notion of time travel, there was no other explanation for Lin Mo's unchanged appearance, not even a split end in her hair. The world is filled with wonders. Xie Guanyan chuckled softly. Indeed, the capacity for acceptance that distinguishes a true leader is remarkable. Shen Yihan smiled, then recalled something else, saying, "There's another matter I would like to bring to your attention." Xie Guanyan looked at him, inquiring, "What is it?" Shen Yihan pondered for a moment before articulating. Before her unexpected journey, my sister was in a romantic relationship with Gu Jingchuan, the current acclaimed film emperor. Given her unforeseen transition, she undoubtedly still harbors feelings for him. If you happen to watch television, I kindly request that you refrain from viewing any dramas featuring Gu Jingchuan, aware that the esteemed individual likely does not watch television often. Shen Yihan felt it prudent to provide this precautionary advice, hoping to mitigate any potential sorrow his sister might experience. Xie Guanyan's expression darkened almost instantaneously, his fingers gripping the teacup, turning pale, the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. He lowered his gaze, and when he lifted it again, his demeanor had returned to its usual gentle and refined state. "Very well, I understand. Chapter 011, I shall inquire shortly." Lin Mo had indulged in a refreshing slumber, not even having the time to wash away the remnants of fatigue. Upon awakening, she turned over in bed, only to discover that the entire room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Groggily, Lin Mo pondered whether the room was equipped with smart home technology, which automatically drew the curtains upon sensing its occupant's slumber. With her alabaster arm emerging from the covers, she groped around for her phone, finally locating it on the pillow, its surface pleasantly cool to the touch. She illuminated the screen to reveal the time, 16:01. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes widened in astonishment. Had she truly slept until 4 in the afternoon the following day? Several messages awaited her on WeChat. Jing Quan Fozi, the clothes I bought yesterday have been delivered to the villa. If you need anything else, have Jiang Tang procure it. I will expedite the purchase of the neighboring villa. Call me if necessary. Mr. Xie is also my investor. He is quite amiable and has no interest in women, so you need not worry about his intentions. Awakening to such unexpected revelations caused Lin Mo's eyes to sparkle with intrigue. She had never harbored concerns regarding Xie Guanyan's intentions. She trusted his character and believed that mutual disdain was the only sentiment shared between them. After all, last night, when she found herself in his company, he had not offered her even a modicum of assistance. "Sie hun understood life? Sie Guanyan likes men." Is that true? Please elaborate. It was no wonder that his romantic history was absent from encyclopedic entries. Shen Yihan responded almost instantaneously, "Sister, you've finally awakened. I was on the verge of calling for an ambulance." Lin Mo replied, "Let us discuss matters of importance." Shen Yihan continued, "It's merely speculation based on rumors and my observations from last night. I cannot confirm anything. I only mention it to put your mind at ease." Lin Mo frowned. "You should not conjecture about someone's sexual orientation without evidence. It is unbecoming." Shen Yihan conceded, "I see my error." Lin Mo resolved, "I will inquire directly." Shen Yihan expressed confusion. Lin Mo deemed it perfectly reasonable to ascertain the sexual orientation of her adversary, considering they were uncertain of their cohabitation duration. It was prudent to prepare herself for the possibility of him bringing home a male companion. Disregarding Shen Yihan, she set her phone aside, raked her fingers through her tousled hair, and descended from the bed. With both hands, she drew open the curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to flood the room, instinctively raising her arm to shield her eyes. After a few seconds of adjustment, she gazed outside, where a splendid day awaited, blue skies adorned with fluffy clouds. The garden was truly enchanting, filled with a plethora of seasonal blooms. Vivid clusters of rosy-hued roses were particularly striking, with a gardener meticulously tending to the branches. Stretching her arms high above her head, she yawned and turned to survey the room. Exhausted the previous night, she had effortlessly navigated to her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep immediately. Now, she observed that the room bore little resemblance to her previous accommodations. Immaculately clean, it retained the French-inspired decor she had once adored. The bedding was a refreshing shade of green, soft and inviting. It appeared that Xie Guanyin had repurposed this space as a standard guest room. As she opened the door to exit, she noticed that the door to the opposite room stood ajar, revealing a glimpse of a white figure within. Lin Mo approached and knocked on the door. Xie Guanyin did not go to work today? This room, once a study, still served as such. The handsome man, clad in a fitted white shirt, showcased his well-defined arms. He was focused on his computer, seemingly engaged in work. Upon hearing the voice, Xie Guanyin turned, his warm gaze landing on the young girl. Her enchanting, sleepy peach blossom eyes were still hazy from sleep, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, a few rebellious strands standing upright atop her head, exuding an adorable charm. Even after having gazed at her all night long, he found himself yearning for more. 11 years had passed, and no one knew how much he longed for her. I finished work early today, he replied with a gentle smile. Lin Mo strolled inside casually, only to notice the faint dark circles under the man's eyes, suggesting he hadn't rested well. It must be said his smile was truly captivating. The small brown mole on his high nose glimmered, embodying a beautiful blend of restraint and indulgence. In high school, she had never noticed, as her focus was solely on her studies. Oh, where are the clothes my second brother brought for me? I want to take a shower. Xie Guanyin regarded her calmly. Your aunt should have organized them and placed them in the wardrobe. Lin Mo smiled. The aunt is quite thoughtful. By the way, do you prefer men or women? The sudden shift in conversation caught Xie Guanyin off guard, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Mo blinked. It's nothing. I'm quite open-minded. I just wanted to ask so I can be mentally prepared. If you were to bring a big man home, I wouldn't want to be startled. The girl was always candid and straightforward, and Xie Guanyin understood her well. Women, he adjusted his glasses and replied. Lin Mo, curious, pressed on, then why haven't you dated anyone in all these years? You're practically an old man nearing 30. Xie Guanyin replied. There is no need to be so blunt. I simply haven't encountered the right one. He paused for a second before continuing. Lin Mo shrugged. All right then, I'm off to take a shower. After her refreshing shower, Lin Mo felt rejuvenated. Grabbing her phone, she noticed a WeChat message from her second brother. I've arrived at the villa gate to pick you up for dinner. Lin Mo replied, coming. Exiting the room, she saw Xie Guanyin still working in the study. She peeked in to greet him. Xie Guanyin, my second brother, is here to take me for dinner. I'll be back later. Remember to leave the door open for me. Xie Guanyin's eyes slightly dimmed, yet his expression remained warm and refined. Add me on WeChat, and let me know when you return. Standing at the doorway, Lin Mo responded, all right, please share your phone number. After adding him on WeChat, she waved, I'm off. As she disappeared from view, Xie Guanyin stood up. He walked to the door and noticed her slender figure vanish at the stairway. He approached the opposite room, which was still ajar, and peered out the window. The girl's silhouette was delicate and beautiful, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, swaying gently in the breeze. Radiating vitality, a man dressed in a black suit, adorned with prayer beads, exited his vehicle and opened the door, allowing the girl to step inside. The Bentley glided smoothly along the mountain road, gradually fading from view. Xie Guanyin, with his distinctly knuckled hands, drew the curtains closed. He strode towards the door, firmly shutting it behind him. As he returned, he removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, shedding his suit jacket and shoes. With a single hand, he tossed aside the covers and reclined upon the bed. His tall, elegant figure sank into the mattress, and he inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering fragrance of the young girl on the pillow. He closed his eyes, his long, thick lashes fluttering. It was only at this moment that he felt the tangible presence of the girl he had so longed for returning to him. How intoxicatingly fragrant. Chapter 012. The sparkling with the promotional events for the film recently concluded, Li Huanyu found herself with a considerable amount of free time. She ventured out to capture a series of casual photographs for her Weibo account. Upon returning to the van, she opened her phone. Several WeChat messages awaited her. Yet none were from Shunihan. He had departed the previous evening without a word of explanation, leaving her in a state of anger. Though she refrained from reaching out to inquire, choosing instead to wait for his apology. However, it never came. Shin Yi-han seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. What could possibly be the matter? It felt as though his affections had shifted away from her. What could he possibly be occupied with these days? As the president of a large corporation, she was well aware of Shun Yi-han's demanding schedule. Yet in the past, no matter how busy he was, he would send her numerous messages throughout the day. Whenever she had something on her mind, he would be the first to arrive or address the issue at hand. Li Huanyu's slender fingers tightened around her phone as she took a deep breath and opened their chat interface. She typed, "Brother Yi-han, do you have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." This was her first time taking the initiative to invite him, and she was certain he would agree. Just then, a new message popped up on her screen, drawing her attention. It was from Gu Jingchuan. "Baby, would you like to have dinner together tonight? I've made reservations at your favorite restaurant." A smile crept onto Li Huanyu's lips, but she chose not to reply. It is only in losing something that one learns to cherish it. She had yet to cool off. A familiar ringtone echoed as Shun Yi-han, having just parked the car and stepped out, glanced at his phone. His brow furrowed slightly. He typed back, "I can't tonight. I'm having dinner with my sister." Li Huanyu quickly responded, "That's all right. I can invite your sister to join us for dinner." Shun Yi-han looked up at his sister emerging from the passenger seat, hesitating over whether to suggest that Huanyu join them. His sister seemed to harbor some misunderstandings about Huanyu. If she spent some time with her, she would undoubtedly realize what a wonderful girl Huanyu truly was. They were at an expansive high-end shopping mall, with the car parked in the underground garage. Just as Shun Yi-han was about to speak, he noticed his sister gazing intently at an advertisement. The man featured on the billboard was strikingly handsome, with slick-back hair and a charming smile that revealed his teeth. Shun Yi-han's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he that Gu Jingchuan? This clothing brand was indeed endorsed by him, and even the parking garage bore witness to his promotional images. Shun Yi-han instinctively fiddled with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Perhaps it was best to refrain from inviting Huanyu over. After all, his sister had just gone through a breakup, and bringing Huanyu along might only exacerbate her feelings. Moreover, Huanyu had once been part of a publicity stunt with Gu Jingchuan, albeit a fabricated one, which made the situation even more delicate. Without informing Lin Mo, he lowered his head and typed, "No need. Let us plan for another dinner sometime." The moment Li Huanyu received the message, her expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Shun Yi-han had actually declined her invitation. Clenching her teeth, she wondered if it truly was his sister that was the issue. What could possibly prevent her from meeting the sister? She was eager to make her acquaintance. "Sister, the restaurant is just up the elevator over there." Shun Yi-han tugged at Lin Mo, preventing her from continuing to gaze at the billboard. Lin Mo shifted her attention away, feeling a twinge of regret. 11 years had passed, and Gu Jingchuan had changed considerably. He had become rather unkempt, and his hair had thinned. Goodness, she now somewhat regretted agreeing to date him. She hadn't even enjoyed a single day of romance, yet the shadows of that past lingered. Sitting in the barbecue restaurant, Lin Mo felt a persistent gloom, pondering whether anyone besides her brother remembered that affair. Shun Yi-han was focused on grilling meat for her, though his expression was far from cheerful. It was evident that her sister still harbored feelings for Gu Jingchuan. To divert her sister's attention, Shun Yi-han inquired, "Sister, have you asked Mr. Xie about his sexual orientation?" Her sister was indeed her sister. There were only a handful of people in the entire Jingbei who would dare to directly question Xie Guanyin about such matters. Certainly, he was not among them. Lin Mo stuffed a piece of lettuce in her mouth, followed by several large chunks of pork belly, and only after finishing did she reply, "I asked him. He said he likes women." Shun Yi-han was somewhat taken aback. Women? Countless socialites from affluent families in Jingbei had pursued him, yet he remained indifferent. Lin Mo, with a piece of fragrant beef wrapped in lettuce, recounted, "He said he hasn't met the right one." Shun Yi-han flipped the beef tongue over, nodding in agreement. Indeed, for someone of his stature, the criteria for a partner would undoubtedly be exceedingly high. Few could measure up to him. "Sister, what do you think of him?" Lin Mo furrowed her brow and playfully tapped Shun Yi-han on the head. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I pursue him? Stop being ridiculous." Shun Yi-han undoubtedly wished for his sister to find love, but the fixation on Gu Jingchuan was a futile endeavor. The best way to forget a past relationship was to embark on a new one. Xie Guanyin was far superior to Gu Jingchuan, at the very least. He was a gentleman. It's not about chasing. You might as well try to discover his merits. The essence of his suggestion was to redirect her focus away from Gu Jingchuan. I'm too busy for that. I have too much on my plate. I'm preoccupied with finding my younger brother and preparing to repeat my senior year to retake the university entrance examination and further my studies. 11 years have passed. Qingda will certainly not recognize the scores from back then. It would hurt to retake a year. It's the perfect opportunity to guide my younger brother onto the right path. Upon hearing this, Shen Yihan's expression darkened. His sister was unwilling to allow herself to develop feelings for someone new, seeking solace in her busyness. Repeating his senior year was exhausting, and with the family's current affluence, was further education truly necessary? As he spoke, he placed a perfectly grilled tender beef tongue into Lin Mo's bowl. Lin Mo shook her head, asserting, I want to study. I have my own life plans. Although this world resembled a novel, for those living within it, it constituted their genuine lives. With Xie Guanyin being so accomplished, could she afford to squander her potential? She had initially applied to Qingda's finance program, but now Lin Mo contemplated reevaluating her options. Human beings are products of their times. As the era shifts, so too must her plans evolve. There was no rush. She could take her time to consider. The immediate priority was to locate her younger brother and ascertain which school he was attending. The male protagonist's brother was at Yizhong, but that did not necessarily imply her younger brother was there as well. School bullies do not confine their brawls to their own institutions. Tomorrow, I shall visit one high school to ascertain the situation. Which high school would you like to attend? I can arrange it for you. Shen Yihan refrained from further comment. Once his sister made a decision, it was immutable. Perhaps numbing oneself is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in her desire to reclaim control over her life. At merely 18 years of age, her journey is still long and unwritten. I will notify you accordingly. Lin Mo savored a tender slice of beef tongue, narrowing her eyes in delight. The aroma was intoxicating. Rest early tonight. I will have Jiang Tang come to pick you up in the morning, Shen Yihan instructed. Ensure the car is parked properly in front of the villa. Understood. Lin Mo replied as she exited the vehicle, clutching a large bag of snacks procured during her outing with the esteemed figure from the Jing Circle. Oh, and please give some thought to my words. It might be worthwhile to explore the merits of Xie Guanyin, Shen Yihan added. Balancing multiple tasks while diverting attention is the most prudent approach. Lin Mo rolled her eyes at him. Jing Circle figure, you are such a nag. Shen Yihan then opened his phone to send a WeChat message to Xie Guanyin. I'm back. Please open the door. As the clock struck 11, Lin Mo pondered whether Xie Guanyin had retired for the night. After a minute of silence with no response, she resorted to making a voice call. The phone rang for quite some time before connecting, revealing a voice tinged with hoarseness. The man's voice was undeniably alluring, yet Lin Mo was taken aback. How did you know my nickname? Chapter 013. Rising at 5 to brew chicken soup, an unheard experience. From a young age, Lin Mo was enchanted by all things that shimmered, gold, diamonds, and the stars in the sky. Coupled with her striking beauty, resembling a porcelain doll, and her charming personality, she radiated brilliance wherever she went. Consequently, her parents affectionately nicknamed her Shan Shan. This endearing name was known only to her family. Her younger brothers seldom used it, reserving it for their parents to call her. Lin Mo could scarcely recall the last time she had heard that name, and if one were to trace the timeline, it had been a span of 15 years. Hearing those two syllables suddenly caused her heart to skip a beat. How did Xie Guanyin come to know? Your nickname is Shan Shan? His voice was much clearer now, regaining its usual refined warmth. Lin Mo furrowed her brows. Huh? Were you not calling me? As Xie Guanyin answered the call, he rose from his bed, suppressing his hurried breaths while tidying the sheets. He had merely intended to bask in the lingering essence of Shan Shan, but unexpectedly, fatigue had overtaken him. He had spent the previous night in wakefulness, and the same had befallen him last night. He could not resist the pull of slumber. He was disgracefully shameless, just as he had been in the past. In the haze of sleep, upon receiving Shan Shan's call, he instinctively uttered her cherished nickname, a name he had kept hidden in his heart for over 20 years without ever daring to speak it aloud in her presence. The pain from his fingers digging into the wound in his palm jolted him back to some semblance of clarity. He should not be here. It was a profound disrespect towards her. Moreover, he could not allow her to uncover the dark thoughts that had long plagued him, for that would surely frighten her. His mind raced, and he replied, "I am currently in a video conference. One of my subordinate's daughters is also named Shan Shan, and I was merely greeting her." Lin Mo blinked. "You are still working at this hour? You are quite the model employee, Xie." She mused how Xie Guanyin could possibly know such a nickname. It seemed implausible. It could not have been Shun Yihan who revealed it. He could be verbose. Yet he maintained a sense of propriety. "Ah, I see. I shall come over now," Xie Guanyin responded. "What nickname?" Shun Yihan inquired, standing nearby with a puzzled expression. Lin Mo hung up the phone and shook her head. "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Xie Guanyin was greeting his subordinate's daughter, and I mistakenly thought he was calling me. Shun Yihan raised an eyebrow, casually twirling the beads on his wrist. "What a coincidence. You seem quite fated with Xie Guanyin." Lin Mo kicked him playfully. "Hurry and leave." A few minutes later, the ornate door of the villa swung open, revealing a man clad in a white shirt. He still wore his silver-rimmed glasses, and the top button of his shirt was fastened, exuding an air of refined restraint, akin to the rarest blossom atop a snow-capped peak. Shun Yihan quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Xie, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Next time, I shall ensure to bring my sister back earlier." Xie Guanyin maintained a gentle demeanor. "It's quite all right. I have yet to retire for the night." Lin Mo entered with a bag of snacks, casting another glare at Shun Yihan. "Be careful on your way back." The grand door slowly closed, and the path from the entrance to the living room was somewhat lengthy, winding through the garden. Xie Guanyin followed closely behind her, his shadow enveloping her entirely. Lin Mo suddenly realized how tall he was. "How did you grow so tall?" She turned to look at him. Under the moonlight, the man's features were deep and striking, exuding a subtly aloof and ascetic aura. The small brown mole on the tip of his nose was particularly alluring. Lin Mo inexplicably recalled Shun Yihan's words, urging her to discover Xie Guanyin's merits. In truth, she had already identified one. Xie Guanyin was quite striking. His demeanor was so noble and refined that even when he wore a smile, he still conveyed an air of distant exclusivity. There was a compelling allure in wanting to see him vulnerable and emotionally ensnared. "You're not short either," the man said gently. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and lifted her chin, resembling a proud peacock. "Well, you must know that I'm only 18 this year. I am still growing, and I can get taller." Xie Guanyin's glassy eyes, shrouded in the soft moonlight, fixated on her intently. The garden bloomed with vibrant flowers, yet before her, they all seemed to pale in comparison. In high spirits, Lin Mo entered the villa, placing the snacks in the living room. "Xie Guanyin, feel free to eat these snacks if you want. Don't be polite." With that, she dashed upstairs. Xie Guanyin watched her retreating figure, the glimmer in his eyes dimming behind his glasses, as his fingertips pressed into the wound on his palm. Shan Shan had shared snacks with him, yet he had disrespected her. He truly deserved his fate. Upon entering her room, Lin Mo took a shower and lay down on her bed. She suddenly noticed that the blanket was still warm. What material is this blanket made of to retain heat so well? She didn't dwell on it for long, and, after playing on her phone for a while, drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Mo woke up quite early, around 8 o'clock. After freshening up, she descended to the first floor and was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. She hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. There stood a tall man in an apron, his exquisite hands wielding a spoon. The apron was black, contrasting sharply with his white shirt, cinching at his narrow waist, an undeniably attractive sight. Lin Mo felt an inexplicable warmth in her gaze and quickly averted her eyes, noticing the golden chicken soup simmering in the pot. Instantly, her mouth watered and she tapped Xie Guanyin on the shoulder. "Mr. Xie, are you having such nourishing food so early in the morning?" Xie Guanyin's body stiffened momentarily before he turned to her, his voice cultured and pleasant. "The housekeeper made chicken soup yesterday. I'm preparing chicken soup noodles." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. "I wonder if your tenant, Lin Mo, is worthy of a bowl of chicken soup noodles?" For the sake of good food, Lin Mo was unashamed. She adored chicken soup noodles, often delivered to her by Gu Jingchuan during her senior year. Of course, Xie Guanyin replied amiably, his beautiful glassy eyes peering at her through his glasses. The housekeeper, standing at the kitchen door, twitched his lips. He had not prepared any chicken soup the previous day. This is the chicken soup that Xie Guanyin prepared at 5 in the morning. Rising at such an hour to brew soup is truly unprecedented. At last, he has come to understand that his esteemed gentleman holds a fondness for this young lady. Oh, why are you the one cooking? Is there no chef at home? Lin Mo observed as Xie Guanyin placed the noodles into the pot. With a butler already in place, it seems illogical to lack a chef, does it not? The chef had prior engagements this morning, Xie Guanyin replied gently. The butler's lips twitched in response. What prior engagement? Clearly, you have forced him to take the morning off. Early that day, he had received a frantic call from Chef Li, who lamented what he had done wrong to warrant being dismissed by his employer. It is well known that the salary here far exceeds that of other establishments, and the work is considerably less demanding. Chef Li felt as if the sky were about to fall upon him. After finishing a generous bowl of chicken noodle soup, Lin Mo gave Xie Guanyin a thumbs up, exclaiming that his culinary skills were quite impressive. Remarkably, it evoked a familiar taste reminiscent of the chicken noodle soup Gu Jingchuan had brought her, nearly identical in flavor. As a wealthy heir, Gu Jingchuan would undoubtedly not have prepared it himself. It must have been crafted by the family chef. Chapter 014, he holds affection for his alma mater. Jiang Tang sent a WeChat message stating she had arrived at the entrance. Lin Mo returned the bowl to the kitchen, waved goodbye to Xie Guanyin, and said, I'm leaving now, goodbye. The butler also bid farewell, goodbye, take care on your way. The young girl's smile was radiant and lively, her voice melodious. The butler momentarily stood stunned before breaking into a warm smile, responding, goodbye, travel safely. My goodness, this young lady is truly charming. Upon entering the car, Jiang Tang handed over a lunchbox. President Shun asked me to bring you breakfast. Eat it on the way if you're hungry. Lin Mo shook her head. I've already eaten. Jiang Tang expressed surprise. What did you eat? Did you have breakfast with Mr. Xie? Many in Jingbei respectfully referred to Xie Guanyin as Mr. Xie, not only for his status as a leading figure, but also for his fervent commitment to philanthropy. His annual charitable contributions were the highest in the nation, aiding numerous students in impoverished mountainous regions and constructing several temples. Xie Guanyin had established his own charitable foundation, and Shen Yihan contributed to this foundation annually. The Buddhist beads on his wrist were acquired from one of the temples built by Xie Guanyin. Yes, Mr. Xie made it himself, and it was quite delicious. Lin Mo praised the culinary skills of her rival. A smile graced Jiang Tang's cool visage as she jested. If the classmates from our alma mater knew that the school's rivals, the belle and the beau, reside in the same villa, with the beau preparing breakfast for the belle, they would undoubtedly be astounded. One cannot deny the remarkable connection between the two. Lin Mo shook her head. Mr. Xie didn't make it specifically for me. He merely made an extra bowl. The next moment, she inquired with curiosity, Sister Jiang, do you know about my situation with Xie Guanyin? Jiang Tang, with one hand on the steering wheel, affirmed, yes, you both were legendary figures back in the day. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo sighed, resting her head against the seat, murmuring, now he is the only one. I am not. It felt as though the author of the novel had depicted her as a mere shadow. Observing the exquisite young girl with drooping brows, Jiang Tang's heart softened immensely. She reached out to pat Lin Mo's head. There's no rush. You will surely become a legendary figure in due time. It's already quite legendary that you traversed here from 11 years ago. This revelation was shared with her by Shen Yihan the previous night, leaving her utterly astonished. As he instructed her to take Lin Mo to Jingbei No. 1 High School today, stating she was to enroll in high school. With the conversation reaching this point, Shen Yihan had no reason to conceal the truth. Lin Mo nodded, clenched her fist, and exclaimed, let us go Lu Xiaokuwei. Jiang Tang laughed heartily. I don't know whether Mr. Xie still considers you a rival, but it seems you still regard him as one. Lin Mo shrugged. He is the only person in high school to challenge my top position. Before he transferred to No. 1 High School, I was in a league of my own. It's difficult not to see him as a rival. Although the gap is now immeasurable, still, one must always have dreams. Jiang Tang found herself increasingly fond of Lin Mo. She was the sole female science student in Jingbei to achieve the top score in the college entrance examination in nearly 20 years. Her essence was formidable. She never underestimated herself, innately believing she was not inferior to anyone. "I believe in you," Jiang Tang said sincerely. At the entrance of Jingbei No. 1 High School, the familiar tree-lined path remains unchanged. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. Shen Yihan has already made the necessary introductions with the school leaders. Lin Mo and Jiang Tang seamlessly enter the school premises. 11 years have passed, yet the changes here are minimal. Only a few new teaching buildings and a sports field have been added. Jiang Tang explains that these structures were donated by Xie Guanyin at a rate of roughly one building per year. Lin Mo, shielding her eyes from the sun with her delicate white hand, notices the walls of the new buildings adorned with SS. They were donated in the name of their company. It seems he holds a significant affection for his alma mater. She, however, finds little interest in this, having seen too much sorrow, and shifts her gaze to Jiang Tang, inquiring whether Gu Jingchuan's younger brother, Gu Jingzhou, is in a certain class. Jiang Tang replies, he is in Class 1, a top student, consistently ranking among the top 3 in his grade. "Let's go to Class 1. Then, Lin Mo suggests, uncertain of how to find her fourth brother through Gu Jingzhou. After all, her fourth brother, who had been lost in childhood and adopted, had changed his name. Otherwise, she could have simply searched for his original name, Shun Jinan. With so many high schools in Jingbei, it would be absurd to go to each one asking to meet their school's top student. It would likely lead to her being perceived as unhinged. Furthermore, the concept of a school tyrant is rather nebulous, often romanticized in novels. For instance, if one were to ask her who the school tyrant was when she attended, she would be at a loss. Each class had its share of mischievous students, but she could not identify a singular figure worthy of such a title. As they arrive at the entrance of Class 1, the bell signaling the end of class rings. A throng of spirited young male students, upon hearing the bell, rushes out like a herd of wild bulls. Jiang Tang instinctively positions himself in front of Lin Mo to shield her from the oncoming crowd. At 25 years old, his demeanor exudes a cool, intellectual aura. Standing in the corridor with a beautiful girl who appears to be a high school student herself attracts considerable attention. Lin Mo, however, adapts well to this atmosphere, as high school feels like a mere month ago for her. With her clear, penetrating gaze fixed on the students emerging from the classroom, she directly inquires, "Is Gu Jingzhou here? I'm looking for him." Wow, someone else looking for Gu Jingzhou. It's not another girl from a different school confessing her feelings, is it? This girl is stunning. What does Gu Jingzhou have that deserves her attention? A boy shouts, "Gu Jingzhou, there's a girl looking for you." Gu Jingzhou, engrossed in his studies, does not even raise his head. "Tell her to leave. I don't have time for this." He is perpetually busy, with little time for romantic pursuits. The boy who called out to Lin Mo offers an awkward smile. "That's just how Gu Jingzhou is. Don't be upset, miss. I'll go in and bring him out." Such a striking beauty is completely disregarded by Gu Jingzhou. In Jingbei, she would undoubtedly be considered the school beauty, and he can only lament. Lin Mo steps out from behind Jiang Tang. "It's all right. I'll go in and find him." "Jiang Tang, please wait for me outside." Jiang Tang nods, receiving a phone call just then and stepping aside to answer. Lin Mo was indeed in Class 1 back in her day, but this classroom is not the same as the one she once knew. The boy who had called out earlier follows her inside, his slightly plump figure eagerly directing her. "He is sitting over there." Lin Mo approached and took a seat on the empty chair in front of Gu Jingzhou. Her delicate, alabaster fingers tapped lightly on the desktop. "Hey," Gu Jingzhou, displaying a hint of impatience, lifted his gaze. "What do you want?" In the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes widening slightly. This girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her face exquisitely porcelain-like, with bright, captivating peach blossom eyes. Moreover, she appeared strangely familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Gu Jingzhou bore a resemblance to his brother Gu Jingchuan, possessing a certain handsomeness. Lin Mo maintained a pleasant demeanor, smiling as she inquired. I simply wanted to ask if there are any mischievous students recently creating trouble for you, whether from your school or others. This seemed a reasonable question. After all, her fourth brother's injury that led to hospitalization must have stemmed from some conflict with Gu Jingzhou. It was unlikely he had been assaulted without provocation. Gu Jingzhou, perplexed by the beautiful girl's inquiry, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, not really. Then Montag found it. Think carefully. Gu Jingzhou ruminated more deeply. Then his eyes lit up. I know who you resemble. You look like my brother's girlfriend from high school. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. That's not what I wanted you to think about, no matter how she pressed. Gu Jingzhou insisted that he had not been involved in any recent conflicts and that he was quite well-liked. Lin Mo felt slightly overwhelmed. Perhaps the narrative between Gu Jingzhou and her fourth brother had yet to unfold. All right, let us exchange WeChat. If anyone causes you trouble, please let me know via WeChat. After acquiring Gu Jingzhou's WeChat, Lin Mo exited the classroom. Gu Jingzhou gazed at Lin Mo's retreating figure, took out his phone, and captured a photograph, which he promptly sent to his brother. Brother, this girl looks just like your high school girlfriend. Chapter 15. Special attention as Jiang Tang ended the call. She noticed Lin Mo exiting the classroom. Numerous students' gazes were fixated upon her. The girl, casually sporting a high ponytail, walked calmly through the crowd's scrutiny, her hair fluttering gently, exuding an effortless charm, as though she were born to shine so brilliantly. A slightly plump boy trailed behind her, his face flushed. Summoning considerable courage, he inquired, Hey, beautiful, which school are you from? May I add you on WeChat? I'm Zhang Shua. The surrounding classmates were taken aback. Is being so overtly infatuated now the norm? Doesn't he know this beauty fancies Gu Jingzhou? Where is the morality? Where is the boundary? Where does one scan the WeChat QR code? Lin Mo contemplated declining the offer, considering the likelihood that she would never encounter this boy again. However, before she could utter a word, Zhang Shua cheerfully suggested, I can keep an eye on Gu Jingzhou for you, to see if anyone has conflicts with him. Lin Mo's peach blossom eyes brightened slightly. Although it felt a bit unethical to take advantage of his offer, he had proposed it first. She could always send him a small token of appreciation later. All right, she decided, retrieving her phone to display the WeChat QR code. Zhang Shaw, trembling with excitement, nearly dropped his phone. He had never encountered a girl as stunning as Lin Mo, resembling a character straight out of an anime. He could hardly contain himself. It felt as though someone like her could cheer herself up merely by looking at her reflection on the front camera, unlike him, who would, upon seeing his own face, feel an inexplicable surge of frustration despite initially being in good spirits. Yet, he was not merely a lovesick fool. He was a warrior of pure love. Jiang Tang, observing with a furrowed brow, held her phone. She had heard from Shun Yihan about Lin Mo and Gu Jingzhou. Shun Yihan had advised her not to mention Gu Jingzhou in Lin Mo's presence to spare her feelings. Previously, she had been puzzled by Lin Mo's interest in investigating Gu Jingzhou's brother. Now, it became clear that she sought to approach Gu Jingzhou through his sibling. After all, Gu Jingzhou was now a prominent movie star, inaccessible to the average person. Perhaps first love truly is unforgettable. She glanced at the cluster of whispering high school students, all asserting that Lin Mo had a crush on Gu Jingzhou, and smiled to herself. These high schoolers were on the first level of understanding, while she stood on a second tier. As Lin Mo approached, Jiang Tang inquired, Do you want to explore the school a bit more? Lin Mo shook her head, No. Let us head back. Her WeChat contacts had increased by 2. Gu Jingzhou's profile picture depicted him holding a basketball with one hand, radiating youthful vigor. Zhang Shua's avatar was a charming cartoon character, Shin-chan. Soon, a message from Zhang Shua popped up. Hello, I'm Zhang Shua. What's your name? Lin Mo sent him her name and then transferred him 1,000 yuan. Please keep a close watch on Gu Jingzhou, particularly if anyone has a conflict with him. Upon seeing the transfer, Zhang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness, this stunning beauty is so generous. He no longer considered himself a mere warrior of pure love. He had become the most devoted servant of the young lady. Of course, I will keep a close watch on him. Lin Mo was walking out of the school when a thought struck her. She swiftly typed a message to Zhang Shua on her phone. By the way, Does your school have any senior students known as bullies? If so, could you send me a photo? This was one approach. Perhaps it might lead her directly to the answer. Zhang Shuo replied promptly, I don't think so, but I'll ask around for you. Lin Mo responded with gratitude. Thanks. Zhang Shuo replied, no need for thanks. It's merely my duty. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The class bell just rang, so focus on your studies. Upon receiving her message, Zhang Shuo immediately tucked his phone away, placing his hands on the desk, sitting up straight. Since the young lady had advised him to pay attention in class, he must do just that. After leaving the school, Lin Mo got into a car. Jiang Tang inquired, where would you like to go? I can take you there, but I might not be able to accompany you for long. We have a group meeting at the company, and I wish to participate. The position of assistant was highly competitive, and she did not wish to fall behind in her duties. While taking care of Lin Mo would certainly please the president, she still aspired to excel at work. The recent call had come from her secretary, questioning her whereabouts, especially since such an important meeting was taking place today without her presence. Aware that she had already delayed Jiang Tang's work schedule considerably, Lin Mo smiled and suggested, I'll accompany you back to the company. I've never been to Sheni Han's office before. She could tell that Jiang Tang was someone who had a deep passion for her work. The journey from the first high school to the headquarters of Xingshan Group was not far, taking just over half an hour. Upon disembarking, Lin Mo beheld a towering building, its glass facade reflecting the vibrant sunlight. At the very top, the word Xingshan Group gleamed in gold, exuding a sense of grandeur. At that moment, Lin Mo truly felt that her second brother, Shun Yihan, was indeed a domineering president. The family business had not been this expansive. They had initially only rented a 5-story building within a business park. Entering the company lobby with Jiang Tang, the receptionist greeted them with a smile. Welcome, Assistant Jiang. Jiang Tang nodded coolly in acknowledgement. Curiously, the receptionist inquired, who is this? Jiang Dan Zipli. She is a family member of President Shun. The choice of words was subtle. Claiming her as a sister would certainly raise skepticism. Referring to her as family clarified her identity without causing confusion. Upon hearing this designation, the receptionist would undoubtedly treat Lin Mo with greater respect and would not hinder her next visit. Lin Mo admired Jiang Tang's quick thinking. The lobby was bustling with people, and each one greeted Jiang Tang with utmost respect. In the exclusive VIP elevator leading directly to the president's office, Lin Mo looked at Jiang Tang with bright eyes. Sister Jiang, you are truly impressive. Jiang Tang instinctively shook her head. Not really. Lin Mo gazed into her eyes earnestly. You are the president's assistant, which is akin to the position of a general manager within the company. Being in your 20s and achieving this is remarkable. You must have confidence. Many had praised Jiang Tang's capabilities before, yet she had always felt her performance was lacking. Growing up, her family had raised her with a rather critical approach, and she had become accustomed to it. At this moment, she gazed into the shimmering eyes of the girl before her. An inexplicable surge of power welled up within her, and she smiled, affirming to herself, indeed, I am formidable. This marked Jiang Tang's first moment of self-acknowledgement, a delightful sensation that felt exhilarating. Lin Mo, with her crescent-shaped eyes, chimed in, that's the spirit. Sing along with me. I am the queen, radiating confidence. Anyone who dares to challenge us shall face the consequences. Jiang Tang's lips twitched slightly. She preferred to avoid such confrontations. The corporate assembly convened monthly, with the entire management team in attendance. Those who were on business trips participated via video conference. The meeting had already commenced, and Jiang Tang needed to hurry there. Allow me to escort you to President Shun's office for a brief respite, she suggested. Lin Mo grasped Jiang Tang's arm, pleading, Sister Jiang, may I listen in on your meeting from behind? I have never witnessed a corporate gathering before, and I am quite curious about how the esteemed figures of the capital conduct themselves. Unquestionably, outsiders were not permitted in the conference room. However, the president's sister was deemed an exception, primarily because Jiang Tang found it difficult to decline Lin Mo's earnest request. The ethereal girl, with her jade-like skin and captivating eyes, was utterly enchanting. Very well, You may enter through the back door and sit quietly, Jiang Tang relented. The grand meeting room's back door creaked open, allowing a slender figure to stealthily slip inside and find a vacant seat, cautiously peeking out. The room was expansive, with a long table at its center, fully occupied. Others of lesser rank were seated on individual stools scattered around the perimeter. The atmosphere was bustling, with over 100 individuals present. At the head of the long table sat a striking man clad in a black suit, exuding an air of authority and aloofness. His black prayer beads adding an aura of mystery. A slightly balding member of the management team was delivering a report. The man listened impassively, occasionally glancing at the speaker with a gaze that commanded respect. He coldly interjected, incisively pointing out flaws in the report. The balding manager nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the critique. Lin Mo stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I must say, the second brother truly embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. He is quite the presence. Regardless of the significance of the meeting, there are always those who find ways to slack off. Not long after Lin Mo settled in, she noticed two individuals in the same row leaning together, whispering in hushed tones, as if engaged in a clandestine conversation. Out of boredom, she leaned slightly towards them, straining to listen. I heard that during the recent senior management meeting, the president left prematurely. I wonder if he will do the same today. One whispered. It was for Li Huanyu. I heard he cleared out a shopping plaza just for her. Lin Mo furrowed her brow. So, Shen Yihan had indeed departed from the high-level meeting that day. Could he not have waited until the meeting concluded before going shopping? Her fists clenched in frustration. Just then, a familiar, distinctive ringtone resonated from the front of the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 016. Halt in an instant. The conference room fell silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The next moment, everyone in the room exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Many began to whisper among themselves. The two individuals who had been chatting just moments ago clasped hands, visibly excited, continuing their hushed discussion. Ah, Li Huanyu has messaged the president again. How indulgent. Everyone else had their phones on silent upon entering the conference room. Yet the president never silences his device, eager to receive Li Huanyu's messages at any moment. It seems the president is about to leave the meeting again. Such a romantic. Nevertheless, amidst the gossip, it was rumored that several senior figures in the company were preparing to jump ship, and the president's mind seemed far from the company's operations, with scandalous news swirling about. The last quarter's financial report had been dismal. Setting aside work matters, let us indulge in some sweet gossip. Lin Mo took a deep breath, her expression turning somber. Shen Yihan's impending bankruptcy was not without its signs. Her clear, piercing gaze remained fixed on him. Jiang Tang had just settled in her seat behind Shen Yihan after retrieving her laptop when the ringtone erupted. Her fingers tightened around the device. Surely, the president wouldn't leave again? The balding executive reporting on work blinked, ceasing his presentation. It was best not to disturb the president during his messaging. Shen Yihan sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the conference room, frowning slightly. He had grown accustomed to not silencing his phone, and today was no exception. He had resolved to tone down his visibility, especially after Xie Guanyan's advice. What if the company truly encountered issues? Where would the funds for his sister's support come from? Lin Mo noticed that Shen Yihan did not immediately check his phone, her mood lifting slightly. One lapse in judgment was forgivable, but surely he couldn't be foolish repeatedly? Otherwise, she would genuinely question how he managed such a large company. Shen Yihan absent-mindedly fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist, choosing not to pick up his phone, and glanced at the executives. Just as he was about to prompt them to continue, the particularly concerning ringtone sounded once more. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately decided to ignore it. However, the next moment, the sound of a voice call pierced through the room. Shen Yihan could no longer contain himself. Li Huanyu had never sent him a voice message before. This time, it must be urgent. He picked up the phone without hesitation, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" A fragile voice, trembling with tears, responded from the other end. "Brother Yihan, I've been hit by a car. It hurts so much." Shen Yihan's expression turned grave instantly. "Where are you? Send me your location. I'll come right away." This was a relatively secluded spot, not frequented by many. After hanging up, Li Huanyu, wearing sunglasses and a hat, rose from the ground and glanced at her assistant riding the electric scooter. You need to move the scooter quickly. She knew that Shunihan would undoubtedly rush over, worried about her. Unable to accept the sudden indifference from someone who had previously cared so much, she resorted to this desperate measure to test whether he still held any feelings for her. The assistant gently nudged her with the electric scooter, causing her to fall to the ground, her bare knee grazing the surface. When he arrived, she would claim it was merely a mishap with a delivery boy, feeling pity for him and allowing him to leave without consequence. This act showcased her kindness while simultaneously garnering the sympathy of Shun Yihan, achieving two objectives with one stroke. The assistant, perched upon the scooter, observed the slight abrasion on Li Huanyu's fair knee and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. By the time Mr. Shen arrived, it should have healed, right? He was perplexed by Li Huanyu's recent behavior. She had previously shown indifference towards Shun Yihan. Now, she seemed to have adopted a more theatrical approach. He harbored serious doubts that Shun Yihan had received sage advice on how to win Li Huanyu's affection through a strategy of feigned attachment. Astonishingly, Li Huanyu appeared to be falling for it. Poor the film emperor. Upon receiving Li Huanyu's location, Shun Yihan found it was not too distant. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the prayer beads on his right wrist and addressed the people in the conference room, stating, "I must leave for a personal matter. Please continue with the meeting. Secretary, kindly provide me with the meeting summary later." Everyone nodded in unison, not daring to voice any dissent. A few senior executives contemplated speaking up, but ultimately refrained. They had privately discussed matters before, yet their words had fallen on deaf ears, earning them nothing but disdain. In a mere 4 years, he had transformed the company from the brink of failure to remarkable expansion, showcasing an extraordinary business acumen. Such individuals cannot tolerate challenges to their authority, especially one as ruthless as he, who had even sent his own uncle to prison. Who would dare publicly criticize him? It would be akin to courting death. In moments like these, silence is the wisest course of action. Jiang Tang hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent, ultimately choosing to keep her thoughts to herself. As a mere assistant, she could not overstep her bounds. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Shun Yihan, who was well accustomed to such scrutiny. Yet today, he felt an inexplicable pressure weighing upon him, a chill creeping down the nape of his neck. He instinctively fiddled with the prayer beads again, suppressing the strange sensation within. Just as he turned to leave, phone in hand and legs striding purposefully, a clear, ringing voice called out from behind, "Shun Yihan, stop." Chapter 017. What caused her to change? This voice suddenly echoed, clear as day, resonating throughout the conference room. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, discovering a young girl of exquisite beauty seated in the last row. Bewilderment swept through the crowd. Who is she? Why don't we recognize her? Most astonishingly, how dare she address the president by name? Surely, she would be thrown out. Anxiety rippled through the onlookers. The two individuals, who had just been whispering with Shun Yihan, stared in disbelief. When had she arrived? Which department did she belong to? How could she command the president to halt? It seemed impossible. However, upon hearing that familiar, yet chilling voice, Shun Yihan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, paralyzed in place. He turned to face the striking girl in the back row, her expression as frigid as ice. His heart plummeted, and his palms grew clammy around his phone. When she smiled, she radiated warmth, like sunlight melting snow. Yet, when her demeanor turned cold, it became breathtakingly alarming. The entire assembly was astonished to witness the president actually comply with her demand. Then they observed as the girl rose and began her measured advance toward him. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a word. All eyes fixated upon her, holding their breath. With each step, she approached Shun Yihan, and an innate sense of pressure coursed through him, sending chills down his spine. Fear gripped him. He longed to flee, yet pride compelled him to stand resolute. His left hand fidgeted nervously with the Buddhist beads on his right wrist. Lin Mo halted before him, her clear, piercing gaze fixed upon him. Noticing he was avoiding her eyes, focused instead on the beads, she frowned. In the next moment, she reached out and snatched the beads from his wrist. This bold act elicited a collective gasp from the attendees. How audacious! To dare remove the Buddhist beads of the esteemed president of the capital. At this moment, Jiang Tang's eyes widened, anxiety bubbling within her for Lin Mo. In such a grand setting, before all his subordinates, even if she were his sister, Shen Han would surely be furious. After all, men often prioritize face above all else. Moreover, those beads had never left the president's side, not even during sleep. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Shen Han did not exhibit anger. Rather, a wave of relief washed over him. As Lin Mo's hand reached out, he had braced for a slap before an audience of many. Even if she had actually struck him, he would have had to endure it. Thus, the mere removal of the beads seemed trivial in comparison. Clutching the cool black beads in her hand, Lin Mo regained her composure, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Shen Han. Instead, she simply exclaimed, "You love-struck fool. Get back to the meeting." Obeying Lin Mo's command felt as effortless as drinking water. Shen Han returned to his place, noticing his sister still standing. He gestured toward the plush leather chair, saying, "You should sit here." Then he added, "Secretary, fetch another chair for her." The entire conference room was left in stunned silence. Was this truly reasonable? Lin Mo shot a glare at Shen Han, declaring, "I shall not sit here. I will take a seat at the back instead." Those who occupy this position must possess both capability and a sense of responsibility, and for what I observe, you are not particularly suited for it. Henceforth, you shall stand during this meeting. Shen Han's lips twitched, his head bowed like a chastised child. Very well. The entire conference room fell silent. All eyes fixated on Lin Mo unperturbed. She adorned her slender wrist with a string of black prayer beads, propping herself against the table as she flashed a smile at everyone. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Mo, your president's elder sister. There is no need for doubt. Although I appear younger and more attractive than him, I am indeed his sister. I wish to express my gratitude for your contributions to the company over the years. I trust you have all acknowledged my brother's capabilities, but it is true that some of his recent decisions have not been particularly wise. I ask for your understanding. In light of your forbearance, I shall allocate 2 million as bonuses to all employees of the company, hoping you will oversee his management henceforth. If he continues to act recklessly, do not hesitate to call me. I will take care of him." In the blink of an eye, the room, once filled with astonishment, erupted into thunderous applause. This president's sister is truly remarkable. While she may not appear as an elder sister due to her youthful looks, her authority is undeniable. Shen Han stood motionless, watching Lin Mo address the assembly. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to an 18-year-old girl. Instead, she exuded maturity, wisdom, and boldness. The light from the conference room illuminated her, yet could hardly rival her own brilliance. Suddenly, Shen Han comprehended why, at the tender age of 14, she had been able to persuade the company's elders to remain loyal rather than defect to their uncle. She possessed an extraordinarily potent force that commanded respect. Yet, she was merely 18, a time typically characterized by carefree innocence and romanticism. How had she transformed into such a formidable person? The answer lay in the tragic passing of their parents, which compelled her to uphold the family. She did not wish for her 3 younger brothers to suffer. As the eldest sister, she believed it her duty to set an example, thus forcing herself into this role. Once in their parents' presence, she had been the cherished princess of the household, requiring assistance even for a glass of water. However, after their departure, she became capable of wielding a mop and soothing her brothers to sleep late into the night before finally attending to her own needs. A pang of sorrow struck Shen Han's heart, accompanied by a wave of regret as his hands instinctively clenched into fists. What was he doing? He was older than his sister, and he should have been the one to take care of her. Why must she bear such burdens? He had failed her. Her intervention had been to gather support for him. He was not oblivious to the recent discontent among the upper management, nor had he found the time to address it. His sister had stepped forward to assist him. A sharp ache filled his nostrils, and he yearned to slap himself in frustration. Lin Huan had been struck by a car. What could he possibly do? He was not a doctor. Turning off his phone, Shen Han stood resolutely. embodying a soldier ready for battle. After the applause in the conference room subsided, Lin Mo continued, "By the way, the 2 million will undoubtedly come from your president's account. Recently, I have been rather impoverished, and the upstairs neighbors have reported me for the incessant clattering from below." Laughter erupted once more throughout the room. She adeptly balanced serious discussions with humor, drawing the rapt attention of everyone present, their eyes sparkling with admiration for such a beautiful and witty sister. How fortunate would one be to have such a person in their life? With a playful smile, Lin Mo added, "Please continue with your meeting. I shall not intrude any longer." Having spoken, she gracefully descended from the front and took a seat at the back. Shen Yihan remained standing throughout the meeting, conducting it with utmost seriousness as each management member earnestly reported and discussed their work, all eager for a glimpse from Lin Mo. After all, the president's sister had a penchant for speaking through monetary means. The company's senior members found themselves momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Is this girl truly Shen Yihan's sister? They distinctly recalled that he had only one sister, who had tragically perished in a car accident many years ago. Yet, the resemblance between this girl and the sister who had passed was strikingly uncanny. The commanding aura she exuded while speaking mirrored that of the 14-year-old girl from years past almost flawlessly. Even the name was the same. What on earth could this mean? Surely, they could not be dreaming. One elder pinched the thigh of the elder next to him. The adjacent elder winced in pain and retaliated with a kick. It was now clear to both elders that they were indeed awake. Chapter 018. She is professional, rarely smiling today. The sun shone brightly, prompting Li Huanyu to pull her hat down low to shield herself from its rays. She was determined to avoid getting tanned. Glancing at her phone, she noted that she had sent the address to Shen Yihan half an hour ago, yet he had not yet arrived. This location was not far from the Xingshan group. A drive should take no more than 20 minutes. Could there be traffic congestion? With a hint of suspicion, Li Huanyu sent Shen Yihan another message. "Brother Yihan, are you caught in traffic?" 10 minutes passed without a response. Frowning, she sent another. "Brother Yihan, have you arrived?" Yet another 10 minutes elapsed, and still there was no reply. Her brow furrowed deeply, capable of crushing a fly. What was going on? He had promised to come and then vanished without a trace. Did Shen Yihan possess any integrity? Her assistant, wielding a small electric fan to cool her down, noticed her discomfort and inquired, "What's wrong? Is Shen Yihan not coming?" Li Huanyu felt an urge to hurl her phone. He had vanished and was ignoring her messages. The assistant was taken aback. How could he squander such a splendid opportunity? Li Huanyu squinted, her suspicions rising. "I suspect another woman has his phone. That woman is preventing him from responding to my messages and from coming here. Who is she? Does he have another woman around him?" The assistant asked. Li Huanyu's fingers turned pale as she gripped her phone. "It must be that woman I saw previously. He claimed she was his sister, but I doubt she is a true sister, perhaps a sister in name only. She must be a seductress." The assistant expressed indignation. "What a scoundrel! But let it be. You're not fond of him anyway. Isn't Guingdi constantly messaging you? You initially got close to him just to provoke Guingdi, and now you've achieved that goal." Li Huanyu bit her lip. "What do you mean, let it be? Absolutely not. Shen Yihan was mine from the very beginning. What seductress dares to snatch him away? I shall not let her go unpunished." The assistant began to understand her frustration. Li Huanyu, with her exceptional qualities, felt deeply wounded in her pride that a man would stand her up for another woman. "But we don't even know that woman. What should we do?" Li Huanyu pondered briefly. "Her gazet donvert." Typically, at this hour, Shen Yihan would be at work. His inability to leave the office indicated that the woman must also be there. "Surely, if we went to his company, we could find her." The assistant voiced concern. "But Shen Yihan is also at the company. If we go there, that woman will certainly report us to him. Whose side will we take?" Li Huanyu skufa. "Have you forgotten what I do? Besides, I was in contact with Shen Yihan first. That woman is merely an interloper. She should be the one feeling guilty." The assistant conceded that Li Huanyu had a point. That woman must be shamelessly entangled with him. But she could never compare to your looks, let alone your talents. "We are certain to succeed." The two set off towards Xingshan Group. En route, Li Huanyu felt her leg wound did not appear dramatic enough. So she touched up her makeup. In the president's office of Xing Shan Group, "Sister, have some tea." Shen Yihan brewed a cup of the finest Longjing tea from the office for Lin Mo, the aroma wafting through the air. Lin Mo, however, paid him no mind, languidly reclining in the boss's chair while absorbed in her phone. The black Buddhist beads lay discarded on the desk, glimmering in the light. Shen Yihan contemplated picking them up to wear on his wrist, but hesitated. This string of beads was a talisman he had sought from Xie Guanyin, who was renowned for building a temple in Jingbei. At that time, he had just taken over a company on the brink of collapse, besieged by myriad problems and immense pressure. Xie Guanyin had already gained fame in Jingbei, having donated to the temple that attracted many company executives seeking blessings. Shen Yihan had carved out a day to visit, hoping for a moment of tranquility. He knelt before the Buddha for an extended period, and when he finally raised his head, the temple's abbot stood before him. With hands clasped in prayer, the abbot inquired, "Amitabha, what does the benefactor seek?" Shen Yihan, with sincerity, replied, "I wish for the Buddha's blessing that my sister finds happiness in the other world." Despite his own troubles, his sole prayer was for his sister's well-being, believing that the Buddha, being from that realm, could facilitate her peace. The abbot, noticing the glisten of tears in his eyes, asked, "Has your sister departed from this world?" Upon mentioning this, his eyes brimmed with tears as he responded, "Yes, she passed away in a car accident." The abbot then said, "Benefactor, I sense a connection between us. I possess a string of beads. If your devotion is true, I can consecrate them and bestow them upon you. They shall protect your sister." Tears streamed down his face as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." He remained in the temple, kneeling for the entirety of that day. The abbot handed him the beads, saying, "Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion be with you." Since that day, he had worn the beads on his wrist without fail. Soon after, he secured an investment from SS Capital, and the company found its footing, turning losses into profits. As SS Capital continued to invest, the company expanded step by step. He had always believed that the beads had shielded him. By now, he was accustomed to wearing them, even attributing his sister's possible return to their influence. "I was wrong, sister." Observing Lin Mo's silence, Shen Yihan felt an overwhelming anxiety, thinking, "If you're angry, feel free to hit or kick me, but please don't ignore me." Lin Mo remained unresponsive, turning her chair to face Jiang Tang. "Jiang Tang, I support you as the new president of the company. Do you have the confidence to take on this role?" "Jiang Tang." Shen Yihan furrowed his brow, casting a solemn gaze at Jiang Tang. She was an astute individual. Even if she knew Lin Mo was jesting, her response would be measured. "Yes," Jiang Tang finally replied. "Shen Yihan." Jiang Tang's heart raced upon completing her response. "You must have confidence." This was the lesson Lin Mo had imparted to her today. She recognized Lin Mo's playful tone, yet she harbored ambitions of her own. Lin Mo flashed a grin. "Well then, certain individuals can simply become figureheads, collecting dividends and frolicking wherever they please." Shen Yihan raised 4 fingers and vowed, "Sister, I will work diligently from now on. I love my work. I beg you, do not undermine me." A chuckle escaped Jiang Tang's lips. As a professional, she typically refrained from laughter, yet the cold and ruthless president uttering such childish words was undeniably amusing, akin to a primary school student. Lin Mo, however, did not laugh. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Shen Yihan. Suddenly, Shen Yihan knelt down, bowing low, pleading for the emperor's grace. "Long live the emperor." Jiang Tang burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. This was a game she adored in her childhood, draping a blanket to become the emperor while her 3 younger brothers bowed to her. Jiang Tang laughed so hard her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Seeing her sister smile, Shen Yihan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her expression softening. Lin Mo, too weary to continue harboring anger toward Shen Yihan, decided it was detrimental to her health and compassionately declared, "You may rise." Shen Yihan stood up and offered Lin Mo a cup of tea, saying, "Sister, have some tea. It is fragrant." Lin Mo, with an air of pride, accepted the cup and took a sip, confirming it was indeed exquisite tea. Shen Yihan then turned to Jiang Tang. "Come with me." Jiang Tang's demeanor shifted instantly. Her heart raced with trepidation. At the office door, Jiang Tang was tense, her expression serious. Shen Yihan lowered her gaze at her. What are you so nervous about? Weren't you just aspiring to be president? Jiang Tang bit her lip, hesitant to meet her gaze. Shen Yihan's tone softened. I do not harbor any ill will towards you. I have little affection for the ambitious. Later, I will consider promoting you to president of a branch company. Jiang Tang's eyes sparkled. Really? President Shen Yihan, trusting her sister's judgment, replied. When have I ever deceived you? First, I need you to take care of two matters. A smile graced Jiang Tang's lips as she inquired, what matters? Shen Yihan instructed. First, retrieve the prayer beads from my desk for me. Second, help me select a few pieces of gold jewelry for my sister. Also, purchase some attractive diamond pieces. Shen Yihan would never confess to her fear of fetching the prayer beads. Upon re-entering the office, she stated, Sister, several senior executives are waiting for me in the conference room. I must attend. Jiang Tang approached the desk, taking the prayer beads into her hands. Xiao Mo, I have taken the prayer beads. Lin Mo nodded and casually remarked, These prayer beads are quite exquisite. Where did you acquire them? Jiang Tang responded, They were not purchased. President Shen obtained them from the temple. Lin Mo paid little heed, replying, Oh, you all go about your business. Do not mind me. The office was left in solitude with Lin Mo. She adjusted the office chair, aiming to find a comfortable angle to lie back and watch a film. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. An angry female voice rang out. It is you who prevented Yihan from seeking me, isn't it? Chapter 019, A Kiss Break. I go to protect. My sister Li Huanyu had visited the Xingshan group before. Previously, Shen Yihan had escorted her to the company, even registering her image in the company system, granting her access to the exclusive VIP elevator reserved for the president. Accompanied by her assistant, she arrived at the ground floor, where the receptionist immediately recognized her. The receptionist furrowed her brow slightly and asked, Miss Li, what brings you here? Li Huanyu detected an unusual tone in her voice. As a prominent star, she was accustomed to eliciting excitement from ordinary employees, but today's response felt oddly peculiar. It was evident that the woman had bribed someone within the company. Approaching with an icy demeanor, Li Huanyu inquired, Is President Shen in the office? The receptionist blinked and replied, She should be. Pulling down her sunglasses, Li Huanyu cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, Surely, there are other women here to see President Shen today, aside from me? The news of the president's sister distributing 2 million as bonuses had spread like wildfire throughout the company in less than 10 minutes. Although ordinary staff members would not receive substantial amounts, even the smallest sum was appreciated, especially as it was an unexpected gift. Conversations regarding this event filled the company chat groups, vividly recounting how the president's sister had scolded the president for being love-struck, while the president, remaining silent, had even relinquished her seat to her sister. This clearly indicated her disapproval of the president's association with Li Huanyu. Li Huanyu and her sister stood on opposing sides. Indeed, the president's sister was the sister to them all. One was a stranger, while the other was the benevolent sister who wished for the company's prosperity. In a workplace setting, whom would you choose to support? The answer was unequivocal, the one and only sister. As the two women encountered one another, tensions rose. Though thrilling, such a confrontation was not what the receptionist wished to witness. Being a woman herself, she recognized that Li Huanyu was quite formidable, and she feared for her sister's ability to contend with her. Thus, she frowned, reluctant to answer whether anyone else was seeking the president. After a moment's thought, she suggested, Miss Li, perhaps you should consider leaving for today? Li Huanyu's expression darkened significantly. Who do you think you are to dismiss me? She shot a fierce glare at the receptionist, adjusted her sunglasses, and strode toward the president's exclusive elevator in her high heels. The receptionist felt compelled to advise her verbally, but dared not obstruct her path. After all, she was merely an insignificant figure, while both the sister and Li Huanyu were of celestial status. All she could do was share the gossip in the company chat. In that chat, which lacked any leadership and was essentially anonymous, it became a haven for idle chatter. Oh no, it seems that because the president did not seek out Li Huanyu, she has come to the company. Sister is in danger. The chat erupted in chaos. Guijiao socks. Work pause, I'm going to protect my sister. Dachong warm. Bathroom break. I'm off to protect my sister. Weeds of the motherland. Kiss break. I'm going to protect my sister. Guijiao socks. What strange things have infiltrated? Kissing during work hours. I'll remember you. Wang Zai Xiao Quan Tua. Let us get to the point. What news do we have from the front lines? Where's Li Huanyu? Receptionist. She has already taken the president's elevator. Jiama Shi Bei Tong Ji. The sky is falling. There is nothing we can do now. You man would dang zero. Indeed, as ordinary employees. We cannot access the president's floor. Zuguda Zhao Chao. Quickly inform Assistant Jiang. She might be able to intervene. Receptionist. But I just saw Assistant Jiang leave. Isui Bo Luo Xen. Hurry and notify her that there is a major incident at home. She needs to return. The receptionist promptly sent a WeChat message to Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang. Li Huanyu has arrived and is already in the president's office. Jiang Tang, en route to the nearest mall to purchase gold, decisively turned around upon receiving this news. The entire company was now consumed with a singular concern. With Li Huanyu present, if she were to act charmingly or weep before the president, would he be able to maintain his composure? As the ancients said, a man may cherish his kingdom, yet cherish a beauty even more. For the allure of a woman, a man might forsake his empire, how much less for his sister. This is the essence of the pillow wind. This was precisely the worry that plagued Jiang Tang. Though the likelihood seemed slim, he could not shake his unease. He could not allow Xiao Mo to be mistreated by anyone. With this thought, his grip on the steering wheel tightened, and he pressed the accelerator a bit harder. The elevator reserved exclusively for the president was off-limits to ordinary employees, hence it ascended without interruption, swiftly reaching the 30th floor. Relying on her memory, Li Huanyu made her way to the office, pushing the door open. Upon entering the expansive office and noticing only one woman reclining in the executive chair, her anger boiled over. It's you who prevented Ihan from coming to find me. ISNT it? Lin Mo straightened up, recognized the visitor, and nodded candidly. Yes. Li Huanyu was infuriated and strode forward, scrutinizing Lin Mo closely, which only intensified her ire. She was strikingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that appeared flawless from a distance, and even more so up close. Without a trace of makeup, her face radiated youthful collagen, giving her the appearance of a mere 17 or 18-year-old. How could Shen Ihan possibly claim her as a sister? Taking a deep breath, Li Huanyu narrowed her eyes and challenged. On what grounds did you stop Ihan from seeking me out? Are you aware that you're the mistress? Lin Mo's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly in disbelief, and she chuckled in anger. What did you just call me? Li Huanyu frowned. Stop pretending to be naive. I advise you to back off, or I won't hesitate to be unkind. Lin Mo tilted her head, intrigued. And how do you intend to be unkind to me? Li Huanyu removed her sunglasses and approached the executive chair, attempting to pull Lin Mo from her seat, but to no avail. A moment of embarrassment washed over her as she stood beside the chair, looking down at Lin Mo. You should be aware of who I am, the extent of my fan base, and what consequences you would face should I choose to expose you. I trust you comprehend this. Lin Mo tilted her chin upward, blinking innocently. Oh, so you plan to unleash your fans to cyberbully me? Li Huanyu crossed her arms, stating, as long as you are aware, it would be wise for you to retreat while I'm still not excessively angry. Lin Mo reclined on the chair, exclaiming, I am genuinely frightened. Li Huanyu retorted, you hardly appear to be in fear. Rather, you resemble someone using the sky as a blanket. Her breath quickened as she continued. Are you certain you wish to confront me directly? How long have you known Shunihan? I have known him for a full year. Initially lounging leisurely, Lin Mo sat upright, curiosity piqued. Aren't you fond of Gu Jingxuan? Why this sudden turn of events? The protagonist's feelings for the male lead were unyielding. Hence it seemed illogical for Li Huanyu to behave thus. Li Huanyu's expression shifted dramatically. How could this woman know of her affection for Gu Jingxuan? She placed her hand on the desk, fixing her gaze on Lin Mo. This is my affair, and it does not concern you. All you need to do is distance yourself from Shunihan. My bond with him surpasses yours. He invests in my films and is willing to sacrifice anything for me. Even if you have already climbed into his bed. Slap. Lin Mo stood and delivered a sharp blow to Li Huanyu. She froze in place, the sting of the slap igniting a fiery sensation on her cheek, causing tears to stream down her face. You dared strike me? At that moment, the office door swung open with a loud creak. Li Huanyu turned to see Shun Yihan entering, her tears flowing more freely now, her face a picture of distress. Brother Yihan, she hit me. Woo woo woo. Chapter 20. Speak no nonsense. The tall man, clad in a sleek black suit and polished shoes, approached with a somber expression, adorned with a string of black prayer beads on his wrist. Step by step, he made his way from the entrance, while Li Huanyu limped forward to meet Shun Yihan, her eyes glinting with a fierce determination. How dare this mistress strike her? She was doomed. There was no need for her to feign victimhood. This was genuine bullying. As she reached Shun Yihan's side, Li Huanyu grasped his arm, leaning into him with a pitiful sob. Brother Yihan, I sent you several messages, but you did not respond. I was worried something might have happened to you, so I came to the company to find you. Her assistant chimed in supportively. Indeed, President Shun, Huanyu's leg was severely injured in an accident. Yet she hurried here without even going to the hospital. She is deeply concerned for you. With tears welling in her eyes, Li Huanyu continued, upon arriving at your office, I inquired about your whereabouts, and then she slapped me. My leg hurts so much, and my face too, woe is me. The girl in the white dress appeared delicate and vulnerable, the imprint of a slap stark against her cheek, embodying the picture of a victim. Speak no nonsense. A commanding male voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. Both Li Huanyu and her assistant turned to see 4 older individuals entering, 2 men and 2 women, all gazing intently at Li Huanyu. These individuals were esteemed senior executives of the company, eager to ascertain whether Lin Mo was indeed the late Lin Mo. After a meeting, they had scheduled to inquire with Shun Yihan. He had said little, merely confirming, yes, my sister is not dead. She has returned. The 4 elders were overwhelmed with excitement and followed Shun Yihan to meet Lin Mo. It had been over a decade since they last saw her, and their longing was palpable. However, they were taken aback to witness such a commotion upon their arrival. Lin Mo had struck the woman Shun Yihan favored, and here she was filing a complaint. Concerned that Shun Yihan might act impulsively against Lin Mo, the eldest among them sternly intervened. Sensing the tension, Li Huanyu instinctively shrank closer to Shun Yihan. I am not speaking nonsense. The elders swiftly positioned themselves before the desk. The middle-aged woman, Elder A, her hair impeccably styled, narrowed her eyes and retorted, You claim there's no nonsense here, yet the wound on your knee appears to be crafted with cosmetics. You cannot deceive me. It is not serious at all. Li Huanyu was momentarily speechless. Shun Yihan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at her knee. Elder B asserted, Our Xiao Mo would never strike without cause. Do not attempt to malign her. Elder C added, Shun Yihan, do not dare to blame Xiao Mo. You would have to step over the bodies of these 3 before you could harm her. Elder D nodded in agreement, but then hesitated, casting a disapproving glance at Elder C. A malicious glimmer flickered in Li Huanyu's eyes. She could not fathom how this woman had managed to win over so many. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as Shun Yihan stood by her side, everything would be all right. She tightened her grip on Shun Yihan's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Yihan, she sobbed, if everyone says it's my fault, then it must be my fault. It indeed is your fault. Shun Yihan withdrew his arm from Li Huanyu's grasp, his tone icy. Li Huanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon entering, Shun Yihan merely felt guilty for not having gone to see Li Huanyu as he had promised, nor had he sent her a message. This was undeniably a fault on his part, which is why he did not resist her grasp. However, her numerous claims and the feigned injury on her knee raised questions about her true intentions. Faced with the unwavering scrutiny of the 4 elders, Shun Yihan felt a sense of helplessness. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the prayer beads on his wrist and asked, What are you all doing? Do you really think I am the sort of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong? The 4 elders nodded in unison. Shun Yihan sighed. My recent reputation truly leaves much to be desired. Xiao Mo, are you all right? The office door swung open again, and Jiang Tang rushed in. She maneuvered around the elders to approach Lin Mo, scrutinizing her. Li Huanyu hasn't harmed you, has she? And neither has President Shun? Li Huanyu interjected. What is she? A wolf or a tiger? Besides, she is the victim here. Shen Yihan's expression darkened further, resembling the bottom of a pot that hadn't been cleaned in a decade. What had he done to warrant such distrust from everyone regarding his concern for his sister in relation to an outsider? Lin Mo blinked her enchanting eyes, slightly confused, and shook her head. No, it was I who slapped Li Huanyu. Jiang Tang felt a weight lift from her heart. That's good. Li Huanyu's head was spinning with anger, and she momentarily forgot her image, shouting, Jiang Tang, what do you mean that's good? Is it acceptable for me to be slapped? She had long harbored a dislike for this assistant, and believed it was high time for Shen Yihan to dismiss her. Jiang Tang cast a cold glance at Li Huanyu. Xiao Mo hit you. You should reflect on your own behavior. Li Huanyu gritted her teeth, feeling truly wronged. So you all subscribe to the theory that the victims are at fault, do you? Lin Mo stepped forward, looking at the four elders with a radiant smile. Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Song. She had seen them during the meeting earlier, but had not addressed them formally. The elders' eyes brightened, and the next moment, they felt a pang of emotion. Xiao Mo, you still remember Uncle Song. We've missed you so much. Elder C cried. Lin Mo beamed. Of course I remember. Uncle Li has become even more handsome. Elder C laughed through his tears, adjusting his suit to hide his burgeoning belly. Ah, Xiao Montak, your discerning eye is as sharp as ever. Elder A, filled with excitement, embraced Lin Mo. Come, let anyone have a good look at you. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. As she spoke, her tears flowed freely. It had been 11 years. The little girl they thought was lost now stood alive before them. Who could hold back their tears? The four of them had been among the first management team members under Lin Mo's father, Shun Jian, and had watched the Shun children grow up from infancy. The profound affection for this eldest daughter was undeniable. Occasionally, Shun Jian would bring his daughter to the office to play, and the others could hardly contain their desire to whisk her away in a sack. The little girl, exquisitely charming with a sweet disposition and remarkable intelligence, ignited a collective yearning among them to have a daughter of their own. Initially, there were more than just these four individuals accompanying Shun Jian, but as time passed, they each pursued their own paths, leading many to depart. Following Shun Jian's untimely demise, the exodus was most pronounced, leaving only a few behind, most of whom were affiliated with his second uncle, Shun Feng. The company had been inherited from the previous generation, and Shun Jian, regarded highly, had served as the president. Shun Feng, having been a lackluster student, had watched the company flourish under his brother's leadership. Gradually, he grew emboldened, resenting the fact that his brother held all the power while he remained merely the vice president. He began to form alliances within the company, secretly scheming for ascendance. Yet, while Shun Jian was alive, he could not find an opportunity. Shun Jian's death marked the closest Shun Feng had ever come to the presidential seat. However, unexpectedly, Lin Mo emerged as a formidable contender. She was determined to prevent her father's hard-earned company from falling into her uncle's hands. At just 14, she convened a meeting with all the company's board members, many of whom attended merely to witness the spectacle of what she would say. To their astonishment, she exuded a commanding presence, employing clear data to illustrate the detrimental decisions Shun Feng had made over the years that led to the company's losses, alongside evidence of his personal life to highlight his unreliability. In essence, she argued that Shun Feng was unfit to hold the position of company president. Her analysis was well-reasoned and eloquent, leaving many in awe. She concluded with an earnest plea for everyone to carefully consider and select a capable individual to serve as CEO. Although I'm still young, I will prove my worth through my achievements and demonstrate that trusting in me is not misguided. I am indeed exceptional. She presented her accolades from competitions throughout her life and boasted a consistent top academic record, unrivaled by her peers. While these accomplishments may have seemed somewhat naive to shareholders who had long been in the workforce, she was undoubtedly a standout among her contemporaries. Her every action and word today hinted at the tremendous potential this young woman possessed for the future. Intelligent individuals gravitate towards leaders not just for their positions, but for their personal charisma and potential. Many board members were moved by the girl's brilliance and resilience, promptly rising to voice their support for Lin Mo, quickly followed by others. Shun Feng, seething with frustration and impotent rage, realized he could neither outmaneuver his brother nor triumph over his brother's teenage daughter. Chapter 021, Wonderful. There's hope. Lin Mo truly did not disappoint anyone. She consistently ranked first in her class at #1 high school, only occasionally losing by a mere few points to others. However, during the college entrance examination, she emerged as the top science student in Jingbei City. The employees of the company were immensely invigorated, proud of her achievements, filled with a sense of fulfillment akin to witnessing their daughter blossom into maturity. Yet, tragedy struck unexpectedly. She succumbed to a car accident, reminiscent of the untimely demise of her parents, catching everyone off guard. With her passing, the morale within the company began to wane. The CEO fell victim to Shun Feng's cunning schemes. As Shun Feng ascended, the company gradually descended into decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. With the majority of the staff departing, only 4 elders remained, clinging to their fond memories of the company. Shun Feng, possessing shares in the company, naturally desired its prosperity. Yet he offloaded the burdens onto Shun Yihan. Shun Yihan, endowed with remarkable capabilities, resurrected the company while Shun Feng faced imprisonment. Over the ensuing years, they reveled in their resolve, believing their perseverance was not in vain. However, recent actions by Shun Yihan left them disillusioned. The Shun family had dwindled. The third sibling ventured into the entertainment industry, while the fourth had gone missing. Consequently, they too contemplated their departure. Unexpectedly, after 11 years, Lin Mo returned, exhibiting extraordinary energy during the corporate assembly. In that moment, it felt as if dawn had broken, invigorating their spirits and instilling a belief that they could strive within the company for another 500 years. Witnessing this reunion, even the typically stoic Shun Yihan felt the sting of emotion in his eyes. Li Huanyu and her assistant exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Moreover, her own issues remained unresolved. For the first time, the center of attention, Li Huanyu, felt relegated to the periphery, her existence seemingly insignificant to those around her. Yet, Lin Mo cared. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the 4 elders, her clear and piercing gaze turned towards Li Huanyu. You just claimed we are all victims of the blame game, did you not? Facing Lin Mo alone, Li Huanyu felt her confidence wane, though she had encountered many grand occasions as a star and stifled her rising anxiety. Is it not true? You were indeed the one who struck me, correct? This office belonged to Shun Yihan, devoid of surveillance cameras, a fact she had long been aware of. Otherwise, she would not have dared to utter those words. Without evidence, it appeared that everyone was biased in favor of Lin Mo, collectively bullying her. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow and retrieved her phone, opening a recording she had initiated upon Li Huanyu's entrance. From her words, "On what grounds do you prevent Yihan from seeking me? You're a mistress. Do you not realize? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." And culminating with, "Even if you have already climbed into his bed," followed by a resounding slap. Originally intended solely for Shun Yihan's ears, this recording now had to be made public. Upon hearing it, the 4 elders glared at Li Huanyu, seething with indignation. Elder A, infuriated, clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Listen to this. Are you truly innocent? You indiscriminately hurl insults, threaten, and ultimately resort to humiliation. If it were not for Xiao Mo's good temper, I would have slapped you by now." Elder B rolled up his sleeves, declaring that were it not for his principle of never striking a woman, he would be inclined to teach you a lesson. Elder C narrowed his eyes, pointing out that Xiao Mo mentioned your fondness for Gu Jingchuan, a fact you did not deny. If you truly admire Gu Jingchuan, why then do you provoke Shun Yihan? Elder D nodded in agreement, stating that each time Shun Yihan neglects his company, solely focused on placating you, jeopardizing the livelihoods of many in the process. Shun Yihan felt an inferno of rage surging within him. How could Li Huanyu's thoughts be so vile? Moreover, if she genuinely cared for Gu Jingchuan, what then did their recent interactions signify? A shadow crossed his gaze as he inhaled deeply, twisting the prayer beads on his wrist to regain composure. Li Huanyu's face had turned as pale as paper, her eyes wide with panic, desperately denying, no, it's not like that. Lin Mo, with a calm demeanor, gazed intently at Li Huanyu, posing the question, what do you think would happen if I were to publish this recording online? It was as though a thunderclap erupted above Li Huanyu's head. She shook her head, her shoulders trembling in fear, pleading, please, don't release it. I beg you. If these recordings were made public, her acting career would undoubtedly be irrevocably destroyed. The notion of manipulating fans to instigate online harassment would only backfire if the truth came to light. She was finished. In a panic, she rushed forward to snatch Lin Mo's phone. Jiang Tang positioned himself in front of Lin Mo, his voice icy, don't get physical. Lin Mo, with her slender fingers clutching the phone, peeked around Jiang Tang to scrutinize Li Huanyu, offering her a chance for honesty. I'm giving you an opportunity to confess. What were your intentions in your interactions with Shun Yihan during this time? Li Huanyu glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival and quickly confessed. I had a falling out with Gu Jingchuan. He hasn't come to console me, so I thought to stir up some rumors with Shun Yihan to provoke him. Lin Mo turned to Shun Yihan. Did you hear that? Shun Yihan felt both angered and embarrassed by this public humiliation, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Lin Mo tucked her phone back in her pocket and looked at Li Huanyu again. Your relationship issues with Gu Jingchuan should be resolved privately. Do not involve others. According to a popular saying on Douyin, conflicts between protagonists in novels could be resolved through hatred. Noticing a significant softening in Lin Mo's attitude, Li Huanyu eagerly nodded. I understand. I want to provoke Shun Yihan again. However, a question lingered in her mind as she asked, are you truly Shun Yihan's sister? This was the first time she had witnessed Shun Yihan so docile before a girl. Though their interactions had often been influenced by her, it was never under such a suppressed state. Before Lin Mo could respond, Elder Y, who had previously complimented Lin Mo's beauty, indignantly exclaimed, yes, exactly. Those with guilty hearts perceive everything is tainted. Our Xiao Mo is not of your ilk. Li Huanyu could only respond with silence. Glancing back and forth between Lin Mo and Shun Yihan, her lips twitching slightly. Shun Yihan certainly appeared distressed. Shun Yihan pointed towards the door, his voice cold and resolute. Leave. Li Huanyu wished fervently for Lin Mo to erase the recording. However, she found herself besieged, entirely devoid of any initiative. Clenching her fingers, she departed with her assistant. Dejected, being Shun Yihan's sister, it was evident she would not casually upload the recording. Its circulation online would only tarnish Shun Yihan's reputation. While it is common for a CEO and a female celebrity to become embroiled in scandal, it would be quite abnormal for the CEO to be ensnared by the celebrity. Such a perception would lead the public to question his clarity of mind, consequently impacting the company's stock significantly. The CEO's office fell into a hush. Shun Yihan turned to Jiang Tang, his voice frigid. Remove Li Huanyu's facial recognition from the company system. Understood, President Shun, Jiang Tang replied. The elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Elder A remarked, President Shun, you must remain vigilant in the future. Shun Yihan nodded, I understand, and song. Lin Mo would indeed refrain from exposing the recording, as it would be a self-destructive move. Moreover, it involved the illustrious movie star Gu Jingchuan, making the direction of public opinion quite unpredictable. Yet, she did not entirely concur with the elder's sentiments. Her gaze fixed on Shun Yihan. The company had suffered significantly, and it was unjust to blame solely Li Huanyu. Shun Yihan, do not assume you can perfectly conceal yourself as a victim. The brilliant girl with enchanting peach blossom eyes held no trace of mirth. Shun Yihan's heart sank. Lin Mo's tone turned frosty. You are simply lost in your infatuation. Just because she inquires about your well-being, you interpret it as affection. When others call you Yihan Gij, you float as if on clouds. Have you ever considered, if she genuinely cared for you, why her demeanor fluctuates so unpredictably? She is not toying with you. Shun Yihan remained silent. Jiang Tang blinked in surprise at Lin Mo's words. Wasn't this akin to Li Huanyu delivering a slap, with Shun Yihan receiving two? Lin Mo did not absolve Li Huanyu merely because Shun Yihan was her brother. She viewed the situation objectively. Much like in many cases where a woman's husband strays, one cannot solely blame the mistress, even if she seduces. The husband's fault is equally grave. The elders, upon hearing Lin Mo's perspective, found merit in her argument. The young lady truly exhibits remarkable insight. After conversing with Lin Mo for a while longer, the elders returned to their duties. On the way, Elder B received a message from the headhunting firm. Mr. Song, we have finalized the salary here with a 5% increase and no change in position. If all four of you come together, the year-end bonus will be even higher. Elder B shared the news with the others. The trio shook their heads in unison, declining the offer. We believe Xing Shan is quite satisfactory. He grinned and replied, no need. Our young lady has returned. We shall work ourselves to the bone at Xing Shan. The headhunter responded with confusion. Meanwhile, the company gossip group remained abuzz with discussions regarding Li Huanyu's visit to Lin Mo, and the anticipation grew palpable. At last, the front desk sent a message in the group. Rest assured, Li Huanyu has left with her assistant in a huff. It appears that our sister has achieved a resounding victory. Guijiao Sox remarked, hooray. Back to work. Da Chong Warm added, hooray. Back to the restroom. The nation's weeds chimed in. Hooray. Back to kissing. Guijiao Sox retorted to the nation's weeds. Tell me which floor and department you're in. I'll find someone to deal with you. Laughter erupted in the group, creating a jovial atmosphere. Forgetting to collect corn in the rain lamented, oh, a slight sadness. It seems that Mr. Shun and Li Huanyu are no longer a pair. There will be no more shipping for this couple. E.M. Krayan, online romance show Cow, referred to as little student, reassured. Don't worry. Shipping is like the subway. When one pair departs, another soon arrives. No need to panic. The front desk interjected. I find myself shipping Assistant Jiang and our sister. You have no idea how Assistant Jiang rushes back to the company. I have never seen the usually composed and intellectual Assistant Jiang lose her poise like this. Once a voice called out, wonderful. The lilies of our hometown are blooming again. There is hope. Chapter 022. He is the only one who has ever touched her heart. Well, this concludes today's recording, the director announced through the loudspeaker. Gu Jingchuan stretched lazily, his neck cricking from fatigue. To him, participating in a variety show was even more exhausting than filming a movie. While shooting a film allowed for ample breaks, the nature of variety show recordings required one to maintain a heightened state of alertness throughout. Adding to his weariness was the fact that he had a live variety show scheduled afterward, which irked him slightly. Upon finishing the recording, he stepped out of the studio to find that night had fallen. His assistant handed him his phone along with a bottle of open mineral water. You worked hard. Brother Chuan, please have some water, the assistant said. Gu Jingchuan took a sip of water before passing it back to his assistant, then opened his phone to check his WeChat messages. Li Huanyu had yet to reply to him, and he frowned slightly. There should be a limit to sulking, after all. She was truly overdoing it. Choosing not to message Li Huanyu again, he continued sifting through other notifications. Due to the tight schedule of the variety show, he had scarcely touched his phone all day, even eating in the studio. Thus, his phone was flooded with unread messages. Some were work-related from his manager, while others were invitations from various female celebrities to dine or socialize. Gu Jingchuan responded to these messages with casual indifference, his demeanor exuding arrogance. With wealth and power at his disposal, and millions of fans, he was surrounded by women vying for his attention. Li Huanyu should certainly feel a twinge of urgency. Suddenly, he noticed 2 messages from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. Wasn't this kid supposed to be at school? How did he find time to message? Curiously, he tapped to read the messages. His brother mentioned that he had seen a girl today who bore a striking resemblance to his high school girlfriend. Gu Jingchuan paused for a moment, taken aback. His high school girlfriend? Who could it be? Lin Mo. Under normal circumstances, he would have clicked to see a picture, but he lacked the inclination to do so now, especially since his conflict with Li Huanyu had stemmed from Lin Mo. It was rather amusing, really, that a quarrel could arise over someone who had been deceased for over a decade. Li Huanyu had sulked for several months over this matter. Women could indeed be troublesome. He typed a reply. Focus on your studies and stop daydreaming. There were few who resembled Lin Mo. Her beauty was unforgettable, the kind that left an indelible mark on the soul. Regrettably, she had passed away at a tender age. He had poured considerable effort into pursuing her, even planning a confession, yet in the end, he had never even held her hand before she was gone. A hint of sorrow flickered in Gu Jingchuan's eyes as he sighed. In truth, when Li Huanyu had asked him whom he loved more. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Mo was his first love, the only girl he had earnestly pursued with all his heart. Li Huanyu, however, was the most enchanting woman he had encountered in recent years, delicate and beautiful. The two were hardly comparable. Yet, if Li Huanyu were to ask him again, he would unequivocally answer that it was her, for he was a pragmatic man. Moreover, he certainly no longer harbored feelings for Lin Mo. After all these years, who could sustain affection for someone who had passed away? As he settled into the car heading back to the hotel, he reflected that the variety show recording had not taken place in the capital, but in a distant locale, necessitating a stay in a hotel. Gu Jingchuan perused other messages. At that moment, Gu Jingzhou replied, "I just finished class. It truly resembles her. I am not deceiving you. The more I ponder this afternoon, the more it seems like her." With a sense of leisure, Gu Jingchuan casually responded, "She has been gone for over a decade. When I was in high school, you were merely 5 or 6 years old. How could you remember so vividly? You must have misidentified her." Gu Jingzhou countered, "I was indeed quite young then. But for several years after her passing, your phone screensaver was always her photo. I borrowed your phone to play games daily. It would be difficult not to remember." Gu Jingchuan attended university at Jingbei and returned home daily, not residing on campus. The mention of this matter caused his brows to furrow slightly. Had he truly been so innocent back then? He had forgotten. Though that doesn't prevent you from flirting with other girls, Gu Jingzhou sent another message. Gu Jingchuan retorted, "Enough. You need not utter that last remark." He recalled that during his university years, he indeed used Lin Mo's photo as a screensaver. When other girls inquired, he would claim it was merely an image from the internet. His reasons for doing so were not solely out of nostalgia. There were deeper motives. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Jingchuan's gaze darkened. Gu Jingzhou messaged again, "But seriously, the way this girl approached me was quite unique. She isn't even from our school. My charm is truly remarkable." Gu Jingchuan replied, "Spare me your self-admiration. No dating in high school. Focus on your studies." Gu Jingzhou responded, "I understand. I know my limits." He was his mother's hope, and he would certainly dedicate himself to his studies. This matter was but a mere interlude for Gu Jingchuan. He felt somewhat fatigued. He switched off his phone and leaned back against the car seat to rest. His mind involuntarily drifted to Lin Mo. According to his brother, this girl who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo had a personality entirely different from hers. Lin Mo was inherently proud and would never initiate a conversation with a boy, nor could she ever develop feelings for one. He was the only person who had ever touched her heart. "Get some rest early tonight. I heard Jiang Tang mention that you went to know one high school to find Gu Jingchuan's brother today. Stop saying I am love-stricken. Gu Jingchuan is no saint either. You should forget about him." Shinihan parked the car in front of the villa, ultimately voicing his thoughts. Lin Mo pouted, "Who told you I still liked Gu Jingchuan? I do not like him. I have my own reasons for my actions, so mind your own business." Shinihan remained silent. He could manage his sister's affairs, and he was willing to be involved. Yet, he could not intervene in her matters, for no one could alter her convictions. This was a truth Shinihan had known since childhood. He rested one hand on the steering wheel and sighed softly, glancing at the back seat. Lin Mo did wish to discuss the matter of the fourth brother with the second brother, but he was currently overwhelmed with tasks at the company. She preferred not to burden Shinihan with the fourth brother's issues. After all, she had no other matters at hand and had been specifically investigating this, believing results would soon materialize. Lin Mo unfastened her seatbelt and exited the car. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several gift bags being handed over by a hand adorned with black Buddhist beads. Lin Mo returned to the car after a moment of hesitation, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shinihan switched on the car's interior light, causing the black Buddhist beads to glow softly. "What else could it be? Let's take a look and see if you like it," he said. Lin Mo quickly unwrapped the gift, revealing a dazzling array of golden treasures that nearly blinded her. 2 exquisite diamond rings shone brilliantly alongside 3 pieces of gold jewelry, a simple bangle, a golden pendant shaped like a puppy, and a large gold ingot resembling the god of wealth. Lin Mo beamed with joy. "I absolutely adore these." "Thank you, Jingquan Buddha child. You have exquisite taste. Did you pick these out yourself?" While Shinihan wished to claim credit for the thoughtful gifts, Jiang Tang sat in the back seat. Her car had broken down today, and he had kindly offered her a ride home. No, it was Jiang Tang who chose them, Shen Yihan replied honestly. Lin Mo smiled radiantly and turned to the back seat. I knew it was Jiang Tang who picked these. This bangle is for you, Sister Jiang. She extended the 20-gram golden bangle towards her. Jiang Tang shook her head. I cannot accept this. It is a gift from Mr. Shun to you. Lin Mo leaned back from the passenger seat and fastened the bangle onto Jiang Tang's wrist. Look how lovely it looks on you. He gave it to me, so I'm giving it to you. It's perfect. Besides, I'll be heading to school soon. I can't wear a large gold bangle there, can I? The cool touch of the bangle on Jiang Tang's wrist warmed her heart. Yet she hesitated to accept such an extravagant gift. Shen Yihan's voice came from the driver's seat. If it's a gift, then just accept it. You make it seem as if I'm being stingy with my employees. He recalled how he would always prepare gifts for himself whenever Jiang Tang delivered presents to clients during festive seasons, all reimbursed by the company. Jiang Tang lifted her head. Of course, Mr. Shun is generous towards me, but this is a gift from Xiao Mo. She is still just a child. Lin Mo tilted her chin defiantly. Sister Jiang, I understand now. You're implying that I am poor, aren't you? Umph. Do not underestimate a young girl's wealth. Both Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang chuckled in unison. All right, I will accept it. Thank you, Xiao Mo, and thank you, Mr. Shun, Jiang Tang replied, her fingers tracing the smooth surface of the bangle. Xiao Mo had been exceedingly kind to her. How could she repay such generosity? She resolved to work even harder to elevate Xingshan to greater heights. After stepping out of the car with her gifts, Lin Mo took out her phone to message Xie Guanyin, asking him to come and open the door. Xie Guanyin appeared shortly, dressed in a crisp white shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, complemented by a chic black tie that exuded a captivating allure. Shen Yihan and Jiang Tang greeted him as he followed Lin Mo inside. Jiang Tang frowned slightly, murmuring under her breath, in such a large villa, is there no staff? Why did Mr. Xie personally come to open the door? Chapter 023. Cheese turkey noodles as the grand villa's gate closed. The silhouettes of two individuals, one tall and one short, vanished from sight. Shen Yihan turned and said, let us go. I'll drive you back. Jiang Tang nodded and approached the driver's seat. Allow me to take the wheel, Mr. Shun. Shen Yihan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll take you back without getting out of the car. Soon, a sleek black Bentley came to a halt outside an old residential complex. With his beaded bracelet resting on the steering wheel, Shen Yihan furrowed his brow and inquired, why do you live in such a dilapidated place? Your assistant salary, combined with a year-end bonus, should easily cover a decent down payment for a home in Beijing. Jiang Tang smiled gently. I live with my parents. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for bringing me back. Shen Yihan, not one to pry into others' affairs, merely nodded in response. As Jiang Tang turned to leave, she suddenly bent down and addressed the man in the car. Mr. Shun, my condolences. With that, she strode away, her tall and elegant figure casting a long shadow under the dim streetlights. Shen Yihan was momentarily taken aback. It quickly dawned on him that Jiang Tang was referring to Li Huanyu's manipulation of him. He had indeed invested genuine feelings in Li Huanyu. During that period, he was inexplicably infatuated, with thoughts of her consuming his mind. Hearing her admit today that she had used him to provoke Gu Jingxuan was, to be honest, somewhat disheartening. Shen Yihan's expression turned slightly colder, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. He retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and accessed Li Huanyu's chat window. Tapping the upper right corner, he opted to delete the contact. At 26, he could afford to set aside matters of the heart and focus on his career. After all, Xie Guanyin was immensely successful and had never faltered in his pursuits for any woman. Another message pinged in on WeChat. It was from 4 Marriages. Understanding life. If you're feeling down, tell your sister. We'll go get utterly intoxicated together. Just bring your money. The aloof man's lips curled into a smile as he replied. No need. Your brother is not that fragile. 4 Marriages, understanding life. True, unlike me, you're a resilient emperor. Shen Yihan. Seeing the ellipsis from Shen Yihan, Lin Mo burst into laughter from her spot on the sofa. How unfortunate. He is experiencing heartbreak before even being in love. She sighed. shaking her head. Who hasn't faced unrequited love? Chimed a warm, melodious voice from above. Lin Mo looked up to see a strikingly handsome man with a perfectly sculpted jawline, adorned with a luxurious black Patek Philippe watch on his slender wrist. He held a colorful fruit platter in his hands. The watch exuded elegance while the fruit platter, vibrant and inviting, created an oddly harmonious contrast. Bending down, he placed the fruit platter on the coffee table and settled into the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap. "You're quite the gossip," Lin Mo scoffed playfully, yet her hand couldn't resist reaching for the fruit platter. "Why should Mr. Xie be the one to fetch it? Allow me to indulge," grabbing a few raspberries and popping them into her mouth. The sweet and tangy sensation spread delightfully across her palate, much to the satisfaction of the gluttonous Lin Mo yesterday. "I returned home quite late and went straight to bed. Today I came back around 8, and Lin Mo was habitually seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. It was indeed a habit. During the summer of her senior year, when school was out, she often nestled on this very sofa, reading and playing on her phone. The sofa, with its exquisite texture, enveloped one entirely upon sitting, offering unparalleled comfort. Last night, she had not noticed, but now it struck her that the diligent servants and butlers who bustled about the villa during the day were absent at night. "Where are the butler and the others?" Lin Mo casually inquired. Xie Guanyin, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him, replied in a gentle tone, "They finished their shifts at 8 in the evening." Lin Mo took another slice of orange and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "This villa has several servant quarters. Why not let them live here? It would certainly make life more convenient for you." Xie Guanyin, with his deep, captivating eyes peering through his glasses, responded, "I am fully capable of managing my own life. Their presence is not necessary." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Although Xie Guanyin was undoubtedly wealthy, his lifestyle remained commendably modest. He had not succumbed to the extravagance often associated with affluence. In fact, he still resided in this old villa. That being said, she continued, "If you get hungry in the middle of the night, no one will be there to prepare a late-night snack for you. Do you crave a midnight snack?" Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses, his voice clear and melodious. Lin Mo hesitated, a sheepish smile creeping onto her lips. "Oh, that wasn't my intention. I was merely speaking offhand. What would you like to eat?" "Cheesy turkey noodles," she declared. Only then did Lin Mo realize that she had dined with Shun Yihan after work around 5, and was now feeling a tad hungry. Her stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Lin Mo's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly added, "After all, I'm only 18 and still growing. It's perfectly normal to feel hungry. Wouldn't you agree?" During her senior year, she had consumed 5 or 6 meals a day, as her brain worked overtime, leading to a quicker depletion of energy. "Yes, it is quite normal. I too am feeling hungry. I had completely forgotten that I hadn't eaten as I was at a meeting." Xie Guanyin stood up, his tall silhouette casting a shadow over Lin Mo beneath the luxurious chandelier in the living room. Lin Mo, her eyes sparkling, tilted her chin to gaze up at him. "Then you ought to thank me." Xie Guanyin turned his head slightly, his profound gaze resting on her delicate face, affection swirling in his eyes. "Thank you," he said with a warm smile, the small brown mole on his nose appearing strikingly beautiful under the light. "Thank you for granting me the opportunity to be close to you." This was a privilege he had never dared to dream of. Lin Mo had only been joking, yet she was taken aback by Xie Guanyin's sincere gratitude, her spirits lifting. All right. What do you wish to eat? I only need a little. I'm not picky." A glimmer of excitement danced in Xie Guanyin's dark eyes. "As it happens, I too have a craving for turkey noodles." Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised that her rival's taste aligned so closely with her own. "All right then, go ahead and prepare it." Xie Guanyin's gaze remained fixed on her face, a charming smile gracing his lips. "As you wish, my lady." The man's voice, magnetic and melodious, drifted into Lin Mo's ears on the still night, like strands of hair teasing her eardrums, evoking a slight itch. Her heart fluttered in response. She was the tenant, while he was the landlord. Yet Miss Lin Mo had never contemplated the idea of preparing a meal herself. After all, she was entirely unversed in the culinary arts and had never attempted to cook. Even during the tumultuous times when her uncle frequently caused disturbances at home, and the housekeeper resigned in distress. It was her younger brother who took on the task of cooking. She possessed a strong sense of entitlement, but in this moment, a hint of embarrassment washed over her. After all, her relationship with Xie Guanyin was neither close nor familial. They had once been bitter rivals. Rising from the sofa, she followed in Xie Guanyin's footsteps, offering, "Allow me to assist you." "No need," Xie Guanyin replied, glancing back at her. "It's quite simple, just a few minutes." Lin Mo, ever soft-hearted, retreated a few steps only to return to the sofa, exclaiming, "All right then." Before long, 2 bowls of visually and aromatically enticing cheese turkey noodles were placed upon the dining table. The turkey noodles, paired with rich cheese, left Lin Mo utterly enchanted, though the dish was undeniably spicy, causing her to sweat and gasp as she ate. Noticing the man across the table watching her intently, she blinked her alluring eyes and quipped, "Welcome to China has size." Her delicate lips, now slightly flushed, appeared more full and lustrous, while her tongue, pink and tender, was clearly visible as she gasped. Xie Guanyin's Adam's apple subtly bobbed as he lowered his gaze, offering her a glass of water with a smile, saying, "Signed champion. Have some water." Lin Mo gulped down a large glass of water, unaware of when Xie Guanyin had poured it. The temperature was just right, neither too cold nor too hot. How do you remain unfazed by such spiciness? Lin Mo genuinely admired him. Xie Guanyin had not abstained from eating. In fact, he had consumed even more than she had. Yet he maintained an air of elegance and refinement, the small brown mole on his nose subtly shifting, while the $1,000,000 watch glimmered under the light, making him appear as though he were indulging in a fine dining experience. As Xie Guanyin savored the turkey noodles slowly, he smiled gently. "I used to eat this often. I've grown accustomed to it." Not wishing to prolong the topic, he casually inquired, "Are you planning to continue your studies, or?" Lin Mo answered candidly, "I intend to continue my studies, retaking my senior year to attempt the entrance exam for Qing University once more." Suddenly, her phone, resting on the table, chimed several times. She picked it up with her delicate, pale fingers and saw a message from Zhang Shi. "These few are quite mischievous at Yizhong. I've captured their photos." Chapter 024. Refrain from inquiring about social affairs. Lin Mo meticulously opened each photo, scrutinizing them for a glimpse of her younger brother. Although he was merely 6 years old at the time of her passing, she could still recognize the contours of his features. He had been an adorable little chubby boy. She typed a reply, "Thank you. It's quite late. You should rest early." Zhang Shi responded promptly, "I'm still working on my exam paper." Shortly after, a photo arrived, revealing a mathematics test. Lin Mo scanned the questions, her brows furrowing slightly. "You should get some sleep. Not a single answer is correct. It would be futile to continue." Zhang Shi, astonished, replied, "No way. I checked the answers." He had not anticipated such a critique of the paper he had diligently labored over for an hour. Moreover, Lin Mo had replied almost immediately after receiving the photo. Had she acted too hastily? This was a practice test he had purchased himself, and today marked the first time he attempted it. Turning to the last page, he began to verify the answers one by one. A minute later, his world crumbled. Astonishingly, not a single answer was indeed correct. "Who knew you were such an academic prodigy? I am in awe. By the way, which school do you attend?" Lin Mo chuckled. "It's best to refrain from inquiring about social matters." Zhang Shi replied, "Who are you chatting with?" Xie Guanyin observed the girl's smile and furrowed brows with a slight frown. "For number 1 high school, you wouldn't know them." Lin Mo set her phone down and resumed eating her turkey noodles. Xie Guanyin clenched his fist beneath the table, applying pressure to the still healing wound in his palm. His long, dark eyelashes casting shadows over the turmoil in his eyes. She still harbored feelings for Gu Jingchuan, having initially approached Gu Jingzhou to get closer to him. But what could he do? Causing Gu Jingchuan harm would only bring sorrow to Shanshan. Thankfully, Gu Jingchuan had yet to meet Shanshan. It would be ideal if the two could remain forever apart. His eyelashes fluttered, and his deep, shadowy gaze fell upon the girl, who was bowing her head to eat, revealing a slender, pale neck. He had an overwhelming desire to confine her, ensuring she would never cross paths with Gu Jingchuan again. An inexplicable chill crept down his neck, accompanied by a damp sensation. Lin Mo lifted her head, only to find the handsome man adjusting his glasses with a single finger. The small mole on his high-bridged nose was alluring and sensual as he smiled warmly. Would you like some more? The dining table was modestly sized, placing them in close proximity. Lin Mo often found herself momentarily captivated by Xie Guanyan's striking beauty as she was at that very moment. She quickly dismissed the strange feeling that had arisen moments before. No, I'm good. This bowl is sufficient. Let me say thank you. After taking a shower, Lin Mo sprawled across her bed, her fair, straight legs raised as she performed exercises aimed at weight loss. This was a compensatory act following her late-night snack, primarily serving a psychological comfort. Staring at the ceiling, she mused that she had discovered yet another virtue of Xie Guanyan. He cooked exceedingly well. Time swiftly passed, and the next morning, Lin Mo descended to find Xie Guanyan once again in the kitchen. It appeared the chef had another engagement that morning. She helped herself to a generous bowl of preserved egg and lean meat wontons. After finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. I rarely encounter such filling. Where did you purchase this? Today, Xie Guanyan donned a pristine white suit complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of purity and refinement. The butler had prepared the filling himself, he said gently. Lin Mo gave the butler a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle Butler, you are amazing." The butler's mouth twitched in response, humbly deflecting the praise, for it was indeed an overstatement. He had not crafted it at all. The ingredients had been purchased on Xie Guanyan's instructions the previous day, and he had risen early to prepare the filling himself. It was quite a remarkable sight to behold a billionaire rising at dawn to make dumplings, akin to the gravity of simmering chicken soup the day before. Such an unprecedented occurrence. The butler found himself puzzled as to why his employer did not simply confess that he had made it himself. This morning, he voiced his curiosity. Xie Guanyan, with his elegantly defined fingers, grasped the dumpling skin and replied nonchalantly, "She does not like me." This revelation nearly brought tears to the butler's eyes, piercing his heart with a pang of sorrow. So that was it. If one is not favored by the other, no matter how many gestures are made, it merely serves to evoke self-pity, transforming into pure pressure in the eyes of the recipient. Thus, to spare the young lady from any burden, the gentleman chose silence, opting instead to care for her quietly. Oh, how poignant! The gentleman, in his most valiant years, engaged in pure love. This reminded the butler of his own university days when he would bring breakfast not only for the girl he adored, but also for her boyfriend. He recalled the time shortly after graduating when he helped pay rent for the girl he liked, so she could cohabit with her partner. It dawned on him that his esteemed employer was of the same ilk. In their eyes, love was a noble endeavor, regardless of how others perceived it. Just after finishing the meal, Shun Yihan arrived. Lin Mo returned the dishes to the kitchen and bid farewell to Xie Guanyan and the butler. The butler smiled warmly, saying, "Miss Lin, goodbye, and take care on your way." Upon turning around, he noticed his employer's gaze fixated on the young lady's retreating figure, utterly still. The butler shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for his poor master. He lamented not having the opportunity to utter the classic line, "You are the first woman for whom the master has made chicken soup." Nor could he express, "It has been a long time since I've seen the master smile." His master was a truly good man, gentle in temperament, often smiling, albeit sometimes forced. Lin Mo settled into the car as Shun Yihan handed her a lunchbox, suggesting, "You must be hungry after a light dinner yesterday. Do eat something." The breakfast Jiang Tang had brought earlier was consumed solely by Jiang Tang. To Lin Mo's surprise, Shun Yihan had brought another meal today. "I've already eaten," Lin Mo replied. Shun Yihan nodded knowingly. "Did Chef Xie prepare breakfast for you?" Lin Mo shook her head. "He made himself, and it was delicious." Shun Yihan's pupils widened slightly. "But you don't enjoy sandwiches or cereals, do you?" His sister had always preferred soupy breakfasts, noodles, dumplings, rice noodles, and the like. However, the typical working professional's breakfast consisted of cold foods. Xie Guanyan appeared to be the type who favored cold dishes, as elite individuals often do, complemented by a cup of freshly brewed American coffee. As Lin Mo fastened her seatbelt, she remarked, "You have no idea. Xie Guanyan's tastes are quite similar to mine. He loves noodles and dumplings in the morning, and for late-night snacks, he enjoys turkey noodles. He can make them himself and does so with great skill. Shin Ihan gently played with the prayer beads on his right wrist. Astonished, he inquired, "Who turned the billionaire into a chef?" Lin Mo burst into laughter, responding, "I am unaware of that. But the chef at his home has been occupied these past few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally prepared breakfast." Shin Ihan glanced at the villa's grand entrance, reflecting on Mr. Xie, who not only excelled in business, but also led in philanthropy, and now he was revealed to possess culinary skills, truly an epitome of perfection. Lin Mo's eyes widened. "Shin Ihan, you mustn't fall for Xie Guanyin. He has an affinity for women, as you well know." Shin Ihan retorted. A vein twitched at his temple as he clarified, "I merely intend to regard him as a role model, wholly devoted to his career." Lin Mo sighed in relief. "That's acceptable. You should learn from him." Nodding, Shin Ihan started the vehicle and shifted the topic. "It's quite strange. There are no villas for sale in this vicinity. Jiang Tang has inquired about several, yet none are available." Initially, Lin Mo believed Xie Guanyin might be difficult to engage with. However, after spending a couple of days in his company, she discovered him to be exceedingly amiable. His earlier indifference during their high school days likely stemmed from his position as the top student. Now, devoid of competition, he treated her with warmth and grace, a refreshing presence akin to a gentle spring breeze. "There's no need to worry. Xie Guanyin is rather easygoing. If you're busy and cannot pick me up during the day, it's perfectly fine. I can stay at the villa. He likely won't mind my presence. Besides, my plans for school involve early departures and late returns, so you need not concern yourself with transportation. You could, however, inquire if anyone nearby knows of a reputable doctor specializing in sleep disorders that would address the root of the issue more effectively." "Understood," Shin Ihan replied. Jiang Tang took a taxi to the company today. The receptionist greeted her as usual. "Good morning, Assistant Jiang." Jiang Tang nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning." The receptionist suddenly noticed the sparkling gold bracelet adorning Jiang Tang's wrist, a departure from her usual understated accessories. She smiled and inquired, "Are you getting married, Assistant Jiang?" Jiang Tang frowned. "Why do you ask?" The receptionist pointed to her wrist. "The bracelet resembles wedding jewelry. In truth, wearing a gold bracelet does not necessarily indicate impending nuptials. But given Jiang Tang's usual lack of adornment, the bracelet appeared particularly significant." Raising her hand, a smile graced Jiang Tang's lips as she replied, "No, this was a gift from Lin Mo." Without further ado, she strode towards the elevator, eager to start her workday, completely oblivious to the receptionist's astonished expression. Instantly, the receptionist messaged the gossip group. "Ah, sister gifted assistant Jiang a magnificent gold bracelet. She treasures it on her wrist. Em atterri flabbergasted." Responses flooded in swiftly. The mistress of the unfaithful husband's mistress exclaimed, "What banquet is this? I'm all in for the gossip." Qian from all directions chimed in. "I want to join Assistant Jiang in cosplay. She can portray me at work, and I'll play with sister." Days passed without Lin Mo receiving any useful information. Each day, she would send Gu Jingzhou a message asking, "Is anyone causing you trouble today?" Gu Jingzhou consistently responded with a terse no. Zhang Shua also reported Gu Jingzhou's every move to her, confirming that indeed, no one was troubling him. It could be said that Gu Jingzhou was an exemplary student, diligently studying, attending to his needs, and savoring his meals. Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. Each morning, she would join Xie Guanyin for breakfast, and during the day, she would occupy herself with her studies in Shin Ihan's office. 11 years had elapsed, and the format of the college entrance examination had evolved. Thus, she needed to study and practice diligently. Her ambition remained to secure the top rank in the Beijing North entrance exams. In the evenings, she would occasionally indulge in the late-night snacks prepared by Xie Guanyin or those he brought home from outside. Although she had told Shin Ihan that he need not come pick her up, he still worried that Xie Guanyin might think he was not keeping his word. So he or Jiang Tang would come to escort her to the company each morning. Lin Mo was indifferent. She could manage anywhere during the day. One evening, while sitting on the couch enjoying some fruit, she received a message from Zhang Shua. "This Sunday, our school will play a friendly basketball match against other schools. Would you like to come and watch?" Chapter 025. Irresponsibility. Lin Mo pierced a piece of dragon fruit with a fork and brought it to her lips, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. The high school in Beijing North had always upheld the commendable tradition of balancing work and rest and studies, and surprisingly, it remained unchanged after all these years. She bit down on the fork, typing a response. Is Gu Jingzhou attending? Zhang Shuo quickly replied. Yes. He is the captain of our school team. Lin Mo was taken aback by how exceptional Gu Jingzhou's younger brother was, excelling in both academics and sports, especially considering that Gu Jingchuan had always been at the bottom of his class. Perhaps the family deemed the elder brother a lost cause, opting to nurture the younger one instead. If Gu Jingzhou were to attend, she would undoubtedly follow suit. In the fervor of the basketball match, the youthful male hormones soared, making conflicts easily arise. Which high school is the first middle school's team playing against? Lin Mo inquired. Zhang Shuo responded. The third middle school, the one with poor academic performance. Lin Mo typed with one hand. All right, see you then. Suddenly, a faint sound of inhalation pierced the air. Lin Mo looked up to see a strikingly handsome man frowning slightly, his dark eyes fixated on the coffee table. Following his gaze, she spotted a delicate wrist adorned with a green Patek Philippe watch. The wrist extended into a fair, elegant hand, where a few light veins added to its allure. At that moment, a silver fork was embedded in the back of his hand. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock as she quickly withdrew her own hand, only to discover two small puncture wounds appearing on the beautiful back of his hand. At that moment, she felt as if the sky had fallen. What a formidable grip! While distractedly looking at her phone and attempting to fork some fruit, she had inadvertently stabbed Xie Guanyan's hand. This man had impeccable living habits and often cut fruit while working, allowing her to share in the indulgence. Now, however, it seemed that fruit was off the table, and she might even be shown the door. With a clang, Lin Mo flung the fork 3 meters away. Frantically apologizing, she exclaimed, I'm so sorry, I didn't see. Xie Guanyan's voice remained gentle and melodious. It's not your fault. It's my oversight for not noticing your fork while reaching for the fruit. Lin Mo was astonished at how composed Xie Guanyan was, even taking the blame upon himself. Overcome with guilt, she grasped his hand to assess the situation. You are far too kind. Do you truly never get bullied outside? This incident was undoubtedly her fault for being so careless while looking down. The soft, delicate sensation of his hand sent a rush of warmth through Xie Guanyan, his breath quickening and his ears flushing with heat, his eyes brimming with excitement and infatuation. She was holding his hand. How blissful! Lin Mo had finally shifted her focus onto him. How delightful! Struggling to maintain his composure, he adjusted his silver-framed glasses with one hand and shook his head. Very few people dare to bully me. Meanwhile, the two small wounds were bleeding, creating a striking contrast against his flawless hand. Lin Mo's heart ached at the sight, akin to the pain felt when witnessing a character in a movie suffering a grievous injury. She was the type who could never bear to watch a nurse inject a needle into her arm. The fork is made of stainless steel. It should not pose a risk of tetanus, right? Should I call your private doctor to have a look? Xie Guanyan chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern, insisting that there was no need for a doctor. Yet, despite his words, he showed no inclination to withdraw his hand. Though his heart raced with a deafening thrum of anxiety, he yearned for Shan Shan to hold his hand just a moment longer. Lin Mo had never injured anyone before, and she asked, is it serious? Gazing upon the wound with worry, Xie Guanyan's unwavering gaze fixated on her delicate porcelain-like face, noticing her fluttering eyelashes. His tone softened considerably. It's truly nothing. Just a dab of iodine will suffice. Lin Mo lifted her gaze to him, asking where the iodine was, ready to fetch it. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the refined, handsome man's face had turned slightly pink, his ears a vivid crimson, as if they might bleed. She blinked her peach blossom eyes, realizing she had been holding Xie Guanyan's hand all along. Was it possible for a 29-year-old man to blush merely from a handhold? One innocent man. Lin Mo mused silently, yet she did not release his hand. It was her fault he was hurt. She had to take responsibility. Xie Guanyan glanced at the television cabinet and shook his head. There's none at home. Let us have some delivered. Lin Mo gently wiped away the trickle of blood with a tissue, saying, "I'll order takeout. Just keep your hands still." She carefully placed his hand on the sofa and opened her phone to order. Having traversed into this world for over a week, she had begun to acclimatize to this era. While in Shinihan's office, she could indulge in 3 cups of milk tea daily. Besides purchasing iodine, she also acquired cotton swabs and Band-Aids. This villa was somewhat remote, and she had to pay a premium for a delivery driver to take the order. When the food arrived, it was already 11 at night. Typically, Lin Mo would have her treated to her room by this hour, but tonight was different. She meticulously applied iodine to the small wound. The cool sensation made Xie Guanyin instinctively retract his hand. Lin Mo tilted her chin up to meet his gaze. Her eyes sparkling. "Does it hurt?" "I'll be gentler." Xie Guanyin adjusted his glasses with his other hand and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." His body was ablaze with heat, yet his hand felt icy. The contrast was striking, and his throat felt parched. The girl leaned in closer, her every attention fixed upon him, leaving him a bit dazed, as if he were walking on air. The slight pain in his hand was trivial. If it meant he could bask in Shanshan's attention, he would gladly endure any injury. His fingers were long and well-defined, the nails neatly trimmed and polished, with a hint of pink at the tips. As she gently applied the iodine, the yellowish-red hue on his fair hand appeared somewhat comical. After placing a Band-Aid over the wound, an inexplicable allure of battle scars emerged. Lin Mo felt a sudden warmth in her cheeks as she realized that in the stillness of the night, they were alone in the vast villa. Both seated on the sofa, the space between them felt intimately reduced. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of iodine and a cool, woody fragrance, creating an ambience that was somewhat ambiguous. Lin Mo's heart raced slightly as she released his hand and blinked, cautioning him not to let his hand come into contact with water to avoid infection. Xie Guanyin raised his hand to inspect it, a genuine smile flickering in his eyes. "Very well." After taking a shower and lying on her bed, Lin Mo felt a twinge of regret for being too engrossed in her phone. Her large eyes fixated on the ceiling as she contemplated a newfound virtue of Xie Guanyin, his emotional stability. Morning arrived swiftly. Lin Mo descended the stairs and spotted Xie Guanyin in the kitchen once again. She dashed over with a burst of energy, exclaiming, "Why are you making breakfast by yourself again? Your hand shouldn't touch water." Observing her concern, Xie Guanyin felt a surge of delight. "It's fine. The butler will assist me with the washing." The butler nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, I will take care of it." Although the butler was unaware of how the injury occurred, he understood that as long as his master had one functioning hand, he would not relinquish his morning ritual of preparing breakfast for Miss Lin. Initially, he believed his master would only cook occasionally, but now, over a week had passed without fail. Each day, he varied the dishes, ensuring that Miss Lin never grew weary of her meals. The butler noticed that Miss Lin lacked neither wealth nor affection. Her brother was quite affluent and deeply cared for her. "If that's the case, allow me to assist you," Lin Mo offered, glancing at Xie Guanyin's hand. She pondered how he managed to wash himself the previous night. Speaking of showers, she shook her head to dispel any unwelcome thoughts. "No need, the butler can handle it." "You should wait outside," Xie Guanyin replied, deftly slicing carrots. His long, fair fingers appeared particularly striking against the vivid orange of the carrots. Lin Mo, always soft-hearted, relented. "All right, what are we having today?" Having grown accustomed to the chef's busy mornings, she had discreetly inquired about the chef's commitments. The butler revealed that the chef's wife had just given birth, and he was helping with the newborn. Lin Mo mused that Xie Guanyin, as an employer, demonstrated a commendable sense of humanity, effectively granting paternity leave and alleviating the burdens of new mothers. "Today, we shall have Yunnan-style chicken rice noodles," Xie Guanyin replied warmly. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh my, you can make that?" "I am in awe." A few days prior, she had watched a video introducing Yunnan-style chicken rice noodles and had saved it for later. To her astonishment, she was about to enjoy it that very day. What serendipity! When the steaming bowl of chicken rice noodles was placed before her, Lin Mo picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The rich, flavorful chicken broth enveloped her senses, the aroma of the shredded chicken infused within, and the rice noodles soaked in the delicious essence of the broth. She nearly swooned from the exquisite taste. Your status in my heart now ranks just below Zhao Gongming, Lin Mo declared earnestly. Xie Guanyan's expression darkened almost instantly, his brows furrowing slightly. Who is Zhao Gongming? Lin Mo chuckled, the god of wealth. Xie Guanyan remained silent. Chapter 026. Is Weibo really this efficient? This morning, it was Shun Yihan who came to pick up Lin Mo. Shun Yihan preferred to drive himself rather than use a chauffeur, except for long distances. Nowadays, he no longer brought breakfast for Lin Mo, as it was certain she had already eaten. Shun Yihan often reflected on how Mr. Xie's lifestyle bore a certain warmth, quite at odds with the lofty image he projected. Today, being Saturday, Shun Yihan had the luxury of not going to the office. Sister, would you like to go somewhere fun? He inquired, as sunlight streamed through the car window, caressing the black Buddhist beads on his wrist, illuminating them with a gentle glow. Let us go shopping. I want to buy a gift for Xie Guanyan, Lin Mo replied, fastening her seatbelt with her delicate, jade-white hands. Shun Yihan paused momentarily. For whom? Then he chuckled. Sister, have you developed feelings for Mr. Xie? Lin Mo shot him a glance. Do you think I'm as lovesick as you? I accidentally heard him last night, what? Shun Yihan's brows knitted tightly. Mr. Xie didn't get angry with you, did he? Though Xie Guanyan was known for his gentle temperament, one could assert that those capable of great deeds often possessed a cold-blooded core. They could remain mild-mannered until their interests were threatened, at which point they could turn hostile in an instant. Selling a house would waste his time as he would have to readjust to a new environment. So he declined, Lin Mo explained. His temper is good. He didn't explode. I believe it was my fault, and I ought to apologize sincerely. Besides, I've been enjoying his hospitality lately. I can't take that for granted. Lin Mo had long contemplated presenting a small gift to express her gratitude. Relationships are reciprocal, and this applies even among family, let alone with strangers. Shun Yihan exhaled in relief. That's good. How did it happen? Lin Mo recounted the circumstances of the incident. Shun Yihan appeared somewhat astonished. I thought you returned to the villa and stayed in your room while Mr. Xie worked in his study. I didn't expect the two of you would sit together on the sofa. Lin Mo saw nothing amiss in this. Isn't it natural to be comfortable at home? The sofa I bought is incredibly cozy, and Xie Guanyan is no fool. What normal person would work in an office all day and then retreat to a study upon returning home? As they halted at a red light, Shun Yihan gently pressed the brake, fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his wrist, nodding. True, the fourth brother used to love napping on that sofa. This particular model had been discontinued, or else Shun Yihan would have purchased one for his own home. At the mention of the fourth brother, Lin Mo's eyes dimmed slightly. I hope to see him at the basketball game tomorrow, at Yizhong. Shun Yihan spent the entire day accompanying Lin Mo on her shopping expedition, finishing at their own mall before venturing to others. That evening, several trending topics quietly ascended the Weibo hot search list. Jinquan Fizi spotted shopping with Mysterious Beauty. Shun Yihan and Li Huanyu have really broken up. Mysterious Beauty is quite the shopper. It was the same paparazzo who had initially been lurking in the mall's underground parking lot waiting for celebrities. Upon observing Shun Yihan carrying 4 or 5 shopping bags, accompanied by a beautiful girl sipping milk tea, a sense of familiarity washed over me. She resembled the girl captured in the previous photographs. The paparazzo promptly abandoned his pursuit of celebrities, grinning widely as he snapped away at the pair. That day, with an assistant present, it was unmistakably a date for the two of them. It became clear why Shun Yihan had been so indifferent towards Li Huanyu. His attention was evidently captivated by this new flame. It is not uncommon for affluent individuals to have several women vying for their attention simultaneously, often engaging in modern-day rivalries reminiscent of palace intrigues. As the camera honed in on the girl's exquisite visage, the paparazzo was momentarily entranced. His initial thought was how it was possible for someone to possess such a stunning model-like face, skin as smooth as cream, bright eyes, and a pair of striking, distinctively colored peach blossom eyes that sparkled more brightly than the stars. His second realization was that the girl appeared remarkably youthful, making Shun Yihan seem somewhat aged in comparison. After capturing several images, the paparazzo felt an inexplicable sense of recognition regarding the girl's eyes, yet he could not place where he had seen them before. Their vehicle soon departed the shopping center, and the paparazzo followed, initially believing they were heading home. To his surprise, they ventured to a different mall to continue their shopping spree. By the end of the day, the paparazzo was utterly exhausted from the chase, while the girl exuded an inexhaustible energy. Shun Ihan displayed remarkable patience, genuinely offering his opinions on every purchase and diligently swiping his card. The atmosphere between them radiated an effortless beauty, leaving the paparazzo quite enamored. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, prompting him to return to the studio to share his revelations. Numerous comments flooded beneath the posts. The steadfast figures in the Beijing circle are ever surrounded by fleeting beauties. I'm truly in love with that profile. She is stunning, though she appears quite young. With such stamina to shop from dawn till dusk, she resembles a college student brimming with untapped energy. Does anyone have this beauty's Douyin account? Li Huanyu must be feeling down. The domineering CEO has sought new affection. The ruthless figures within the Beijing circle and the innocent starlet have truly parted ways. I am heartbroken. What do you mean by parting ways? Our dear Huanyu and Shinihan never had anything serious. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Exactly. Huanyu is solely focused on her career. Men should stay out of it. 10 minutes have passed, and no one has uncovered the identity of this beauty. I am genuinely disappointed in this generation of netizens. This cannot be attributed to the shortcomings of the netizens. Lin Mo has yet to leave her mark in this age of advanced technology. Her Weibo and Douyin accounts are newly registered and devoid of any content, making her merely a passive observer. 11 years ago, the internet was not as developed, and no netizen truly delved deeply into her background. However, those within the Starshine group are well aware of her identity. Yet, they fiercely protect Lin Mo, refraining from making any indiscreet remarks on Weibo. Only a few employees, under pseudonyms, have attempted to clarify the situation. The irate caregiver retorted, "Is the path so narrow that one man and one woman must be labeled as a romantic couple?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, they could very well be relatives. Let us approach this rationally." Yet no one was convinced. Jiang Tang swiftly learned of the trending topic through his secretary's notification and promptly called Shunihan. At that moment, Shunihan was enjoying dinner with Lin Mo at a highly rated Hunan cuisine restaurant. As Lin Mo took a bite of the stir-fried beef with rice, she heard Shunihan say, "Sister, some paparazzi capture us shopping, and we are now trending." She casually glanced at the phone resting on the table and replied, "Just have a trending topic removed." Neither of them belonged to the entertainment industry, so there was no need for clarification. Addressing the issue would only incite more attention, and Lin Mo preferred to maintain a low profile online. Shinihan found it as simple as drinking water to heed Lin Mo's advice and informed Jiang Tang to have the trending topic removed. After hanging up, Jiang Tang reached out to the Weibo staff. In less than a minute, the 3 entries vanished from Weibo as if they had never existed. Jiang Tang was astonished by the efficiency of Weibo's operations that day. Chapter 27. A small gift. The trending topic has been removed, Mr. Xie. Jin Yang reported to Xie Guanyin. The man, clad in a crisp white shirt, sat upon a verdant sofa, loosening his tie with one hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. How long has this trending topic been online? Jin Yang, genuinely perplexed, hurriedly messaged a staff member on Weibo. Moments later, he received a response, approximately half an hour. He found it utterly bewildering what his employer was up to. Was he attempting to play the role of Shun Ihan's guardian? Not only was he continuously investing in him, but now he was also suppressing the trending topic. He might as well transfer all his assets under Shun's name. Xie Guanyin's brow tightened, the shadows behind his glasses deepening as his palms sank into the sofa. Would Gu Jingchuan have seen the trending topic within this half hour? Perhaps he hadn't recognized the blurred profile from before, but with such a clear visage, as long as Gu Jingchuan had not lost his memory, he would undoubtedly recognize him. Upon recognition, he would surely seek out Lin Mo. It was inevitable. Although Lin Mo had already gone to find Gu Jingzhou, and he might have recognized her and informed Gu Jingchuan of the matter, the fact that Gu Jingchuan had not approached Lin Mo indicated his disbelief. Despite being aware that it was only a matter of time before Gu Jingchuan learned of Lin Mo's survival, he wished for that day to arrive later, much later. The elegant man's neck veins throbbed visibly, his voice icy and laden with intensity. Inform the paparazzi in Jingbei that no one is to photograph the girl beside Shun Yihan. A chill seemed to seep through the phone, causing Jin Yang to shiver slightly. Understood, understood. The girl beside Shun Yihan? Is it not Shun Yihan himself? The animosity in Xie Guanyan's gaze surged, his tone sharp as ice. Did I not make myself clear enough? It is this girl who must not be photographed. The rest is irrelevant. It was rare for his employer to adopt such a tone, and he had never wielded his capital and power to intimidate others, consistently choosing a path of philanthropy. Jin Yang's heart raced with trepidation as he solemnly replied, Understood, Mr. Xie. After hanging up, Jin Yang furrowed his brow. The good news was that his employer was not removing the trending topic for Shun Yihan's sake. The bad news was that it was for Shun Yihan's girlfriend. The sky had fallen. The billionaire tycoon was to become the third party? No wonder the boss's gaze had been amiss that day. Jin Yang Sigit, resigning himself to the reality that this was not a concern for a mere employee like him. Lin Mo returned to the villa and, as usual, called out for Xie Guanyan to open the door. Shun Yihan stood at the entrance, his hands laden with various items, waiting patiently. Lin Mo also held a small gift in her hand. As Xie Guanyan opened the courtyard gate, a beautiful gift bag was presented before him. Xie Guanyan, this is for you. The girl's voice was bright and melodious, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with warmth, akin to a gentle spring rain soothing his heart. The resentment that had surged within him moments ago dissipated in an instant. He felt momentarily dazed, raising his hand only to let it fall back down, restrained by the fear of mishearing her. Lin Mo placed the gift into his hand, which was still adorned with a bandage. This is for you. I apologize for last night's incident, and thank you for not only renting me a room, but also allowing me to share your meals. The tangible weight of the gift made Xie Guanyan realize he had not misheard. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his hand trembled slightly while holding the present. Shanshan had given him a gift. Shanshan had actually given him a gift. The excitement and joy mingled in his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses, making his deep black irises appear enchanting. Shun Yihan approached from behind, polite and respectful. Mr. Xie, this is a small token for my sister. She knows you have everything, so she took her time choosing it. It's just a little trinket. I hope you like it. A gift chosen with such care. Xie Guanyan felt a tingling pleasure coursing through him, his breath quickening as he momentarily forgot to restrain his emotions. I love it. Shun Yihan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward expression of affection from Xie Guanyan. I told you he would like it. Lin Mo remarked proudly, casting a glance at Shun Yihan. While selecting the gift, Shun Yihan had believed it necessary to choose something expensive, considering Xie Guanyan's status. However, Lin Mo had a different perspective. It wasn't that she was unwilling to spend money, but rather that Xie Guanyan could acquire anything luxurious. What mattered was the sentiment behind it. Xie Guanyan was eager to unwrap the gift, but managed to contain his excitement. Let me help you with those, he said. Noticing Shun Yihan was laden with several shopping bags. Give them to me. Shun Yihan wanted to refuse, but the words stuck in his throat. For Xie Guanyan's tone was not one that invited debate. The aura of authority radiating from him was palpable, albeit fleeting. Yet in that instant, the weight of the bags was lifted from Shun Yihan's hands. Still adjusting to the sudden lightness, he twirled the black Buddhist beads on his wrist with his left hand. All right, I'll take my leave now. Lin Mo waved goodbye, reminding him to be safe on the road. The man in the white shirt, tall and slender, followed the graceful figure of the girl, their shadows intertwining on the ground. Shun Yihan felt a twinge of admiration. Indeed, she was his sister. Regardless of who walked behind her, they appeared like mere lackeys. Yet, a moment later, an inexplicable discomfort washed over Shun Yihan. For carrying bags was traditionally his role as the younger brother. But inevitably, his sister would find a partner who would assist her in that regard. Sighing, Shun Yihan resolved to be his sister's servant as much as possible before the return of the third brother and before she entered a relationship. He didn't dwell on Xie Guanyan helping his sister carry the shopping bags. It was simply a matter of convenience. If he were to share a flat with a girl, he would do the same. Once back in the car, Shun Yihan's spirits lifted considerably. His sister had also purchased a gift for him, as she had for the third and fourth brothers. It was her habit to buy gifts in sets of 3. The gift was a belt from Seven Wolves. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the brand, the fact that it was a gift from his sister made it special to him, and he would certainly make use of it. I hope that the fourth brother can be found soon. My sister mentioned that she's been investigating this matter diligently of late. Chapter 028. If you don't believe it, come and see. Is it all right if I leave it here? Xie Guanyin inquired as he placed the items in Lin Mo's room. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. That's perfect. Thank you for bringing it up. She suddenly remembered that Xie Guanyin's hand was still injured and had intended to carry it herself. But he insisted it was no trouble at all. What a gentleman he is! Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a genuine admiration from the depths of her heart. A small gift bag hung delicately from the man's fingers, accentuating the elegance of his long fingers. Why don't you take a look? Lin Mo suggested. Xie Guanyin's penetrating gaze lingered on the girl's face for a moment before his slender fingers retrieved a small box from the gift bag. Upon opening it, a string of golden bamboo bead bracelets was revealed. The refined bamboo segments were adorned with a pair of lively bamboo leaves, the matte gold exuding an air of sophistication. What do you think? My taste is quite commendable, isn't it? Bamboo symbolizes great fortune and continuous ascent. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with joy, though she wore a smile. A flicker of apprehension coursed through her heart upon witnessing the man's reaction to the box. Xie Guanyin's casual watches were worth millions, while this golden bracelet was merely worth a few thousand. Moreover, men typically do not wear gold jewelry. Shen Han had sincerely suggested she purchase a golden picio, but Lin Mo found it too gaudy and refrained from buying it. When he expressed his fondness at the door, she suspected it might have been mere politeness. Now, Lin Mo gazed into his eyes, eager to discern whether he truly liked it. She watched as the deep, tranquil depths of his eyes gradually unfurled into a smile. Shimmering beautifully, he lifted his head, and the small brown mole on his nose appeared more vibrant with his smile. Thank you, I truly like it, he said leisurely. I absolutely love it. Lin Mo's anxious heart settled. As long as he liked it, that was enough. I'm not certain what you prefer, but I adore gold, so I got you one as well. See, I'm wearing a golden dog around my neck too. Lin Mo showcased the little golden dog pendant that Shen Han had gifted her. Xie Guanyin grasped the bracelet in his palm, feeling its cool temperature, his gaze drifting to the golden dog on the girl's neck, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He yearned to become that little dog, so he could remain by her side forever. The delicate curve of her neck and the yellow chain accentuated her skin, which was as pure as mutton fat jade. You look splendid wearing it, Xie Guanyin complimented warmly, adjusting his glasses to conceal the fervent yearning in his eyes. After exiting Lin Mo's room, he swiftly removed the watch from his wrist and donned the bracelet instead. He raised his hand high, admiring it under the light, like a child who had just received a longed-for toy, trembling with excitement. Now that he had accepted Lin Mo's gift, he could reciprocate with a gift of his own. She would surely accept it. How wonderful. Jingnan Film Base. Click. Thank you for your hard work, Actor Gu, the director exclaimed, holding a megaphone and bowing slightly. Gu Jingchuan nodded and strode purposefully towards his dressing room. It was a night shoot that continued from dusk until 10 o'clock in the evening. Gu Jingchuan felt utterly exhausted. Only after removing his makeup and returning to the van did he sense a semblance of relaxation. Brother Jingchuan, came the gentle voice of Li Huanyu, soothingly drifting into his ears. He smiled, embracing the person before him. You've worked hard, my dear. Waiting for me in the van. He planted a tender kiss on her forehead, trailing downwards. Li Huanyu had wisely chosen to reconcile with him. During this busy period of work, she had come to the set to see him today. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Jingchuan, there are others in the van." The two assistants exchanged glances and simultaneously exited the vehicle. Goodness, at this moment, they regard us as people. As the door of the van closed, only the two of them remained, and the atmosphere within began to heat up. They embraced tightly, their passions igniting. Li Huanyu nestled against his shoulder, softly murmuring, "Let us head back to the hotel, Brother Jingchuan. There are people outside." Gu Jingchuan whispered in her ear, "Isn't it a bit stimulating with others around? Besides, I've been faithful to you during this time. Don't you wish to experience it sooner? It had been several months since they last met, and Li Huanyu felt a surge of joy upon hearing those words. Indeed, Gu Jingchuan loved her deeply. It was well known that he was a notorious playboy, yet he had restrained himself for her over these past few months, which was truly commendable. In her heart, she understood that Gu Jingchuan was superior to Shun Han. While Shun Han was the president of a large corporation, he lacked a solid background. Being an orphan and a quintessential mama's boy, easily toppled by a mere breeze. In contrast, Gu Jingchuan was not only an acclaimed actor with countless admirers, but also a genuine scion of wealth, with a profound family legacy. Previously, her pride had led her astray. She could not simply forgive the public humiliation she had endured. Shun Han and his so-called sister would eventually face her retribution. Her body instinctively gravitated towards Gu Jingchuan as she softly inquired, "Is that true?" "I find it hard to believe." Gu Jingchuan smirked wickedly. "You'll believe it when you're crying and begging me to stop." 3 minutes later, Li Huanyu's lips twitched, but she consoled him. "The environment in the van isn't suitable. You've done remarkably well, brother." Gu Jingchuan rubbed his nose, acknowledging his fatigue. "Let me rest, and then I shall deal with you." Li Huanyu smiled shyly. They parted as the van door opened, and the assistants re-entered, the vehicle setting off towards the hotel. Gu Jingchuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He opened his phone to check his WeChat messages, soon noticing one from his younger brother, Gu Jingzhou. "Bro, take a look for yourself. Doesn't this girl resemble your high school girlfriend?" Accompanying the message was a remarkably clear frontal photograph. The image was not enlarged, simply residing within the chat. Gu Jingchuan glanced at it and felt his expression stiffen. Those beautiful brows, those shimmering, clear peach blossom eyes, that elegant, well-defined nose, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The likeness of Lin Mo from high school perfectly mirrored the photograph. Who else could it be but Lin Mo? Furrowing his brow, he took another drag of his cigarette and typed a reply to Gu Jingzhou. "So it is her. Where did you find this photo? I urged you to focus on your studies. What have you been up to lately?" Gu Jingchuan suddenly felt a surge of anger. What was his younger brother doing? Rummaging through his first love's photographs? Gu Jingzhou quickly responded, "I didn't seek out these photos. They're trending on Weibo today." A paparazzo captured her shopping with the CEO. Like a tranquil sea suddenly stirred by tempestuous waves, Gu Jingchuan's emotions surged, his heart racing. How could this be possible? Lin Mo had been deceased for over a decade. This cannot possibly have been taken today. It must have been doctored by the paparazzi. Such fantastical occurrences were inconceivable. Yet despite these thoughts, Gu Jingchuan found himself unable to resist enlarging the photograph, scrutinizing it closely. It was indeed Lin Mo. Not merely a likeness. It was unmistakably her. She had been the academic prodigy and the belle of the school, proud in demeanor, yet possessing a kind disposition. She always wore a cheerful smile, making her approachable. This fade led him to believe she would be easy to pursue, but he soon discovered that winning her heart was an arduous task. Her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes were her signature feature. Since her passing, he had not encountered eyes more beautiful, nor had he seen a girl more exquisite than she. Gu Jingzhou, preoccupied with something, did not respond immediately. Smoke filled the car, creating a stifling atmosphere. Li Huanyu coughed several times, frowning at Gu Jingchuan. "Brother Jingchuan, could you please open a window? It's quite a bad habit to smoke in the car without ventilation." Gu Jingchuan was oblivious to Li Huanyu's words. His gaze fixated on Weibo. He scrolled through the trending topics, finding no mention of Lin Mo, which deepened his sense of loss. If it truly was her. The assistant driving the car opened the rear window, allowing a gust of wind to sweep in. Gu Jingchuan, caught off guard, found the ash from his cigarette blown onto his face, leaving a slight burn. Startled, he tossed the nearly extinguished cigarette out of the window. "Who told you to open the window?" he shouted. The assistant jumped in surprise. "Ah, Miss Li has been coughing." Li Huanyu, akwali starlat, gazed at Gu Jingchuan in alarm. Gu Jingchuan closed his eyes, suppressing the inexplicable surge of emotions. After taking a deep breath, he was about to say something when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Gu Jingzhou. "I have a basketball game tomorrow. She will definitely be there. If you don't believe me, come see her for yourself. Chapter 29, A Life Well Lived. The following day dawned bright and sunny once more. Lin Mo, after awakening and completing her morning routine, hurriedly dashed downstairs. Each evening, she found herself eagerly anticipating the culinary delights that awaited her the next morning. Reminiscent of the days when her parents were still alive, her parents shared a deep affection, no matter how busy her father was. He always prepared breakfast for the family before heading off to work. During those times, she too would drift off to sleep filled with expectation. As she descended the stairs, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Lin Mo's appetite was piqued, leading her swiftly to the kitchen. There stood a broad-shouldered man, donned in an apron, his slim waist accentuated by the black fabric. Lin Mo dared not gaze too long. Peeking around him, she inquired, "Mr. Xie, what are we having today?" "Beef noodles," Xie Guanyin replied, lowering his gaze to admire the delicate, radiant features of the girl before him. The butler, stationed at the doorway, observed this scene with a knowing smile, reminiscent of a proud relative. What distinguished this from a loving couple? Lin Mo glanced at the bubbling beef bone soup and the tender, delectable beef beside it, then turned to the butler and gave him a thumbs up. "Uncle Butler, you've outdone yourself again with the bone soup and beef. It's a shame you're not a professional chef." The butler's eyelids fluttered with delight as he humbly replied, "Not at all, not at all. It's quite simple." Xie Guanyin skillfully added the rice noodles to the simmering bone broth. As he raised his hand, Lin Mo noticed the exquisite golden bamboo bracelet she had gifted him the previous night adorning his wrist. The gold gleamed against his pale skin, the bamboo segments accentuating the graceful contours of his wrist, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Lin Mo's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She hadn't anticipated he would wear it, nor did she foresee how perfectly it suited him. Truly, she thought, it was a testament to her taste. A small sense of pride flickered in her gaze. 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles, garnished with scallions, were soon placed upon the dining table. Lin Mo took a sip and exclaimed in delight, "This is delicious. I can't get enough." Xie Guanyin smiled gently, his gaze fixed on her face, remarking, "Life is indeed beautiful." With a playful squint, Lin Mo teased, "You've been spending quite a bit of time on Douyin, haven't you? By the way, I'm heading to the first high school to watch a basketball game today. Do you remember the friendly match we held during our senior year?" Xie Guanyin, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, stared contemplatively into his bowl. "Yes, I remember." For Lin Mo, this memory felt recent. "You signed up to participate, didn't you? I was quite pleased to hear you would be playing." "Really?" Xie Guanyin's gaze returned to her, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. "Indeed, your preparations for the game meant less time for studying, which was the perfect opportunity for me to strive harder." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow playfully. Xie Guanyin responded with a slight pause. "Yet, when I attended the game, you didn't seem to play. I only saw Gu Jingxuan and the others." "Why didn't you participate?" Lin Mo inquired. Xie Guanyin adjusted his silver-framed glasses, concealing the fleeting glint of hostility in his eyes, and smiled as he said, "I fear you might overtake me on the curve." Lin Mo picked up a piece of tender beef and exclaimed, "I knew it. When the performance of 2 individuals is on par, completing an additional set of problems signifies an increased chance of surpassing one another. True rivals certainly think alike. I'm done eating. I'll take my leave now. Arriving earlier might secure a good spot." Lin Mo returned her bowl to the kitchen, waving goodbye to Xie Guanyin and the housekeeper. Standing up, Xie Guanyin leisurely dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his tone laced with a hint of curiosity. "I shall accompany you. Fortuitously, I have a day off today. It has been ages since I've visited number 1 high school." "Sound great," Lin Mo replied cheerfully. "Why didn't you have Shinihan pick me up today so I can ride with you? Otherwise, I would have to take a taxi." Perhaps due to the aftermath of the car accident, she now hesitated to drive alone. Not met with refusal, a barely perceptible excitement flickered in Xie Guanyin's eyes. "I'll go change first." In his bedroom, Xie Guanyin removed his glasses and placed them on the table, his obsidian eyes devoid of warmth. He shed his white shirt, revealing the defined contours of his abdomen. Several jagged scars marred the stark whiteness of his skin, standing out strikingly. With one hand retrieving clothing from the wardrobe and the other typing on his phone, he sent a message. Check Gu Jingchuan's itinerary for today.